Okay.
Shit, coffee.
I thought you were already getting coffee.
I was putting the links everywhere.
Man.
All right.
Wow.
There should be one other person coming.
Person? All right.
Yeah, Dustin.
When you're ready, just let me know, and
You don't have to wait for him.
Oh, great. Dying. Dylan's
don't have to wait for
leaving.
me. All right. Bet Dylan's leaving. I'll wait for Dylan to come back.
No,
So how's everybody doing out there? We'll need Dylan. All right, we'll need Dylan. He can answer the questions when he gets back. We're gonna be through the list. All right, just to let everybody know, I got like 10,000 questions asked. No, I don't. I'm just playing.
That's fine.
All right.
If I don't have to answer any of them, that's also fine.
Yeah. No, Greg, you're gonna have to answer some of them because I do want your insight too, sir. You create characters. You know about character development.
He is a created character.
So,
Creating character.
Yeah, you guys should see Greg when he's not on live. He's so energetic and playful.
you know, I believe it. I believe it. Look at him now. Look at the face. All right. But first off, just want to welcome everybody to this is another segment of Sierra Nova Comics Convention. Today's segment, we're going to be talking about character development. So we have the awesome Aaron from Sierra Nova not Sierra Nova Comics, Jesus Christ.
No.
I've got Sierra Nova in the head.
All right, reboot.
I see it over in the head. Reboot. Yeah, I got Sierra Nova in the head right now. But Aaron from Catalyst Comic Studios. I know the name of your company. Jesus Christ, Sierra Nova. And then up top, we have Greg and Dylan. That was Dylan, right? Dylan,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, Greg and Dylan, both from Sierra Nova. I'm Tier, and I'm going to be the host for this, or the I guess the person asking the questions. And I'm from Sovereign Comics. Just a little we're just a tiny comic book publishing company that's trying to do some things here and there. So yeah. So first thing I'm gonna do, and this is just me pulling something from my own podcast. I'm gonna let everyone introduce themselves first. So yeah, Aaron, I know people know you, but go ahead, let them know who you are and what it is that Catalyst does and what you have under here.
I'm Aaron on Wheels.
Aaron
So I call it
Mobile Aaron.
when I make a commitment, I show up. Again, this isn't my Comic Con, so I can say things. So yeah, I own and operate, and
Yeah. Internet.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's what you get for driving in a car and being on wheels.
It's the down part of doing it through wheels. Is he froze? He's froze. I'll wait for him to come back.
Where is this video so I can share it? Why does it take like a minute? It's weird.
So Greg, yeah. Are you just a shadow in this, or you're going to participate, or
Oh, I can participate, but
you participate?
Aaron is frozen right now. And during his panel, I'm gonna not be here. Well, hopefully I don't have to be because there should be enough people. Yeah, his internet.
Okay.
Oh,
crap.
North Carolina.
Yeah, we have those problems here in Colorado too. This is the reason why I try not to, even with my own podcast, like if I'm moving, I try not to get on it because there's so many dead spots. It's like you get someplace and it's nice, and then all of a sudden you just go dark and then everything drops. But yeah, so Dylan, as we wait for Aaron to come back, pretty much right now we're in the process of just telling folks who you are and what it is that you do. So if you want to, oh, there he is, Aaron on Wheels. Yeah, we hear you. We hear you,
guys.
Yeah.
Hello.
Are
Guys,
you in a tunnel?
I might have overshot it with the video on mobile.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Anyway, I do stuff.
Yeah.
Nailed
He
it.
does things. All right,
My bad.
Dylan, your turn. You're good. Dylan, your turn.
I'm Dylan, and co-founder of Nova Comics, and I do a lot of the technical side, like structuring and building the platform, as well as editing some of our comics. So, yeah.
Sweet. And the
Also, I have
man
coffee.
himself. You got coffee? Are you getting coffee?
Yeah,
Did you?
Oh,
That's what I'm
finally.
talking about. That's what
Cool.
I'm talking about. And Greg,
And I
your
yeah,
turn.
do stuff. I make characters and I write comics and maps. Yeah, so
Maps?
maps.
You do maps too?
Well, I now hire people to try to make maps
Yeah.
because apparently my artists need city maps because that would make their lives easier. So that's what I'm going to be doing, is trying to find that.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah.
And I just brush myself. For those out there who don't know, my name is Tyrone Jackson. I am the owner, CEO, editor-in-chief of Sovereign Comics. Four titles published with more on the way, and one manga, slowly building. But yeah, we make stuff too. We make characters, different type of stories. Got some sci-fi stories, some action adventure stories, some comedy. Depending on what you're looking for, it's something for everyone. And yeah, let's go ahead and get this ball rolling. So, like I said, we all pretty much figured out we all create characters. We know it's not an easy process. It can be difficult, can be hard. So the first question, I'm just going to go ahead and get to it. And all of us can answer this. But first off, we're going to start with you, Aaron, if you're still there. There's a process, at least there's a process that I take whenever I'm creating characters.
There's a loud kid.
You're here? Are you getting beat up? But there's a process with it. I know I have my process, and everybody has their own process. The way when they create characters. So that's the first question I'm going to shoot off with. What is your character development process? I will say my answer to the last of my answer for it, but yeah, Aaron, go ahead and let the folks out there know, what is your character development process.
Yeah,
What?
I mean, I talked about it, I guess, a little bit last night. That I always end up with the question of but why. Anytime I come up with like a story development note, or same thing with characters, is the motivation behind the character is probably the most fun part for me to launch off of, and then we'll explore, what the character might look like, and what their environment looks like. And we talked about a little bit on the art of storytelling, where every character has their own personal issue, but what is the world issue? What is the thing that's that's affecting them on a global level as well? So I don't know. At its most basic, I just ask myself, but why, and then I try to answer that question.
But why? That's good. That's a good way to do it. Because I think the best characters, I know I've seen characters, we've all seen them, where a lot of characters, you're just looking at me like, what's their motivation? Why are they here? What is their purpose? But I think when you, like you just said, you do the but why. So when you present that but why for that character, and every character, like if you look at the world as a whole, we all have our own, each individual has their own motivations. So it's always odd to see a character that doesn't have it or doesn't have a purpose and they're just there. It's always odd to see that. So that's a dope approach, the but why. And then you do that with every character. What about you, Greg? What do you do?
Yeah, definitely the whole motivation thing. So
Okay.
Every single one has some sort of motivation on whatever they want accomplished in their life. Like one of our characters that was gonna get killed off pretty quickly is not getting killed off because like Dylan's like, this character is pretty dope. He's this police detective in Sierra Chronicles, and he's kind of an asshole, but he's just like gambling drunk, and he the whole purpose is he's just trying to get out of like any connection with the mob, and he's trying to like redeem himself, but things are gonna happen that's not gonna happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Twists and turns with the characters. The loop, not the loopholes, the plot twists with the characters. And Dylan, and saying, oh, go ahead, drink your coffee. What is your process? Quite clearly, Greg mentioned a little bit of what you've had a hand in with this one character, but what is your process as well? Is it the same? Is it the motivation? Is that your main, or do you take a different step?
Yeah, I definitely think I use Aaron's type of approach, where every time Greg will tell me like, hey, this is like the plot that we're doing, and I'm like, yeah, but why? Like that is definitely
Yeah.
a great question. I'm sure he's heard me ask that a bunch of times, just because it's
Mhm.
like, I know you want them to be at this location, but like, why are they there? If
Yes.
there has to be a reason. So like, yeah, one the character that Greg was referencing earlier, that was one of the biggest reasons the entire second issue of Seer Chronicles exists, was we kept trying to answer that question for a series of characters who end up at the same location. So
Mhm.
that's kind of like, yeah, what's the purpose of them being there? What's driving them? So sometimes, uh, like one of the characters specifically, I was like, are they going to jump in front of a bullet or no? Like, are they going to save their partner? And if not, why?
Mhm.
And that kind of thing. And I'm like, does he have a family? Right? Like that kind of question, right? Does he keep a picture of them in his wallet? That kind of thing. Is
Mhm.
it close to home? Does he live in that neighborhood? Right? Is it important that he keeps it safe? Right? That kind of thing. So yeah, I definitely ask, the why question, but then after that I try to explore the physical scenario itself, and then I try to explore the external, like something that's laying on them that's making them think, oh, like I need to do this.
Right. Okay. I feel that. That's honestly, to tell you the truth, that's kind of the same approach that I take to in character development. Um, the but why, like I asked a different question, but it's the same question as like, who are you and why are you here? Like pretty much is what I ask. And this is gonna lead into my next question because like with a lot of the characters too, like and we've seen this before, where it seems like a character is misplaced, whether they're misplaced in the title or misplaced in that story at that point, where it's just like this isn't the perfect fit for them in the development of this character. And so that's one of the reasons why I ask myself the same thing that y'all do, like the but why. And for me, in my case, is like who are you and why are you here? Same thing in the story. Like for instance, when my title stars, like I had to give them a villain that they, in a sense, felt would be an easy win, but realized it wasn't. Um, and so that's where they run into their first member of their rogues gallery. And as I was looking at her, bringing her in, because there's a list of villains that I just haven't introduced yet, but they're coming in. I'm like, okay, why this one? Why are you here? What is going to make your being here that much more of a development for for the protagonist, and how is that going to develop you as an antagonist for the just for the story as a whole and for the reader so that they can get to know you. So yeah, I agree, that but why question is freaking amazing to do,
I actually just thought of
so
something too. There's
mhm,
this motivational speech I have like saved in my phone from Les Brown, and one of the
mhm.
one of the things that he says in it is, what is it? Where have you been? Why are you here? And where are you
Yeah,
going? And it's like,
exactly,
yeah, that's the way
exactly.
you phrased yours. I was like, that it made me think of that. It's like,
It
basically, that's why I think the family question is important. Like, where have
mhm,
you been? And then
mhm,
why are they currently here? Like what drove them to get here? And then where are
mhm.
they going so that we know what the motivation is. But yeah, it's
Exactly. Like the past, I personally believe the past, present, and future, especially the past, is a major development tool for a character,
oh yeah.
because like let's say we've seen it, and I'm just gonna name Artemis from DC Comics, like how her parents were villains, but then you see in uh, uh that the was it young Justice, where she decided to go the opposite direction, so it's like a lot of people have decided, oh, their parents are villains, so they're going to be villains, and it's not necessarily the case all the time. Like sometimes that past could have flipped the switch where it's like, y'all have problems and I don't want to be part of this. And then that's their impetus into their own character development. So yeah, the past, present, and future, like the person who said that quote, like the past, present, and future is very important to the character, because your future is the end goal. Where do they want to be at? Do they want to be this major hero, or do they just want to clean up the streets? And then once they're there, they take off the cape or take off the freaking brass knuckles and and call it quits, which I guess like goes into the story too, within your character development and creating your story. What is your process in matching these characters to these stories? Like, do you have a fleet of characters that are in standby waiting to go somewhere, or do you have the stories already written and you're like, okay, this character is going here? How do you match your characters, if you have a lot, or while you're building the stories, how do you make sure that the story helps in developing that character and their process? And Dylan, we're going to go with you first. on this one.
How how do I basically use characters to develop a story kind of thing? Is that
Well, no, how is it? How do you match the character to the story as far as like in telling that story? Not only are you developing that story or developing the world around, but you're using it to develop that character also, because we all know characters can go up and down. They got their top points, their bottoms, all this other stuff. Like, what is your process in using your story to help in your character's development?
gotcha? So probably it's an interesting question. So a lot of the stories that I work with are basically Greg's ideas, and then I kind of help edit them. And even for the ideas that I do come up with that are my own, I think very often I'm definitely focused on the character first. So like you were saying, characters in the wings, like having characters, and then essentially trying to figure out what would need to be in their past and present to
Mhm.
drive them to where they're going, so that they end up in the same arena. I don't know if that answers
Okay.
the question.
No, it does. It does answer the question because that's a good way of doing it, especially if you have, because I have characters I haven't used yet, and I'm looking at it, I'm rewriting, working on a story. I'm like, will this character fit? Nah, this character ain't gonna fit there. Okay, let's put them back on the back burner. It's not time for them yet, you know. And yeah, that answers it. That answers the question thoroughly, I think. What about you, Greg?
Well, I have
Especially considering you write a lot of these stories, like or all of them.
so, all so I have this whole like timeline thing that I figured
Mhm.
out, and
Okay.
then I change it depending on like if I add a different character, and then there's a different one that I like take out
Mhm.
because it just doesn't fit in that story. So there's our comic mittens that we put out this year.
Okay.
Um, I broke like a bunch of our universe stuff up into like a Marvel type phase situation.
Okay.
So it was like, but I originally had mittens as like phase 4 stuff. So
Okay.
when mittens is happening, it's actually like way in the future. But I kind of sped up the timeline in a way, and with like releasing stuff, not
Mm.
any time jumps or anything.
Right.
And that characters in the Mitten stories are actually connected back to like the Seer Chronicles and stuff. And actually, Dylan did
Okay.
know some of that stuff. There is a character that's like a main bad guy, but
Mhm.
we're not going to show him for a while. And you're going to see that person like as like an Easter egg in Mitten's story, but you won't actually see the character. There'll be like a picture or something, and that'll be in like the second issue of Mittens, I think,
Okay.
because there's a character related to that character. So yeah, I sprinkle them in.
The old interconnected universe. I dig. Aaron, what about you? What about you?
Yeah, so I will say this as well. If I get disconnected again, I'm almost back to the house, so I'll just jump back in.
Okay.
We'll show my beautiful deer. Anyway, I actually, it depends on what I'm working on. Things like Welcome to Everville and Paradigm Until, all of those, I actually started with the world first. I wanted to know what the world looked like and who were the players in that world. And that's how I came up with characters like Till, actually, because I've said it before, but Till was just a whole bunch of extra notes I had when I was creating Paradigm that came together and make an arguably more likable character. So I like to, I don't know, think about how each person kind of be motivated to find out what's going on. And then for me, it's more about unlocking the piece that we don't know about the world. So, for instance, while we put the superheroes down in Paradigm Issue 2, there's going to be an introduction for a character named Detective. She has a whole thing on of just discovering that hyper evolution is even a thing, and she's not a superpowered person, but she discovers how they're tracking these people, and it's just a different element of the world from a different worldview. I think that's always a fun way to approach new character development, and sometimes that just doesn't happen in a single first issue. There are characters that come in later that are going to have things go on.
Okay. That makes sense. Like Yeah, that does make sense. And like I noticed something what Greg's doing too is like something that I'm actually doing in my universe. Like I've mentioned on my podcast and some of my lives that the universe and where everyone's seeing now is actually the past. A lot of the events that is building up to is the future. So like I have a title, just like how you brought Mittens forward and you said Mittens like is phase 4, but you decided to release it now. Like I have a title that is where all of this like stars, Cypher Team, Triple High, except for Yama Stigmata. Yama Stigmata really didn't bleed from this title, but the other ones bled from this title to include some other titles that haven't been released yet. But I have a title called Infinite Ring, which is like the pinnacle. Like I've written 40 some odd stories with it. Like it's just there waiting. It's and it's there when it comes, it's gonna like bam, 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 you know. But the story process and if I were to release it now, it would literally make Cypher Team Stars Temple High moot. Like it would be no point in telling the rest of those stories. So that's the reason why it's there, because I started working on that first, and then when I started building everything, and so it worked in those character developments, but it also worked in the other character developments because now you get to see those characters. Well, you really don't get to see them because no one knows what happens in the future, but you're seeing them develop and become what they're gonna be in those future stories. So when that title does come out, it's gonna be like, crap, you know, I saw this coming. Like I knew that was coming, you know. And that's the fun part about character development. And here's an easy question: like, um, is character creation and character development something that you feel comes easy to you, or is it something that you feel like can sometimes be a bane? Like me, I feel like it could be both. Like you have that one character where it's just like for instance, for me, Tuskegee, for me, almost Stigmata, he was a super easy character to create. It was just like bam, bam, bam. Wow, okay. I see him, I got him, I know what he's doing. Whereas with some of the characters that I've created, for instance, Rainus and uh a character from the other title, Mirage, the one that I told you this in the future, like some of these characters were harder because it's like you're really getting into the marrow of that character. So even when you do start seeing stuff, you're like, that doesn't quite fit. And then you start changing stuff. So like for y'all, and Greg, we'll start with you first. Like, do you think your character creation process is something, do you think it's easy in character creation and character development, or do you think it can sometimes be a bane or both?
Probably both actually. I do find it easy mostly, but there's actually a character that I have not released yet. They have a solo series that I think is 3 issues. Me and Hector. So I rewrote his story, like the first one, 6 times, and the first 2 times was this other guy that I had write it. I gave him the plot description, and he kind of like went completely out of left field on like what I said as the plot story. I was like, oh, all right, that's not how this is gonna go. And then like years later, like I had him do that in 2017. Years later, it changed like over time, and I'm like, oh, I already have a guy that like manipulates his tattoos. Like I'm not gonna have another person do the same thing.
Right.
So Hector helped me edit this story. Brett Torts is like his name, and he's a washed up like boxer. And he's like super depressed, so it's gonna be like a really depressing story, but at the same time, like it's all about control. So there's I have like themes in each story, I guess. So but for Brett's story, it's basically his entire like series is all about control and gaining control back, because there's this sketchy tech company that basically takes control of him. Goes like, oh, well, you're like a washed up boxer and you got nothing else to like lose. How about you join our company and be our like superhero? So it's kind of like the boys in a way, but
take advantage of them in a sense.
Yeah, so he wears a suit, and he doesn't know at first, but like they're actually like controlling him.
Oh wow.
So, yeah, and then there's other superheroes that are gonna be like, you're being like fucked with, bud. So yeah,
that's cool.
But
that's cool.
Altered his like how his like behavior is and stuff, and then what Hector like did, he's like, it's like so much better.
Yeah, I feel that. It's like those characters sometimes they're, and I feel like you have that sight on that character. You're like, hey, this is what I want to do, but as the story goes on, they start developing. I've recently ran into that when I was finishing up the Stars issue 2 script, and one of the characters in the same vein, she has tattoos and stuff. Like that's kind of like her outlet. She likes to get tatted up. But she is like uh deathly afraid of using her powers to like I guess their max. They scare the hell out of her. Um but and what she ended up doing was she ended up getting, you know, these tattoos to help her in a sense portion out her power usage. So like she would use certain tats to help with her because she has like mind control or the best. I don't know if y'all watch anime, but if you look at uh Sasuke's big brother Itachi from Naruto, she's very much like Itachi. Like she can change all of your senses and stuff, but she can also go into your mind. She can push thoughts. She can take thoughts. She can do many different things. But because she's afraid of her ability and what she could do because of her past and think something that she did in her past that she lives with, she got these tattoos in a way to kind of help her portion them. So she uses one of her tattoos, which is a spiral that goes down her arm, and that's what she'll use to like get into people's heads and things like that, to like burrow into their head and stuff, you know. So that's crazy. What about you, Dylan? I definitely want to hear what you have to say on that too. Like, do you feel like character creation is something that comes just incredibly easy to you, or do you feel like you have those banes, or is it both for you as well?
Honestly, because of probably my background in marketing, for me, it's like once I know the general idea of a character, I'm pretty good
Mm,
at being able to create backstories very quickly. That's kind of how the character we mentioned earlier from Sea Chronicles 2, like I just needed to know his core thoughts, and then it's basically, I just need this question answered. I know I need this question answered, and it's like, once I know what would drive somebody, I just have to answer those questions properly, right? So if I know that I want this guy to do this thing right now, I just need his background to match that. And so
right.
basically, whenever I make a decision on, okay, this character should do this, or if Greg is like, I want this character to do this, then basically I'm like, oh, okay, well then he would have to be, maybe a single child, or maybe he needs an older brother that used to beat him up, or he needs certain things to happen.
Yeah.
So for me, it's like I do feel like it's a little bit easier. I haven't really had a character we've come across where I haven't been able to come up with an idea, and
Hmm.
it's mostly just like as long as the initial idea is there, right? As long as the
Right.
character general existence is there, I'm pretty good with coming up with basically character development uh, plots or paths. But
Mhm.
my only hurdle is just in the initial character creation, right? Like figuring
Right.
out. Yeah, so I've told Greg
How it
before, like
works.
he's really good at the 0 to 1, like creating something out of nothing, and then I can
Hmm.
take that one and I can accelerate it to 100 because I just need this seedling. I need to know
Yeah.
where the purpose of this thing is supposed to be directed.
Yeah. And that's dope that you both play off of each other's your strengths and weaknesses. Like if you're gonna have a teammate working with you, in creation, that's basically how it should be. If both of you are have the same strengths and the same weaknesses, it's not gonna help. But right here, like makes a lot of sense, and I do see that because I've read your books before. I just got to get mittens. I haven't gotten that one, so I'm gonna have to order that from your store after you're done with your fulfillment. But uh that helps. Like you have Greg, who's like the person who sounds like me. I know me and Greg, we've talked before. I know we have similarities where we could just be sitting there,
Yeah.
see a freaking grasshopper, and all of a sudden 50 characters run through our head, based off of just the grasshopper. And it's like we get that, and then here you are, Dylan, supporting him, where you'll come in and like, oh, okay, I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to, you're doing something different, or like for instance a cricket or something. Like, okay, well, instead of you making this character concentrate on the jump power, you decide to make them concentrate on the cricket song, and then you go from there and take it the rest of the way home.
Yeah.
Like, how did
I
they get this
actually,
power? Where did it come
I
from?
had a
Why do they
character.
use this?
I had a character like years ago when I
Mhm.
first met Dylan, and the character's name was like Bloodwing or something.
Okay.
And I was trying to figure out when I could use his character, and I didn't
Mhm.
know when, so I just like put him to the side, and then I found
Yeah.
out I think there's actually a character that's kind of like named that or something already, and I was like, it was something that I had like an issue with. So instead, I like took the kind of like the issue that person has, and I gave it to the Brett guy. So like the blood like pours out of his pores if like not like pores completely, but comes out of his pores if he uses his one pill or whatever. So like there's this pill that he takes because his story is all about control, and it's the pill that is given from the like this pharmaceutical company. And the pharmaceutical company is also connected to that tech company. It's this whole like Black Rock type situation, and that actually stemmed from a Dylan idea. So yeah,
sweet. That's dope. That's cool. I love to see that. I know Aaron has that with his co-conspirator in crime over there at Catalyst also. How you both work on each other's strengths and weaknesses and everything like that. So the question, whenever you dropped, I know you were getting on the computer at home. I was asking, hold on. I was asking if character creation and development is something that you find that comes incredibly easy to you, or can it be a bane sometimes, or is it both? And I know, like me and Greg, we both said it was both for us, and Dylan said that the initial process can be daunting sometimes, but once, like, as long as he has that foundation or that first step, he'll take it to the stars and back. And so for you, what is it for you?
For me, I guess the right answer is a little bit of both. I actually come up with characters fairly easy. To me, it's going back to that whole, how do they fit into this world? What is their motivation? That's the part that can get a little daunting because I like to overthink things. And that's how I end up with a whole extra sheet that becomes a whole extra character. So it's fun, but it can be daunting for sure. I think just finding a good blend of what things make sense for this character's personality, that can be daunting, aggravating. But then we consider ourselves as well. Any character that I create, I try to give the most personal side of them. You know, we have characters like with Patrick, his quirk is that, you know, he was taken when he was 15, so he's still really awkward around women. I mean, we're all, you know, in our 30s, or I don't know, Tier, how old are you now?
I'm 39.
Okay, so we're all still in our 30s.
We're in our 30s.
And we're all still awkward around women, I'm sure. That's just, I don't know, it's just a part of life. I think that's what makes a character more humanized, and we can identify with them better, giving them those elements. So I guess, the answer is both. Some of it's daunting, some of it just comes super easy.
That's a question that I'm going to ask also. But one of the questions I want to ask first is how many times, because I know I've done it, and the reason why I asked the question, for those who are out there, the reason why I asked the question about the difficulty level and character development and character creation is because I do want y'all to know that sometimes it's not going to come easy. Sometimes it's going to be hard. Sometimes you're going to really have to beat the pavement to get to where it is that you're trying to go, which is going to lead to this question now. How many times have you created a character and that character is in your story, and then when you're writing something, all of a sudden you'll remember something that you gave them that could be perfect in this spot or they show, but you totally forgot, and like, oh crap, I forgot I gave that to them, and now you give it to them. Like, and for instance, like what I mentioned the last time with my character Render in Stars, I had totally forgot that I had given her that ability with her tattoos because I was concentrating on Siphon and Penumbra at that point because they were the ones going head to head. And I totally forgot about that when I was writing this scene. And then it came back and I was like, duh. Like, because I was trying to figure out, how am I going to have her? Because in a sense, she kind of goes into this mental realm that the two are in. She goes into it. And I'm like, how am I going to have her just go into it? And then I remember her tattoos do this. I'm like, oh crap. Yeah, that's right. Okay. There it is. Like, how many times have y'all done that with the character where you build them out, but then when you're writing, you get to a point where it's like that character is there and you forgot that they actually had that the thing to do what you need them to do at that point.
So there's this one character that's like our Joker kind of character. He goes batshit insane in the third issue of Seer Chronicles. I forgot that I gave him like teleportation, so he can actually teleport. So imagine the Joker can teleport. It's pretty messed up. Yeah, and I forgot
That'd
he
be
could do
horrible.
that. And then when I'm writing, I'm like, oh, he's like in this diner massacring people. And I was like, oh, well, I'm not going to show that because it's pretty violent. But
Yep.
I was like, oh, he can teleport. And then Hector's like, wait, what? And I'm like, yeah, like this dude with this knife can like teleport. He's like, oh, that's pretty cool. So like I remember that. But most of the other characters, I haven't been able to really use their powers yet. The third issue is going to be the first time you really see John Benson actually use his powers. Technically, in the first one, you saw him like heal himself, but besides that, you never really saw him do much of anything.
Yeah, the scene with that he's referring to, the diner scene. It was funny because we built the diner like a 3D model of it, so we could figure out like where he walks in. So like why is he able to trap people there to begin with? Because like he didn't go there with the intent of killing people. And so the whole idea, it's like how did he like get from where he needs to be to over here? And that's when Greg's like, oh yeah, he can teleport.
Yeah, it's like how does he keep the people in the diner?
Yeah, I'm like, oh,
he can teleport.
that makes it a lot easier to put him from the other side of the building to where he needs to be.
Yeah,
So,
people run and he just appears in front of them like, where are you going? you know.
So, and then I think the other character too was Ink for our second issue. There's a couple times where we're trying to figure out like how he's getting through a scene, and we already gave him all the tattoos and all these powers, and we're like, oh yeah, like I forgot he has this one. He could use that here. He could use this one here. So yeah, I think it's not always like super surprising. Like we're like, oh yeah, I totally forgot. But it is more like we put him in this scenario. How is he supposed to get out? Like we had a reason for it.
Yeah.
Mine is more of a with with Tilt, because he plays on tropes, and I thought it'd be more fun to do this. I held on some things, so like we don't even realize that he has any kind of super speed until the fourth issue, and that was just kicks and giggles for me. And so the people that have read Tilt all along, still nobody has said anything about that, which I think is slightly hilarious. So people that have read all four of them, at this point, they're just like, oh, of course he has super speed. Why wouldn't he have super speed?
I still got to read it.
And then Paradigm, we haven't even seen him use his powers as an adult yet, so I haven't had that issue. But I'll tell you what I normally end up doing to myself is I'll purposefully create a crutch. And now I have to find creative ways to play with that crutch. For instance, welcome to Everville. The Neverlings have an auditory power where, if you can hear them, then they can, freeze you in place. So there's the prey versus the predator whole vibe there. So I have to figure out how to continue that going forward. So just a quick little spoiler. And, when we start off the second issue of Everville, you'll see a whole line of people that are going to fight these Neverlings. And they all have these on. They all have different versions of headphones, except for a couple that are trying to have a conversation about like, how many do you think there are this time and all that stuff. And then they're getting yelled at because, if you keep these off, they will have their power, their auditory powers over you. So I get to play with that in a few different ways. And I also have to remember if a Neverling is present, there has to be some sort of headphones or noise cancellation.
That's cool that you're doing the auditory powers. Like you see it, but then you kind of don't see it too often. And I don't know if it's like folks are kind of afraid to use, deal with auditory powers. And
it's hard because essentially you have to put characters in headphones or have noise cancellation, which is like, well, how do they communicate in battle? Well, okay, exactly. I guess they're going to have some sort of, head walkie-talkie, Tel-Talk or Nextels.
Exactly, like Nextel chirp. Just and y'all remember chirp?
Yeah,
exactly. Am I telling my age? No.
I was going to say, like, doing auditory anything in comics is always difficult. Like, even like somebody walking by a radio, like the way you have to showcase it is more complicated than like any other medium. Even books can just talk about the fact that the radio's on, but you can't just do that in comics. So like, that's super interesting, and I love the idea of intentionally giving yourself crutches that you have to use, or like basically like little handicaps that are like, oh yeah, crap, I forgot I have to do that, because we definitely do that with some of our characters where we're like, oh yeah, they can't just do that here.
Well, I took it to the extreme. I mean, again, our super hero stuff's on pause. But when we were going to come back around to Tilt, I again tropes, and so I like to give myself a crutch. So what I did was like Cindy literally is going to have like a cane because she got shot at the end of the third issue, and she didn't just like completely recover. So that's going to be a big part of who she is as a character, because she's also supposed to be a not a superhero but a hero. Crutches.
Literal crutches.
Yep.
but that makes sense though. I mean, and to go back to the auditory thing, because I do think I want to talk about that a little bit, because I do have characters like I don't know if all of you are Red Stars, but I introduced a speedster in there. And there's a question that I'm probably going to ask after this. Because, of course, when you see a speedster, you automatically think Flash. So everybody's already going to say, oh, that's like the Flash. So what I wanted to do to make my speedster different in their character development, and honestly, the world development at that, because their powers actually go into the world, is like I didn't want to do like a Speed Force thing. So what I ended up doing was I made it to where their speed abilities came from a pocket dimension, which is similar to the Speed Force. It's its own dimension, but it actually came from life that was there, who evolved to a certain point to where they no longer use these dormant DNA that's in them. But when the scientists found it, they were like, hey, this can actually give humans traits, and it's almost like a fight and flight type of defense that that the species had. So in inserted in the humans, it gives them a speed, but it also gives them a different part of control. And where if you read Stars, Penumbra is speed based, but she's the speed of dark, whereas her sister, who's in Temple High, is the speed of light. And then there's another character, I'm not going to say which book she's in, but she has the speed of sound. And so just like how we were talking about how hard auditory is, I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, yo, how am I going to use this? Like, because technically speed of sound is, there, when you think about speed of dark, speed of light, speed of thought, speed of sight, is like, that's slow. The speed of sound is, I mean, it's fast, but it's slow compared to the other four. So I've like had to think of auditory type deals.
Yeah.
Like, what can she do? So in developing that character, I was like, yo, maybe she uses her voice. Maybe at certain levels on the the auditory spectrum, she could say something and it'll freeze you, because our bodies actually, I'm getting scientific with this, which probably another question, like our bodies do react to sound in certain ways, like in pain to sound, nails on a chalkboard, somebody's system's too loud, or just certain things. Like there's like a certain, I think, decibel or volume that only children can hear. Is like once you hit a certain age, adults can't hear it anymore.
Yep.
So, which pays into a Pied Piper character that I'm doing later. Since you're giving spoilers, Aaron, I'm gonna give spoilers too. So, but yeah, so it's like in creating that, since it is hard with the auditory stuff in comics, like it's very hard to portray that. I get it. Like, I get it, because I had to do it with her, and I was developing her for years. Like, how's this gonna work? Like, how am I gonna make it to where she actually stands against the other speeds, or stands against anyone?
Right.
And then of course there's the water thing too, where sound works differently underwater and things like that. So she has her strengths based in that. So I'll say this too, like going off of that, and we already pointed out how doing the auditory power can be difficult in comics. You really got to put thought into it. With your characters as you're developing them, how do you, because I know, Aaron, you say you do develop crutches that you have to write yourself out of. And me, I kind of, in a lot of senses, I write myself into a wall on purpose when it comes to certain things. Like with the Stars meeting Penumbra, that was me writing them into the wall. How can they get out of this corner? Same thing with Cypher Team. Like end of issue 2, they were in a corner. With your characters as you're developing them, because I know a lot of people tend to not do it until it's needed, but do you automatically write into them the issues that like their kryptonite, for lack of better words? Like, do you automatically write that into them, or do you say, wait, let me get them to a point and see if this will be their kryptonite? Because like for me, when I build my characters, I always like to add some type of psychological issue. Like I talked about Render, how she's afraid to use her powers. There's another character who's in the same. There's one character who actually using their powers, it kind of becomes druggish like, so they get high off of it and want to do it more. So they kind of got to reel them back. And that character is Rhaenys, which is the reason why they kept saying, "Hey, don't have too much fun." Like in issue 1 and issue 2 of Cypher, like don't have too much fun, because he'll get to the point where he starts getting high and exhilarated off of his powers, and he gets that much more stronger. In a sense, kind of like how the Hulk, the angrier he gets, the stronger he gets. Rhaenys is like, the more euphoric he gets from using his powers, the stronger he gets, and the more unhinged he starts to become. But yeah, so like, do you do that with your characters? Do you make sure that you write in something for them right as you're creating them, or do you wait? Aaron?
Some of it I do. Also, Greg, I do want to say, like, you are getting comments and stuff on your personal Facebook under
Yeah, I
this video.
saw some of
Yeah, it's
those,
just-
which
I don't
I
know why
don't
nothing
understand
shows up
why
here.
it doesn't come in the restream.
But hi to the people that are leaving comments. Sorry, I can't answer your questions. I can't read them. But yeah, so I do and I don't. For instance, I have Paradigm, who is also a character that we see him use his powers when he's 10 or 11. And then because of what happened when he used his powers, he doesn't use them again. So when we meet him in Paradigm issue 1, we don't even see him use his powers at all when he's an adult. And he won't use them again until he is supposed to be in Paradigm issue 2, some year when that comes out. But for other characters, again, I do and I don't. Some of it I put a thought into, it would be fun, would be if this was a weakness. But to be honest, the things that entertain me more as a weakness are the personal side of stuff, because another person can come into your life and wreck up your life more than another superhero or a supervillain can come in and wreck up your life. And that's kind of the way that I look at all of my characters, whether they're superheroes or not. Welcome to Everville. It's an alien invasion. So like you have a whole other element to deal with in that. So they don't essentially have an understanding of weaknesses yet. We just know that they do have powers. They have auditory powers. And then, okay, well, what is the Neverling's weakness then? Well, the only thing we saw in the first one was one of them getting their head chopped off. So apparently losing your head is still a weakness for alien beings as well. So I don't know. Like I do, I don't.
They didn't pick it up and put it back on.
Yeah. I mean, with Tilt, I do like to write myself in the corners. And I'll be honest, a lot of it comes from my enjoyment of how much people like to screw each other over. So if you guys know like anything about like DC background, sometimes they'll come to the end of a writer's run and the writers are just like, it'd be really fun is just to like kill the main character. And then whoever has the story after that, they got to figure that out, which is why we have so many reboots. But another one I really enjoyed was Superstore. If you watch Superstore for a while, you'll know that there was an episode at the end of one of the seasons where Mateo finally gets caught by ice. And so it ends, it's a comedy sitcom, but like it ends super heavy with him getting driven off by ice. And that was because the writers were leaving the show. The two main writers and the showrunner, they were all going on to do something else. And they thought that would be a fun thing to just hand off to somebody else to be like, you figure it out. And so I do that, but I do it to myself. Like the end of Tilt issue 1, I just have him bleeding out on the ground. So I was like, well, I guess I got to figure out how his regeneration stuff works. And then I realized, I don't, because we're storytellers and we don't have rules. So instead of me explaining how his regeneration powers play out when you start issue 2 of Tilt, it's just him going, well, I didn't see that coming. And like you could just curb all this stuff. And then when I write prose short stories, I realize too, I can end those however the heck I want. And if people's complaint is that I just wish there was more of the story, then I've done my job. So
that's a good complaint to have.
Yeah. And every short story I've written, they were like, well, there needs to be more. Well, cool. I mean, great. There's not going to be more because you keep asking. So you're going to have to read whatever I write next.
Exactly. What about you, Dylan? Did you catch the question?
Yeah, you're just kind of asking, like it. Yeah, I think I would say ask it again. Let me make sure.
Pretty much what I was saying. Like, whenever you do create your characters, do you for some of your characters or all of your characters?
Right?
Yeah. Like, do you give them their kryptonite initially, or do you wait until they get to a position to where they have to where they realize that's their kryptonite and they figure themselves out as they
Yeah,
go.
yeah. I think it's more the latter. It's more like when there's a point at which I want them to fail, I
Mhm.
try to like figure out like because again, a lot of these characters are like ones Greg has created, um,
Mhm.
and some I think for some of the characters Greg gave weaknesses, but other ones we didn't. So like our main character, I came up with the weakness as a way to get him defeated because we needed something to happen where like oh like this is his one vulnerability. How do
Mhm.
you expose it, right? And so basically I figured out how he wanted this character to end, and then I work backwards. I'm like, okay, well, if that's the case, like for example, he cares about his family, that's very important. Okay, so then something has to involve his family. Maybe it's betrayal in the family. Okay, and now it's like, all right, but he's very like nearly indestructible. How do we show this one weakness? Oh, here's a area in which he would be vulnerable and able to be damaged, right? And
Okay.
so like I kind of try to figure out once I know where we want them defeated or where we want them to, get knocked back, what's the reasoning, and then we
Mhm.
kind of come up with it. And it's kind of helpful. Like once you know once you know their powers and then you know their motivation, it's pretty easy to find weaknesses in life things such as like the
Yeah.
family. And then
Yeah.
after that, it's basically going okay. And then what would make them physically vulnerable if they do have some physical protection against it, right? Like if they have some, let's say it was like a diamond armor, right? Like how do you make
Mhm.
that penetrable, right? So you figure
Yeah.
out when at what point would that be penetrable.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Greg, character creator, sir. What about you? Do you automatically insert that or do you wait? Or both? Or both. I should add or both.
Words. Well, he used my idea, like what I was just
Okay.
gonna say.
Good answer. Good answer.
Yeah,
Great answer.
It's up there. It's up there.
survey says. I'm trying to think of another character that I like did something with that really has a weakness, and I can't think of it. Okay,
Even
so
some of the villains.
the what?
I was gonna say even some of the villains.
Yeah, so Detective Silva, he's like that alcoholic drunk. So even
Okay.
though so he gets his power from this like black serum stuff from his neighbor's house. So spoiler if you didn't read the second one.
I knew it.
Have you even read any of my stuff?
Yeah.
And,
No, I just hate you.
yeah. And and his power like keeps growing as he's using it. So he's actually losing himself as he's like becoming the other personality that like takes over.
I feel that.
So
Okay.
yeah, I kind of
Yeah.
did him like a
Personal
schizo
level.
thing, but at the same time, like
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm schizo then. Dang.
I
Aren't
mean,
we all losing ourselves a little bit?
That's why we write. According to the legend out there, writers we're all,
Yep. Alternate
got some
personalities.
issues. Also,
Like the best writers have killed at
about
least
murdering
2
people.
people. Yeah.
What's that, Dylan?
The best writers have killed at least 2 people.
Oh yeah, we kill at least 2 in our mind, and we think of it all the way. Like I had someone ask me one time, like, "How do you write so good fight scenes, like step to steps?" Because I've been thinking about it, and
Yeah.
a lot. Just
You make
curves
really
so
sad-
Somebody cut me in Starbucks line earlier. I'll tell you what.
you just
I was
imagine
like,
grabbing him by the
wow.
feet and slamming him over the barista. Just,
Yeah. They didn't need to fall through 2 floors of concrete, but you know what?
that happened.
They did.
That happened. And then later you're right, and you're like,
like in
Starbucks.
Why do I feel better?
No Way Home, Spider-Man No Way Home. I really liked when like Peter Parker actually got like pissed the fuck off. Like you've never seen that through the 3 Tom Holland Spider-Man movies that have came out till like the end when like Green Goblin. Oh, spoiler! He like murders Aunt May, and he's like, "Oh fuck!" And I'm like, "Oh, okay, jeez."
It'd be like that.
Yeah.
It does.
Oh,
It
I
does.
forgot to mention, like, I was just thinking about this because I'm going through the Daredevil series again. And one of the things I really like about Daredevil series is that when he gets tired when he fights, and you just don't see that like in characters, sometimes you get tired the longer you fight. I really appreciate that.
Agreed. And that was one of the things I loved about it too, because even though he has this superhuman ability, it doesn't make him superhuman. He still gets
Right.
cut. He still
And
gets muscle fatigue. He still
but then
gets
the
mental
flip
fatigue.
side is that he fought an entire hallway full of Russians. In the next
Yeah.
episode, he had to fight one single person, and it pretty much panned out the exact same way. So, like, we all have our balances. We all have our, as a writer, you know, sometimes he's got to fight one person, but that one person has to mess him up more than a group of 9. So
exactly, that one person, like that group of 9 could have just been 9 level 1 fighters, where the person, I think the person is the one in the second episode was working him, like was giving him the business, you know, so it made sense that it's like, damn, you know,
then
okay.
then you got
Now it feels
Fisk
like I'm
that
fighting
rolls up
10
in
people.
there, and if you embarrass Fisk in front of Vanessa, you get your head decapitated by a car door.
Exactly.
So
you know,
balance.
so that guy.
I take some influences from like Daredevil for fight scenes. So
everybody
like,
does
a whole hallway scene. I definitely have a hallway scene, like a fight scene that's like coming up in Seer Chronicles.
See, that's dope. That's dope. That's dope. Man, you said something, Greg, about you said I write a lot of sad scenes too.
Yeah.
Was that your thing? Yeah.
That explains so much.
Yeah, you almost think Wanda does a lot. Like I really dig into I dig into your heart on that one, and I grab it a little bit.
I don't do anything sad except for Cindy getting shot.
That was sad, man. I like Cindy.
Yeah, she's messed up now. So
yeah.
Wait till you see what I do to Exquisite. Whew.
What? What? What are you doing to do? What are you doing?
Oh, it's what he gonna do.
Oh, what he's gonna do to himself, or what he's gonna do to others?
It's what's gonna be done to him and through him.
Oh, okay. Because I know he was kind of with the whole Cindy thing. He was, and I hope I'm not spoiling anything, but he kind of was off the hinge. You could kind of tell he was like.
I approach everything as no one's too big to fall.
Exactly.
You know what? The name of my book's Tilt. Don't tell me I can't kill Tilt and continue that series. I mean, I don't care. Again, I'm a writer, and the more you read of like real fun writers like Neil Gaiman, the more you realize like there really aren't rules. There just are no rules. We can do whatever we want, and I'm gonna do that.
As long as you make it where it's coherent, it makes sense. You can do whatever you can do whatever you want. I want to put up some of the Justin stories that you posted up here, Greg, if you don't mind. I don't know if I can, or I think you only can. But they asked, did you write it in order she forgot her tattoos did that? No, I didn't. Because she didn't forget. I forgot. But if I would have done that, that could have made some interesting back and forth banter. However, in that instance, things got a little bit serious because even though Stars is like the comedy one that I have, like the comedy title, because they go back and forth on each other. Group of girls, they're constantly joking each other, like they're going back on each other. Like it's wild the way they treat each other, but they're friends. It was a situation where it was way more serious. So for me I didn't want to marvel it and put comedy in that point because there was already some comedy before then with something that Siphon said with her being a black character, and it got really kind of horror-esque, the scenes that were going on. And she's like, we don't do this. We don't just go in the doors because we heard something in there. We don't do this. We go the other way, So it's something that she joked about. So in that scene, I was like, okay, this one needs to be a little bit more serious because now there's a reason why it's serious. And when the book comes out, you will see. But her friends, like they had to be a little more serious at that point. So I didn't do that for her because if I would have done it, it would have been a lot of comedy come from for the other ones. They'd have been like, how the hell did you forget your powers? And it would have went from there. So I would have had to have played on that for sure. So I guess, man, are we already over an hour? Let's see.
Wow.
Right.
You gotta ask some kind of controversial question.
And technically, you can go till 1:30 if you want. So
okay. I do have a question. It's not controversial, but it could become controversial depending on why. This was your hardest. Pretty much the question is, what character took you the longest to create and why? And the reason why I'm asking this question is because sometimes in character development, and character creation for folks out there who are wanting to do it or haven't done it or need a little bit of advice on that. Sometimes you could be creating a character for months, even years. Like I had a character that I was creating, like they were in the process of being created for about a year before I finally said, "This is them. That's the character." Like even their uniforms changed. Like this character's uniform changed 5 times. Like so much difference. Like their uniform changed, their fighting style changed, their background changed until I found that happy medium that was them. Um, so what about y'all, Aaron? We'll go with you first. Like, what character took you the longest to create and why?
It's a hard question because Tilt created himself.
Mhm.
Throughout the course of writing that first 4 issues, he kind of developed into, he surprised me. Like you get to the end of the story arc and you're like, for instance, like writing Tilt, I didn't expect to put any heart into the story. And then Tilt is the story that has the most heart in it. You know, it's just for some strange reason, some of these characters, they just write themselves. For me, the one that I've actually sat down and spent the longest time kind of fleshing out, it's a character named Anthony, not Talon. His name is Anthony, but he's for something that's not come out yet or been announced or anything. But it's something that's being worked on right now outside of the Catalyst stuff. But he's one that I really sat down for a long, long time because it's a character that I explore. I guess this is going to be controversial and it's not even your fault. It's a character that his entire purpose is to explore what happens when you thought everything you were doing was done in the name of God, and then you realize that none of it was, and that all of it was at someone's agenda. What does 2 years after that moment look like when you've realized that?
Yeah.
And that's where we meet this character. Is he's 2 years after that moment. So he's one that's, I guess he takes the longest because he's the most like me as far as person, like inner thoughts and things like that. Or, there's the whole realm of deconstructing. I mean, for people that look into this stuff or don't, I don't care where anybody stands in their faith. I'm not going to judge you, but there's a huge movement for deconstructing your faith. And so what I did was I was like, well, this is an interesting thought. How can I do that in a storytelling way to where the entire story is going to be him battling those things that he thought was done in the name of God? How does that actually affect him on every level, emotional, spiritual, physical? And so he's one that he's not done, and I've had him for years. He's just not done. I'm still working on how we're going to make him, which version of him we're going to end up with, I guess.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Greg, sir, what about you? What?
Follow that, Greg.
What character took you the longest to create and why?
Actually, I think it was John Benson. He's like one of the main characters of Seer Chronicles. So we just gave him like a superhero name a couple months ago.
Okay.
I didn't know what to name him for the longest time. So like me, Hector, Dylan, we were all like just brainstorming names. We just kept messaging back like, what about this? What about this? What about this? It took like at least a week to figure out the name. And I'm like, okay, now like how are we going to use his powers? Yeah. So like it took like up until from 2014 till this year to like figure that out. Yeah.
I feel that. It's like you have those ones where it just instantly comes to you. And then you have the ones where it's like, I don't even know what the name of this person.
He had super strength, and he has this like rock skin under his skin. So this skin still grows back, but and he can still get cut and bleed. It's just really weird. But the skin can come off, and then it can regenerate and stuff. But yeah, like all of the powers, like we had to figure that out. So
that's cool. That's cool. And that is real cool. And I kind of say why it would take a little bit, especially for the name. Like, what would you call that character? I get that. And Aaron, just to go back on something you were saying with your character, because me and you have talked before. We know we both grew up in the church. I know your father is a preacher, and my mom is as well. So we both grew up in the church. And so like I kind of did the same thing that you did, but I took a different approach. And I think I told you about this character, the character that I had that I'm calling Slaughter the Clown. Pretty much is what he's being named. And the funny part is like I forget the name of the cartoon. I think it's called Drawn Together. And it's like they introduced a new character, and I don't remember if y'all remember that scene where she was like, "You can't spell slaughter without laughter." Right. And so when I heard that, I was like, and the character just created
is
themselves. So
correct.
exactly, you know. So it's like I already got this character name, but then it was like, but why are they like that? You know. So the way that I spell their name, I do it lowercase s, so you just see laughter, but it's really slaughter. So they're kind of like our Mask slash Loki slash Looney Tunes type character.
Mhm.
But he became that way because I did the same thing, you know, in finding myself spiritually, you know, leaving the church and just, you know, coming to your own, you know, again, whatever anyone's religious beliefs are, I'm not going to judge you for it. That's not me. Not that type of person. I have mine. But in this character, I was like, it was like a self reflection type of deal and a self type of just questions that I have been asking, especially being a creator. I'm like, what if we're all just creations? And then that's where this, like, what if we're all just someone's story, you know?
What
And
if
that's what this,
whoever is writing my
yeah,
story is a bad writer?
exactly, exactly. You know, they just kill us for no reason, like hit by bus. Why? Why did you do that? You know, so it's like, and so like in creating that character, that's what I thought about. So I was like, okay, you know, this person is a devout Christian, you know, they believe, but they're also a scientist. So they're asking questions too. And he ends up figuring out how to travel through the different dimensions. And he ends up traveling to the dimension of the omniscient. In other words, to where I'm at, you know, and it's like, why did you create us? I just did. So can you imagine like getting that answer and then going back to your realm? It's like the rules for him. Like when I started fully creating him and figured that part out and started like really working with him, I was like, when he comes back, nothing is gonna matter. The rules don't apply to them anymore. So that's why I said Looney Tunes, because like if he does something, he can just be like, "Oh, I want a bazooka. Here's a bazooka." You know, like Looney, you know, like he's very mask like in Looney Tunes, and in a sense, kind of has a little bit of Deadpool in him too. But it's funny that you mentioned that about your one character, because I, in a sense, did the same thing, but I went like I think probably the totally opposite direction that you
Oh,
went.
well,
Like I
yeah,
went
yeah.
more,
Mine
you know,
is
comedic with it.
mine is. I'm not gonna give anything away, but mine is set
Mhm.
in the past. So
Yeah. And it's interesting. That's the cool part about writing too. And that's what I tell a lot of people, and I've been saying it a lot lately, is like you can like different writers, because even if we're all doing superhero stuff, we're all gonna do superhero stuff the way that we do superhero
Mhm.
stuff. So if we all wrote Spider-Man, not yeah, if we all wrote a Spider-Man book, Spider-Man is gonna read differently
Mhm.
based on all of us, you know, and I think that's what a lot of people don't.
Well, yeah, I think
Sometimes
about
it's
that
hard
a
to
lot.
understand.
Like if I were to write
Mhm.
Daredevil, oh man,
Yeah,
like I'm gonna play on
yeah,
the faith stuff hard. Like there's gonna be
exactly.
random background Bible characters that come out like
Hmm.
as sinister names and stuff, like just for kicks and giggles. And it's only because like that's my past and that's the stuff that I know, and I think I could have a lot of fun with it. Like one that's doing it really well right now, and I don't read the big two except for they did a Sword of Azrael little issue miniseries, and Azrael was one of my favorite Batman characters because the story plot points were just so fantastic. And
Oh
so he
yeah.
has this little 6 issue mini right now, and it's freaking amazing because all they did was, what if the Order of Saint Dumas wasn't the only one programming children to believe that they were an angel? And that's the whole plot point behind it, is what if there were other orders that were also doing that?
Yeah.
What would happen when all those angels met? It's,
Oh,
I don't know, it's a
that's
fantastic
interesting.
series. Yep.
That's a cool
That
idea.
is. Dylan, what's your answer? Let's hear your answer.
Yeah, I was listening on YouTube. The second it disconnected this time, I knew what happened. Hopefully it's keeping on. But yeah, there's two. The first one's not that long. I just thought it was interesting. So one of
Mhm.
the ways I like to come up with character names, like so that's what I meant before. Like I can pretty much develop a character once I know the general idea about them. I don't
Mhm.
struggle with that. I know like the routes I'll take, and one of them was a character we have who hasn't been released or shown in anything yet. But the character's name, can I say it, Greg? Yellow and Black.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So his name is Siper, Siper, and
Okay.
basically he's very much like Arrow, like Green Arrow. But
Okay.
we wanted to make sure that he had a lot of unique things about him, so that it wasn't, like, oh yeah, another archer that looks just like these guys. And so one of the things that had happened was, after Greg had told me about that, I found a video from a guy named Lars, Lars, and he is like the world's greatest archer who's living today, and he
Oh,
is
cool.
insanely good. And the reason why was he found this old Arabic text that actually discusses the real way to shoot a bow and arrow, which is completely the opposite of how we do it now. So,
Wow.
like the idea of a quiver, that never existed. If you're running around, your arrows would be flying out. It doesn't make any sense. And they had to be taking people out while on horseback. Like you can't do that when you have to like pull it out of a quiver, put it on the other side of a bow, and then pull it. So instead, they would literally hold like 3 at a time in their hands and quick fire like 3 shots in less than a second, and they would be lethal shots. So like absolutely incredible. And he has a whole video online. It's awesome. So once I found that out, we ended up looking up the book. We ended up looking up I believe it's Arabic, but I can't remember the exact.
Yeah, it is.
It was, yeah. And so like from that, we then were like, okay, now let's give him a name. And I think the way we created the name is it meant something like.
It's like Arrow Guide is Cypher.
Oh yeah. The guide of an arrow is the cyper. It's the thing on a bow that directs the arrow, and like that's how we came up with that name. And so like I love
That's
doing
dope.
it where I try to look up the history around something to come up with names. So that was probably the second longest character it took to develop. The first one, I don't know if Greg really thinks about it this way, but with Ink, essentially when he comes in our latest issue, he already has a bunch of markings on him, and he's going to at some point you're going to see them. He's going to be running around. He might have his shirt off, so you're going to see these markings. So we had to map out what all of them were, why he had them, based on what power they might give him, where they would be located, what it would look like, how like the origin behind how he got it. Because if we don't have those now, then we might mess up how it looks. So we had to literally like map out this whole character's past that we haven't shown yet, that eventually we plan on showing. And we had to do it for every single marking on him. So it was like, yeah, it was
That's cool.
that was definitely a long character development.
What do you guys
that's
put
cool.
thought into the names, not the super names, or their aliases or whatever, but like the names behind the people, just their normal names, or am I the weird one?
No, I have. I've done it with Kunoichi. Like her name's Tsukino, which means shining light, but like it also goes into her nickname, which is Shining Wolf, which goes into her family power and what they have to do, and whenever they activate it, how it makes it like they're almost like a moon, like a shining type moon. So with her, I did a lot of thought into it. And there's a lot of characters too where in their name, like with Siphon, like her name is Shylin, and the reason why I named her Shylin is like I was gonna name her just Shy initially. But I was like, no, she's from the South. Let's give her more of a Southern name. So I was like, Shylin, there we go, bam. But also she's a very shy type individual. Unless she is in her hero costume, then it's like that cockiness, that arrogance comes out a little more. But if you meet her, she's like in normal clothes, she's meek. So but yeah, I do that as well. You're not the only one out. And
Right.
Dylan, you didn't say something. I cut you off. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that I know that Greg likes to name a lot of the characters after the people like he knows. And then basically he's like, okay, well, for some people we can't use their, like, it can't be that close to their name. So we'll try to find something close to it. Or, maybe come up with, we'll just look up normal names, but like, we'll try to be like, oh, all right, well, this person's Italian. Maybe we're making sure that, it actually matches that. And it's like, okay, well, we don't like, simple things. This one's a really long one, but basically our U.S. like on our planet, right? So the area that would be considered like the U.S. We wanted to give it a similar style name, like United States of America. Well, America was the name of one of the people that was here that mapped it out, or something like that. And so we're like, okay, well, then we want somebody else with a history like that. And since the main city of the story is based on Schenectady, New York, we then looked up all of like the past mayors and what was it, like Congress people, stuff like that. Like we looked up politicians that were in the area, and we went as far back as we could, and then we basically looked up to make sure that they weren't part of anything terrible. And then we're like, okay, this person here, that name doesn't sound too weird.
Oh, you guys haven't seen that new report? Yeah, it's a dangerous game to play.
Yeah, that's how we came up with the name, though, was like, going into the history of the city that our main city is based on to name our country, for example. So like stuff like that. But it's based on a person that would have to exist in our world for
Yeah.
that to happen. So it's character naming, but literally for the sake of a country name and nothing else.
Yeah.
Mine is for
That's dope.
the express purpose of just wanting my own inside thoughts, like
Yeah.
never knowing if anyone will actually ever look it up. But like Paradigm, Ben Fallow. So when we meet Ben, he uses his powers and then he doesn't use them for 10 years. And fallow means a piece of uncultivated land. So he's not
Mhm.
worked on his powers or tried to develop them or anything.
And that's cool.
James Salal, he's Shadow in the short story and then the ongoing Silhouette story. Salal is an old Hebrew word for to become darker. And then like Talon was another one that was, I don't even remember what that one means anymore. Some of them and then when I don't do the superhero stuff, I don't even put that much thought into it. I mean, I just, whatever feels right in the moment. I'm just like, all right,
Makes
it's
sense.
not a superhero. It doesn't matter. Except for, of course, you guys know now that, and Welcome to Everville, Abe's name is purposeful for, Van Helsing stuff. So.
Makes sense. I there's a couple other characters too that I did the same thing with, like Tuskegee, for instance. Like a lot of people ask, like when Kaiti finally said Tuskegee's real name, which is Octavius, everybody's like, well, why does everybody call him Tuskegee? I'm like, well, first off, he's on the other side of the galaxy. There are no real English translators because he's really the first one from Gaia there. So when he ended up introducing himself for the first time, he's like, I'm Octavius. I'm a Tuskegee airman, and the only thing they're like, Tuskegee, and that's honestly how he got his name, like because of a language barrier, which is crazy. But that's why I was like, that'd be kind of cool because it does happen in real life where you might talk to someone who speaks a different language and say something to them, and they might fixate on one word, or you might even do the same thing and fixate on one word, and then it becomes that, or somebody might have gotten their nickname from that, or some type of joke or something.
Even
so
like immigrants through Ellis Island initially is like, that name's too complicated. Here's your name.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I thought. I was like, would they be saying Octavius? Like, and that was like they just caught on to Tuskegee, so that's how you just Tuskegee. That's what they call him. And it's like really Kaiti is like the only one who knows his name. So there was that, and then also like the way y'all did with your Archer character, I did the same thing with Damien in Temple High. Because his name ended up becoming Arrowvolt, and I was trying to figure out, I was like, because he uses arrows, but it's all electricity. So I got rid of the quiver too. Like you're not gonna have an electrical arrow on the quiver. So I'm like, yeah, right. So I'm like, what can I do that merge the both? And I wasn't gonna call him
on a backpack. It's a cloud backpack.
What's that? A backpack? Yeah, right.
It's a cloud though. It's like made of a cloud.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But his pants are always wet.
His pants are always wet. Got to keep it going. But yeah, so of course Arrow ended up becoming part of it, and then I was like, okay, well, yes, that. So I added I was back and forth between Volt and Bolt because I know Bolt is an arrow piece, but also Volt is, and I learned out later. I was like, oh, I think it's like some part of the actual arrow, the arrow hitters, a piece of the bow. Don't fully remember. But I ended up landing on Arrow Volt because I was like, he's using electricity, so that would be perfect. And then it's also part of it. And I think that will lead to probably the last question. And I know you've already mentioned it, Dylan. And I know Aaron does it. Greg, I'm sure you do. I do it. How often do you research? Because I know I've talked to other writers, and they're like, wow, you research a lot. I don't do that. Like, why are you researching? You're a writer. And for me, like with certain things that I really need to put thought into, names, character tropes, character personalities, things when I start dealing with science. Of course, I'm doing science fiction, so it's going to be fictional. Like there's going to be some really insane stuff going on, but I still want to have that little bit of tinge of reality so that it keeps you grounded in a sense. Like, do y'all do the same thing? Do you research a lot even though it's fantastical, the things that we're writing, but do you also do that research too to make sure that certain things within your character or within your world still has that ground feel? Or if you have that one person who's like, that's not real, I'm gonna go look it up, and then they look it up, oh, okay, maybe that is real. Like how many of y'all actually go and do that research? And if you do, how in depth do you go? Is it just surface level, or do for some things you actually really, really, really research it? Like if you have a character who has multiple personalities, do you actually research the correct name for the issue, for the mental issue and the stuff with that? But yeah, how many of y'all actually do that? How many of y'all go in depth on your research? Aaron, you can start.
I put no thought into anything. No, I put too much thought. Honestly, a lot of stories that I develop are because I was looking or researching something. But as far as like once you start building around those characters, well, yeah, I mean, if there's certain world elements or like plot points that I think are important, I'm gonna spend some time with them, and I'll say I'm getting. I don't know if the right term, I guess, would be better. I feel like I'm getting worse mentally, like putting more time into researching stuff with some of the other stuff I'm working on, just because I don't know, like at some point as a creator, you write the stories. For instance, like Tilt Paradigm, I enjoy writing that kind of stuff. And then when I got to One Last Job, I enjoy writing that kind of stuff. But that one did take a little more thought into like, okay, well, what are a spy's tools if we're going to actually ground him a little bit in reality? What kind of things do they look at? What kind of technology are they actually using? And then, I gave him the heart problem. Okay, so what kind of medicine does he actually take? Like stuff like that, I definitely do. And then with the newer stuff I'm working on, it's just a different level of research because the one I was mentioning earlier is so much more historical. And there's so much stuff that I have to be specific about that we know because of history. These people were there at this time. So, I mean, it takes a lot of work, but some of the stories, like I said, they just come from random research thoughts, like, or random prose questions I'll find about, like, if I have this one that I've always wanted to do, and it's called, I think it's Jerome's 10 steps for surviving the apocalypse. And so the entire thought process behind it was a simple question of what would happen 5 years after just every other nation said we're not going to deal with America anymore, like, and we just take him at that point, like, what does that look like? And so he has his 10 steps to surviving the apocalypse. I don't know, like research stuff kind of triggers things in me a lot.
Yeah, I feel that. I see a lot of comedy coming in that too. Like, and I know you're good at writing comedy too, so I see a lot
because
of
life's
comedy
funny. Like life situations.
Yeah, life is funny.
Like I had a very tense moment with somebody a couple of days ago, and I just laughed about it after, because I was like, this, like, only in life do you get these random. It was such an obscure and dumb moment that was so tense for no reason, and then afterwards you're just like, it's kind of hilarious that we would put this much thought into how we approach somebody or how we talk to somebody. So with that particular story, the humor would come in just the reality of life while trying to survive the apocalypse.
Yeah, it sounds like a dope story.
Yeah,
Very dope story.
I don't know how I can tell it, but
I feel like most people that go through life's hardships either start to enjoy comedy a bit more, or they go insane. Like it's like one of those two things. Like you either go a little bit crazy your whole life, just like, oh, why this, and then there's the person who looks at it like, wow, that's just interesting, isn't it? Like, that's peculiar.
And you're right, dude. Like I find myself doing that with my writing. Like Greg said earlier, like I do write a lot of sad stuff, but I do write a lot of comedy too. Like because you had that horrific situation, and you almost think about it too, and then all of a sudden it just went to comedy, like straight up stand up after that.
I mean,
because the team's beating each other. It is just.
I look at comedy weird though. Like I think I'm just a dark comedy person because of life.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, I don't know why I find this so funny, but in Welcome to Everville, like the dude's just like killing kids in the school. But then there's that moment where Abe's walking down the hallway and he's like, why does it sound like a water bubbler? And it's really just like the alien in the room, like slurping on the kid's intestines or whatever. And it's just like, this is like how humor works in my brain. And then in the second issue, there's a moment where when Cecil comes back into the story, it is completely obscure and dumb. It makes sense in the story, but it's obscure and it's dumb. And it was just because I thought it was hilarious. We get to do that. Or look at One Last Job. I named that company Tedeschi's Private Flights because in my head I read it as To Disguise Private Flights. So I don't know, just random stuff that I think's funny.
That is the fun part too. And the fun part, like what you said, I just thought instantly when you said, "Why does it sound like a water bubbler?" And then because of me, like I'm in Colorado, so I'll just leave it at that. So there's certain things that I like to do to relax. And I would have been like, "Why does it sound like someone smoking a bong?" Because that's probably what it sounds like. The water's bubbling in that. But that's the crazy part about it, because you have different, like I said earlier, different writers could be writing the same thing, and it will come out totally different each time. If each writer, I think, actually honors themselves, in their
Right.
writing and don't try to, copy what the original writer did. Greg, what about you?
So yeah, we do a lot of research. in ink, we actually researched a name for this drug that's like, now the drug doesn't exist in real life, but we needed a name for it, and we needed there's a whole, not just Brett's story, but like
It's
Ink's
meth,
story
right?
is all about what?
It's meth.
Yeah, the character's name is Walter White.
Yeah.
He's a chemistry teacher.
Say what?
Nobody's ever thought of this before. So,
Mhm.
uh,
It's broken bed.
it's called Imp, and it's like from the Japanese name Imperioko, or however, I'm probably butchering how to say that, but yeah, and
Sounded like
I
a
think
white
it
guy.
means
Go ahead.
control or something. What?
Nothing.
And that also means like control or something, or to
Okay.
be controlled.
To be-
And
Okay.
when you take too much of the drug, like you obviously, when you take too much of a drug, you become addicted. So it's taking your control away. So we kind of use that as one of the things. Then there's a whole pharmaceutical company, and we researched a name for that, and we pieced it together to make another thing, but I don't want to spoil that. So.
It's bear, Greg. It's bear.
Yeah.
Oh man, Dylan, do you want to? I know you kind of answered, but do you want to go more in depth, or you think you're good? Or do you
Yeah,
want to
I
answer
was
that?
going to say, like, yeah, for when it comes to researching a lot of, so like a lot of the way we come up with any of these stories as well is like, we know like the general plot, we start developing this character, and then we hit some roadblock, and instead of kind of trying to figure out how to get around the roadblock, we definitely just start looking stuff up. Like, we're like, what's another scenario like this? Like if it's a war game, like, what other war might have happened similar to this? If it's a pharmaceutical company, what
Yeah.
might have happened like this? For using real life examples, and then doing things like, probably one of my favorite things is also like how I like to name characters or powers or things like that, is whenever I look at whatever that is, like the power, the superhero, whatever it is, what nationality does that remind me of? And then I'll go to that language, try to find words from it that mean what I want it to mean, and then merge them together. Right. So I make up a new word using old words from a nationality that best resembles the design of whatever we're working on. And that seems to be a really easy way to come up with names. And that's why I said before, like, it's not hard for me to like develop a character once I know the base of them. Like, once I have that,
Yeah.
what they're meant to be. So that was the same thing with the Cypher thing. Like, the second we knew what the character was about, I'm like, oh, like, this is how we got to name them. And we started going down a rabbit hole. And so yeah, it's kind of fun doing that. But yeah, we've done that for companies, we've done it for cities, we've done it for architecture, like little stupid simple things. Like one of our buildings, we that literally gets blown up in the first comic. I wanted to know where the fire exit would be because it would make the most sense for our character as he's running through it. So we have a 35-story building, and I'm like, okay, where would the exit be on this building that makes the most sense? So I know where he's running, so that we can plan out how he's going to get blown up. Like, so, it's little
That's
simple
interesting.
stuff like that. But I just,
Yeah.
I love looking up, laws, building structural code, stupid stuff.
A lot of that stuff makes sense though. Like looking that up, especially like laws, because like no one wants to be the comic book that you say, you be on the YouTube channel, lawyer breaks down this comic. you're like just hella wrong with everything. They're like, that's not how that works. You don't want to be that person.
I know, if the lawyer is breaking down our comic, I think we're doing pretty good because the lawyer bought
Oh
our
yeah,
comic.
true. You're doing good, and then you're doing good, and
I would offer them a production role.
yeah, for real, right? Yeah. Hey, would you like to? But oh man, so yeah, we're at 132 now, so we're gonna end this panel here. Yeah. So Greg, let folks know where they can find you. I'm sure everybody out there probably knows, but just let them know again where
Don't
they
you
can find
dare,
you.
Greg. Don't you dare go through a whole spiel. This is your
Your
con.
Nova
They
Comics.
don't know where to find you. They've already lost.
Exactly. Right? Already
You
lost.
lost
Like, I
it
know where to
life.
find Greg. But if you're here watching and you don't know where to find Greg, tell us how you found this panel. There you go.
Yeah, we're on Instagram. I just made a hive the other day, so that looks kind
In
of
his backyard.
Yes.
I created it. I opened it one time, and then I'm like, well, I have one, and that was it.
Yeah. So we'll see how that goes.
I've been playing on mine. I have one
What?
too, but I did mine not to get away from Twitter. It wasn't a Twitter exodus for me.
Yeah, me
It was to
either.
get away from TikTok because TikTok hit me with a branded content violation from my own character, which quite literally I got like 38 posts prior to that one of me using this character. And they're like, brand content violation. I'm like, okay, I'm done. Like, you're not gonna hit me for my stuff.
The Chinese government now owns that.
I got Hive so
Yeah.
I could keep Twitter as well and further people's confusion on where I stand on everything. So it's my only
There you go.
We didn't use Twitter, but
He talks about church a lot, but he also doesn't seem like a huge jerk.
Hey, I got a question because
Uh-oh.
I literally do marketing and I know about probably a dozen platforms you guys have never heard of, and yet I've never heard of Hive until Greg brought it up like a week ago. What the hell is Hive and where did you specifically learn about it?
It's because everyone's freaking out about Twitter.
About
Mhm.
Twitter.
No, I know, I
yeah.
get that, but there's 3 other platforms that are exactly the same as Twitter that are
Yeah,
bigger
but this
than
is the
Hive.
one that everyone started posting about.
they got a
That's the only
million.
reason.
It's
They got a million users in 2 days.
Yeah.
and
Yeah, it's like it has some pretty cool things about it. Like what won me over.
1 million
And-
users in 2 days,
Oh.
and only 3 people work there.
And,
Exactly.
Oh,
Yeah. No,
that's
2.
smart.
There's only 2 people working there, so they're about to have a fleet of job openings.
That's why it's
If anyone
slow.
wants to work in tech, like that's about to happen.
You can add like music to your profile, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
That's what
MySpace.
won me over.
Okay,
So it's like
so,
MySpace.
okay.
Yep.
So individually, where did you hear about it from? Because that's what I'm curious about.
Facebook.
Me Instagram. Instagram for me, because y'all know that's my home, my place. Like I heard about it on Twitter, but Instagram was really where I heard it from.
I think
Some of the
it's
cosplayers I work with
Yeah.
created
There's
accounts.
a bunch of comic people that are just going there, and I'm like, because
Mhm.
they're
There's
leaving
that
Twitter.
too.
But
Look, I don't
Yeah.
care, again, where people fall on politics. I just saw everybody was making a Hive, and I was like, I can make one.
yeah.
That doesn't mean I have to use it.
Where did you first hear it though? That's what I'm curious about.
Twitter.
It's on Twitter. Okay. The reason why I'm asking is because like I said, there's other platforms that are like basically cookie cutter of Twitter that have way more than a million users. Like they have like 2 to 10 to 40 million users. But like I'd never heard of Hive, and then it blew up out of nowhere. I was curious.
Yeah.
'cause,
I think the right person mentioned it, and it just
Yeah.
snowballed. Which,
Yeah.
That's all it usually takes, it seems like. Only thing it takes for the right person, the right popular person to say something, and then everybody's there. And like for me, like I was told by a cosplayer, and I was like, I'm not gonna go over there. Then I went, and they were like, you can put music on your profile. Aaron, and I think Greg knows this about me too. Like I love music. Like music is also my muse when I write. So I was like, wait, so I can put my own music on my profile. So not only can you go to my profile, you can hear the music I like.
Songs. Just all 3 of us. Just
What?
Hey,
Just
I
do
may
it.
do
I
that.
said we should
'Cause
all
you
just
get-
put Star Set songs.
Yeah, there's one I do. I would use. Like right now, I got a bunch of strange music. So like Tech Nine and Recognize, and y'all know I use that music a lot of my stories on Instagram. So
I had a Dance Gavin
that'd be
Dance
dope.
song, but it like starts with like screaming "Hey you," and I'm like, oh, that's gonna scare people away.
No, that's gonna bring
I
people
didn't
in.
put any
Like,
music on
come
mine
stay.
because, again, I don't care.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, I was just mostly curious because one of the things I like to do is if I find a social platform, regardless of how it came to be, very often like the new ones like this, people get there and they're like, there's nobody on here, so no one's going to use it, and I'm not going to get a good following. There's already 100 million followers or 300 people on 300 million people on Twitter. A million is nothing here. But the thing is that when there's platforms that are new like this, you also have instantaneous exposure to so many people because there's so few creators that move to platforms. So that's why I wanted to know, like, in the fact that Greg said that he heard about it on Facebook from the comic book community. Now I'm hyper intrigued by it. I want to go hardcore on it because YouTube is saturated. Twitter is saturated. Until we get a good audience, it's very hard to capture someone's attention. But if you go on a platform where there's a million users and only 100 creators, you suddenly have this huge open net to cast. So that's just super
So one thing I have noticed about it is very creator heavy. Like one thing I've noticed, I've had a lot of novel writers follow me. I've had some comic creators I've never met before follow me, and I'm just like, where have you been? So that is the cool part that I do like about it, is like I'm meeting new people. So it's like extending that, that marketing and meeting people who are in the same field as you or similar.
I've seen some people just make a hive just so people can't steal their name. Like Summer Dale, she made one just because she didn't want somebody to steal her name and then put her art or whatever. So I get that.
Whatever.
Yeah, that was my first reason, and then I was like, "Ooh, playlist!" And then like you could put 4 songs. So the first song's free, the second song is 99 cents, and the last 2 are like $1.99. You can sync your Spotify or your Apple, whichever one you have. And then I was like, "Oh, okay, all right, cool." And then I built my playlist, and I think that's the reason why a lot of people are following me.
So where can we find Aaron? Where can we find Aaron?
Yeah, Aaron.
That's
what's your
Twitter?
Twitter. Are
Everyone
you
loves Twitter.
Are you under
Everybody
the
loves
name Elon Musk? Or?
No, it's right there where my name is on the bottom of the screen. You can also find me at aarondown.substack.com or catalystcomicsstudio.com or Catalyst Comics on Twitter, or but a lot of the stuff I'm working on right now is not expressly Catalyst related, so maybe check out my Substack.
And isn't there just keep your eyes peeled? Podcast
oh yeah, and then Beards and Comics podcast coming back in January.
Do you have that other podcast coming back? I can't say the name because it's so long.
The Dementophobia?
That one.
Maybe someday.
That one's cool.
Yep. Whatever. Don't count my podcast, Greg. Dang.
Something to listen to at work. I got nothing else to do.
Great.
So Beards and Comics is coming back. Yes.
Beards and Comics is coming back. We have recorded with a couple of new people, and then we're going to record with somebody that everybody likes, and then we have a couple more slated. But
that's clearly not me.
There's going to be, on the first episodes back, there's a little bit more of industry talk from somebody that has been in the industry for a hot minute, that works with Image, and I think it's going to be great because they're scrambling. And Greg was in the show I hosted last night, and I mentioned it a little bit, but I can't give away everything that he was talking about. But also, there's more discussions that we can all have off camera about what he was telling us. Stuff's changing. Did you get
Godfather? Did you get Godfather Todd on your show?
No. No, nobody that huge. In fact, it's probably somebody that not a lot of people will know, but then if you actually ever read his work, you're like, oh, crap. He's another one that'd be great for stuff like this because his research level is to a whole other level. Anyway, we get more stuff to host later. Tier, you have another show later? I got another one later.
I do.
Yeah, he's got another one
right after this.
Like a couple of minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So hit a bong and eat something. And
no, I'm gonna try not to. Usually, whenever I do the hosting, I try not to because it gets me too relaxed.
Well, Greg, I look forward to you telling me who's not showing up on my panel, so that I can lambast them accordingly.
Now 2 people are down from that, so that's cool.
For mine?
Which panel? The one tonight?
Oh.
Yeah, for the crowdfunding corner thing. There's a
hey Tier, if you're
one person sick, the other person.
If you're free at 6 Eastern, then
6 Eastern. That's for my time.
I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah. No, I was calculating in my brain.
This is the one that I have questions to cause problems with, so that Greg can stop asking me to host stuff next year.
That's not going to happen. Greg knows that a lot of individuals in the indie world don't like me no more. He was like, "Hey, Tier."
Yeah, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
It's because Greg likes us, and that's all that matters. Is Greg likes us.
Yeah, that's it.
He didn't answer though, so now I'm kind of
what?
He was thinking about how much he likes us.
Sure.
Yeah,
like, do I?
All right.
Oh man.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on.
Yep, Greg, thanks for letting me host this panel. I appreciate. Well, not host it, but be the question asker What do they call that? That is the whole song.
The moderator. The moderator.
Greg, the link
Moderator, there
doesn't
you go.
ever change, right? So I just click on the same one later.
Unless if I had to change it yesterday at one point because that rich guy couldn't get in. And I thought changing the link would work, and that didn't work. He's like, well, maybe the UK Wi-Fi sucks. I'm like, I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe after the Queen died,
I don't
so much
understand
happened.
what's happening with your comments or anything. It's all a train wreck, and I'm glad you're the one that's doing it.
Yeah, I have to look at.
Mine's just empty where the comments are now. Probably because I had to reload in three or
Yeah,
four.
see, there's a problem.
Oh, wow.
I can't
It's a
fix it.
restream thing. So
Good job.
Man, oh man.
Great job.
Yeah.
Good job, guys.
Awesome.
Until next time.
See, I'll be back for what is it? Growing your fan base. Ooh,
growing
that
fan
was gonna
base,
be fun.
whatever it's called.
Growing your fan base. That's gonna be fun. All right.
Yeah. See ya.
Take it easy, folks. See you in a little bit. So that link's still good then. I could just click on that link and come right back. Okay.
I don't know. The world blows up or something. So
Hope not.
I know.
I heard there's aliens around Jupiter hiding out, so big UFOs and stuff.
You ever see the movie Nope? That was a good movie.
I'd like to at least get to day 3 of our Comic-Con before the world blows up. I mean, we kind of messed up.
I would like to release all my comics before the world dies.
Yeah, let me at least do some trades.
And spend all this money for nothing. Come on.
Exactly. Can you imagine? I'd be in the line.
I actually have like a fear of that. I'm like, dude, like Russia's gonna fucking attack while I'm like trying to put out a comic book.
I'll be so angry.
Like, hey, I just launched a Kickstarter. Oh, but you're under a desk. That's fine.
Yeah.
Just bring your laptop.
Jeez. Oh man. All right, Jim.
See you in like 20 minutes.
All right, see you in 20 minutes. Everybody out there, take it easy, and thank you for dropping in on the character development panel for Seeing Over Comic Con. Take it easy.
Expo. Sponsored by
Virtual
Comic
Expo.
Brought to you
There
by
you go.
Comics
Sponsored by Comics Wellspring, which is honestly the best comic printer out there.
Yeah.
I use them and been using them since 2016. So
I use them. I don't even know. I used Ready Comics for the first year, maybe, and then I found them somehow. Maybe you. And then I was like, ooh.
I talk a lot of good stuff about. I usually always posting stuff in my stories like, go use them. Go
I
use them.
just gave them a sale because this Jeffrey guy is like, where is the link? I'm like, it should be in your email. And then I'm like, because there's like 25% off or something right now.
Oh, sweet. For the printing.
Yeah, for printing
books. Yeah.
I think. Yeah. So I have nothing to print right now, which is sad. So.
Yeah.
We have to get Comic-Con stuff because we're gonna actually do Comic-Con next year. So want like a banner,
issue
like a retractable banner and stuff.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah,
I got to get one more because I already have one. I'm gonna get one more, but I got Temple High issue 2 that needs to be printed.
Oh, well, there you go.
Can I print it?
Do that right now.
Yeah, I know, right? I can see if it can be printed today. And issue 2 is great. Oh man, issue 2 gets. I don't want to spoil anything because we're still alive, but issue 2 is crazy.
Is that on Kickstarter? Or you don't do
Kickstarter? No. I stepped away from Kickstarter. It got there's people out there that I know that I can count on to help, but it's gotten so clicky that I'm just like.
Yeah. I'm wondering if I even backed that on however I did that. Isn't it on your website or something?
Yeah, it's in my store. At least the digital is in my store. And then my Patreon, it's in there for all the patrons to read. So
we have a massive Patreon, which is just our website in general. So
there you go.
That's what we're going to be talking about for like 15 minutes.
Yeah, for building that fan base. That's gonna be fun. All the different things you can use, social media. Oh man, so many things. I don't want to get into it, but there's a lot. So, but yeah. How do we? Is it like? Can you drop it? Like, because we're still live, I think.
Oh,
yeah, we're still live.
I just remove you from the stream, and then I think you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can I do it myself?
Okay. And then remove guest. Oh, there we go. That was easy. Cool. Now we're on to our Nova Nation promo chat because we have to fill 15 minutes. So let's share
This
that
app is
for a quick
stupid.
second.
Trying
What?
to sign up for that Hive app, and I'm like, it won't let me do it.
Why?
I don't know. I put my email in and a password, and it's like, no. And I'm like,
Maybe they're like, oh, we can't handle you right now because there's like already.
yeah, for real, right?
Yeah, there's only 2 people like that run the whole thing right now. They're probably like scrambling, like, ah.
Yeah, that's funny.
All right. So first off, we're gonna share this Nova Nation commercial thing, and then / platform. Yeah. I always forget how long that is. Like I could have went to the bathroom.
Yeah, I made breakfast.
What?
I made
breakfast. Yeah. So.
Is my audio like particularly quiet?
Hmm?
My audio particularly quiet?
No. Sometimes it like fades to the back a little, and I can like kind of hear you, but it's like soft. Cool. So yeah, we have 3 QR codes that you guys can actually check out. We have
What about now?
this.
Is it better?
Yeah, I can hear. We have this one that if you scan that with your phone or however you want to scan it, um, that's our indie store. So you can buy merch. That's just the merch store. If you want a comic book, which we only have mittens, ink, and scales, and I think Triple Threat Comics might be the only. They have their codename Hunter on there. We have to get other ones on there. And Chronicles of Horror. So if you want Chronicles of Horror 2, I believe it's on there. I don't think the first one is. We're going to be updating that more next year and in December. You can scan this one to get a comic book. And if you want to sign up for Nova Nation free or as a paid subscriber, you scan this one. Now, what is Nova Nation all about, Dylan?
Still trying to get on this thing. What's it called? So, as you saw in the video, essentially, Nova Nation is our Patreon-esque style platform where we've put together a website that hosts 100 plus comics. Hopefully, it'll continue to reach more and more from independent creators. All of the comics on our site are independently owned or published by us. So those are the 2 big things. And with those, you can read them all for free, at least 99% of them for free. And essentially, what we decided to do was to create a back end to this platform where we could offer people who would like to support the creators on our platform, including ourselves, in a more Patreon-esque style fashion, where essentially you can sign up, pay monthly, and then what we want to do is reward you with access to more and more content. So some of that content includes behind-the-scenes artwork for our comics. So that could be the roughs, the pencils, and the inks and the colors before it's lettered and put into a comic. It could also be the concept art of characters, of backgrounds, or props, vehicles, things like that. And then we also have our podcast. So we record a podcast. We were doing weekly. Next year we'll be doing bi-weekly. But essentially, whenever we record our podcast, we typically go for a couple of hours. And because of that, we will take one part of our podcast, and that's what we'll publish live on YouTube and all the other platforms for podcasts like Spotify and Apple. And then we have a second part of that episode that we only put on our back end at Nova Nation. And so if you want to listen to some of our shenanigans and talking with podcast guests about various shows in depth, that's the way that you can do that. And then we also have other things that are in the works. So we have things like a video game that are in development. And so if you want to see the progress of that, you can sign up to check out that. And then we also have a second tier to our Patreon. So we have our Seer supporters, which is it's $4.99 a month. It's essentially the cost of one comic per month. So if you bought one comic a month all year long, you'd be supporting creators on our platform. And then the idea is to get as many people signed up as possible to support more creators and to grow the platform and be able to help our creators continue to do what they do best. But the second tier is the premium membership, and what that'll do is it'll also give you access to our Discord, where you can chat with some of the creators on our platform, as well as when the game that we're working on is finished being developed or enters the alpha phase, you will be the first to get access to that to be able to test the game. So that's the 2 tiers to our Nova Nation membership. So that's basically what we're working on for you guys. And so, yeah, if you do want to check that out, Greg had it up a minute ago. I'm sure he'll be back. But essentially, if you just go to SeerNovaComics.com, on the top right, you'll see a little button that'll head you to the Nova Nation sign-up page. There is a free membership. It's just the basic membership. And if you sign up for that, like I said, you get access to all the comics for free. We have blogs, and we put our podcasts up there with show notes and links and things like that. And we also have our shop, right? So we have our indie store where you can buy merchandise and things like that from the creators on our platform. And if you sign up for Nova Nation as a paid member, so either the Seer supporter or the premium member, you'll also get exclusive discount codes for merchandise as that comes out. And if we run limited run products, right? So if we create 10 shirts for a one-off project, then you'll be the first to be notified of those that merchandise, so that you can get that first before anyone else. So that's what we're working on. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to cover since Greg's hiding on me. Oh yeah, so then the other part too is that something that we are working on as a company is that we're slowly branching out and trying to work on being able to become a publisher for other creators outside of ourselves. And so that's part of what this Nova Nation is meant to do. It's meant to grow the company so that we can support our creators better, and it's also meant to fund the creators. So the way that our system works is part of the money goes towards building the company, part of the money goes towards advertising. We've already had that allocated, and then part of the money goes towards the creators. And then basically they get the support that they need in order to potentially, if in the future we get enough subscribers, stick to just creation. Most independent comic book creators work a day job. They do something other than what they would like to do, which is just work on comics, tell stories, create new ones. And so essentially what we want to be able to do is support them in that effort, and to do so, that's why we've created Nova Nation. Is that Greg? Gregory? Take it forever. I already did the spiel for like 5 minutes. I got nothing left. What's your shirt say?
I got my quesadilla.
No, what's your shirt say?
Huh?
See, you can't hear me. I knew it. What's your shirt say? Give me all the bacon and eggs. What does it say underneath that? I can't read it.
It's Parks and Rec.
Your little purple thing's blocking. You got to stand up a little bit. You got to stand up. I didn't see it.
What?
See, you can't hear me. Am I like really quiet or am I cutting out?
Oh no, you were just turned down.
Turned down for what?
Exactly.
No, I was saying that. But in general, like, am I quieter than all the other guests? Because maybe I'll set up my headphones. Because like I noticed like before, even Tier couldn't. Like, he would say what?
No, I heard you fine.
Oh, so then
I can hear me.
So stand up.
I can hear me.
Stand
I have to
up.
stand
Oh,
up.
so you hear me? I got to turn off echo. That's what I was trying to get at. I was playing with this. Stand up so I can see your shirt.
Why do I have to stand up?
Because I kept saying it, and then I asked if you could hear me. Let's see what it says.
That you have.
Oh, you have. Oh, okay. Give me all the bacon and eggs you have. Speaking of which, when's our next one? What time is it? 53?
Huh?
What's the next one? Building a fan base. Crap! I want to make breakfast, but I want to be here for this one.
How long does that take to make breakfast?
Like 15 minutes, so it's going to be a minute. But I'm going to... It's funny, I went to use my laptop yesterday, but when I turned on the audio, I actually tried to talk to you guys, and then I realized it's not hearing me. And then I'm like looking at it, and I'm like, why is this not working? So I changed the audio settings, and it's like, cannot access your microphone. I'm like, son of a... So now I'm going to try to do that, and then I'll bring my laptop out, and I can make breakfast. Where's my headphones?
I will play that Comics Ballspring thing in a second.
Yeah, play the Comics Wellsprings. I feel like we should like download that so we can play it. Can you download that video?
I tried downloading it. It wouldn't let me download it.
They're like, you need a premium account. And it's like, no.
Yeah, I don't want to use YouTube. And I tried to like put it in a YouTube to MP4 thing, and that didn't work either.
Huh.
It wasn't fair. Gotta download this. Put this over here. I gotta put the link. What is happening? What was that?
Hmm?
What was that?
Wait, where's the video?
Yeah, I'm doing something real quick. Okay.
What are you doing real quick? What are you doing?
Share screen.
Scooby-Doo.
I'll play that. First, I'll take.
My comic has to be printed. Because I get to feel all the late nights and hard work pay off. And there's no better printer than Comics Wellspring. Whoa, foil options too? Ooh, look at that shine. Print your comic books with Comics Wellspring.
Yeah.
Nice.
Gotta
Nice.
share
I got the audio on my laptop now. Input.
Share.
Testing.
I'll share it here.
Start test. Test.
Test.
What the heck? Testing. There we go. Oh wow, it's like super quiet on here. It's full max too. There's probably something up with these headphones. I don't know if I've noticed like my the audio in them is really quiet. One second, I'm gonna join on my laptop.
Okay.
Let me pull up the stuff. I can't wait till we can show the trailer. I'm kind of mad. I gotta wait till tomorrow. What?
What's going on? What's going on? What trailer? You got a trailer for your new comic?
Yep, but I didn't even see the newest version yet, and I gotta wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, so Greg thinks he's tormented, but I know what it looks like. That's why I'm tormented. I'm like, this is awesome. I want to show everybody. I did show everyone within a physical vicinity of myself, but I didn't show anyone online yet. So
okay, that's something that I gotta get more into is like doing the trailers and stuff for my comics.
Fun. Like what's it called? Canva. You can do it in Canva if you really want to. Like
Yeah.
they've got a pretty good video editing system now. But
I've used Canva for a couple of things actually. Like one of the things I do whenever I post stories and stuff like that, I took like I guess the representation of what the Silverse universe looks like using like the galaxy type deal, and I just have it where it's like just sliding, so it looks like almost like you're traveling through it. So if I have stuff that just pops up, so that's been real cool. Canva's pretty strong. Like I used it. I think I used it for something else too recently that was a little bit bigger than that. Oh yeah, that's what I used it for. I used it for I don't know if you saw this, Greg and Dylan. I don't know if you follow me on Instagram or if you have an Instagram, but I did like a did you know? Because I have like 4 show segments I'm gonna start doing that are like real sized, and I did one for Rainus about him having like I guess he has for his PhDs that he has, and so like I went through naming each one and why he has them. So and I actually built that through Canva. I just put it into the one free app that they have, CapCut. I either put it in CapCut or I put it in the other one so I can add music to it, added my own music to it. And yeah, you're right. Canva does like you can do a lot in Canva. Haven't thought about doing a trailer though, but I think I'm gonna try that now that you mentioned it, Dylan. I think I'm gonna try that and see how that works out.
yeah, it's one of those things where it's so weird watching myself. But yeah, it's one of those things that really adds a lot to it. I know that the reason why I even like thought about the comic book trailer to begin with was the company IT Comics by Impact Theory, and they made one with Steve Aoki because the comic book's based off of his idea, and then essentially it's called Neon Future, like his albums. And so the whole idea was that they want to be able to play music, and in order to do it, like you need you need something moving, so you might as well add a trailer as opposed to just still shots of it. So they do a really cool trailer, and so I kind of wanted to emulate that, and so that was a big part of why I started making trailers. And then obviously Kickstarter, something like 80% of successful Kickstarters use video. So what are you going to fill it with? You just talking about a comic that you don't even have printed yet. So that's
true.
The idea.
Very true.
Oh yeah, we can start. So it's just you.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Can you guys hear me? Oh yeah, so now it's working. Why is the audio output not working? So you guys can hear me through this, but I can't hear you through this. That's weird.
You also have both cameras running. So.
Now I can. All right. Greg, boot my desktop one out, which is this one.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, no, it's. I need to make breakfast before I starve to death. That's why I'm going laptop. Can you guys hear me better like this as well?
Yeah,
I hear you pretty good.
Yeah, because the other one I'm using like a what's it called, webcam microphone. Oh, I bet someone's making food right now. Oh, never mind. Oh my god, that would suck.
So, how do you build a fan base?
Yeah, tell us, dear. I need to know. It's all my
So, man, building a fan base, jeez, it's I would say for me, the biggest deal with building a fan base is being transparent, concentrate on that fan base,
How are you going to be seen if you're
communicating with that
transparent?
fan base. It's hard to be seen and transparent. But honestly, that to be truthful, that I mean that's a good question though, because sometimes transparency doesn't work out the way that you want it to, because a lot of people find issues with you being transparent, which is what I ran into, which I thought was odd. I was like, what? You know, I thought people wanted
Yeah,
to
I
know
thought
what
it was
was going on.
amazing. I'm so confused.
You know, yeah. It's like, you know, you kind of get those some folks who are like, you think you know everything. No, I don't. I'm learning
I'm
as I
pretty sure
go,
I know
just like
that I
you.
don't know anything.
Exactly. And that's why I researched because I don't know. Like, but as far as like fan base, my biggest thing I tell folks is like definitely make sure that you're transparent. Make sure that you talk to your fans. You know, there's this there's this weird idea with some folks is like they'll talk to their fans until the product is brought, and then they no longer talk to people, and that is by far the worst thing that you can do. Now I say that to say that like you're probably still going to keep some fans, but you're going to lose some of those individuals who probably would have been your diehards, like the ones that would be like, "Hey, I'm doing $100 coat. Who wants it? Give me." You know, they just throw their money at you because they become those diehards because you're treating them with respect. They enjoy your product, and therefore they're gonna help you to keep your product running. You know, which for me, I have a lot of diehards because I do talk to them. I talk to them before the product release. I talk to them while I'm working on the product. I talk to them post product release, and even when they buy, like like when they get it, I'm like, hey, you know, did you get the book? And they'll be like, oh yeah, you know, I got the book, you know, and everything came in nice. Like, great, cool. You know, have you gotten a chance to read it? No, not yet. I'm like, okay, cool. And I'll leave that door open. You know, that transparency, but that door open, and in that transparency is like telling them, let me know what you think, and don't blow up on your fans, people who spent their hard-working money. That still doesn't sound right.
Hard work and money.
They're hardworking. They're hard-earned
Hard work
cash.
and
They're
money.
hard-earned money. You know, those people who spent their hard-earned money to buy your product, like, don't blow up at them if they say that they didn't understand something, or they say they really weren't into it, or they say, you know, because I've seen that, and you two have been in the comics game long enough to I'm pretty sure where you've seen it, you know, where someone will say something, they're like, well, I didn't like this because of this, and the first thing they say, well, you don't understand it, it wasn't for you. That's the wrong answer.
You're not
Like,
one of us.
exactly, you know, like that, like that's the wrong answer. If you're putting out a product, unless you have unless your company is something that's super clandestine and they need a secret clearance to come in to buy your products, and they have to take a test to be a certain person, your product is for everyone if you're putting it out to the masses.
Although, to be honest, if you did
Mhm.
make a company where you were selling comics, but you had to actually have clearance to buy it, that actually might
That would be
not
crazy.
a bad marketing idea.
Yeah,
So,
for
like,
real, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, it's kind of like half joking about the transparency thing, but it's also true.
Yeah.
Like, you know, being transparent in the sense of being open to your fans, but that
Mhm.
also means that does leave wiggle room to essentially be obscure to everyone else on purpose, and then welcome them to your fan base. Like the one thing I like to tell artists in the music industry we work with, it's
Mhm.
like, the reason why independent art, including comics, music, film, doesn't matter, the reason why most of them suck, that's just a fact, because if they were all great, then we'd have like tons of pop-up companies everywhere. The reason why
Yeah.
most of them suck is because what they do is they look at the mainstream, what's it called, entertainment, and they're
Mhm.
like, I hate that. So do you know what I'm going to
Yeah.
do? None of that, and I'm going to do my own thing. But here's the problem with
Mhm.
that. It's like, if you create a piece of work that follows none of the rules of the medium in which you're creating it in, it will not be enjoyable. Like the way that I like to tell artists, if you really want to stand out, first become a master of all the rules, right? There's a
Mhm.
beginning, a middle, and an end. there's a intro, something, climax, and conclusion, right? So there's these rules, and then what you do is if you learn them well enough, you can learn when you can break one or two of them, not all of them at once. And that's where you get a Quentin Tarantino. You get somebody who, hey, what up, Dylan? You get somebody who's like, hey, what if I was like middle, end, beginning? You know what I mean? Like, what if I just totally messed it up? And it's like, that's why he's so great at it, is because he figured out all the rules and then he broke one of them. Right?
Exactly. And what you're saying is so true. It's like I've seen it, where people will come in and they hate what mainstream is doing, which I get, and that's another thing too, is like everybody's entitled to their opinion. And I think for so long, a lot of people feel like there's a difference in opinion and fact. What you just mentioned is a fact, is fact based, is based in fact. Like a lot of people forget, like these wills, these buildings, these towers, structures, monoliths, whatever you want to call them, have already been built. So why are you going to go and try to build another one right beside it? It's like it's already been built. Like, build yours. Like if you look at the way a house is built, right? Everybody does the same thing in houses and buildings. They know you gotta first survey the land, make sure it can actually support the weight that you're doing. Every house, every building follows that. Foundation, there's a certain way foundations need to be built. Every building, depending on the size, probably has something more into their foundation that they have to do to make sure it holds. But everything has a foundation. And then from there, they start building whatever the hell they want on that foundation. But there's always those first couple of steps, those rules, that you have to follow. And we all know what happens to those things, bridges, buildings, so forth, when they don't follow the rules. As soon as there's an earthquake, they crumble. Or as soon as there's a strong wind, they break. So it's like...
It's like, and then when you learn the remainder of the rules, like some of the rules are, for every 100 square feet of wall space, you should have 30 square feet of windows. And then there's someone who goes, well, what if it was all windows, right? Like, what if it was no windows? What if it was like ceiling to floor windows, but normally a window is supposed to be 3.5 feet from the floor, right? Like, it's like, that's when you start breaking some of the rules, but you also, again, you can't break all of them because, if you got all windows and then you're like, but what if I also make the roof made of, I don't know, a giant brick of titanium? It's like, that's going to collapse on those glass windows you just made, right? So
exactly,
it's like learning how to break the rules in a way, like, sure, you can make all glass, like you can make a building with all windows, but then you have to make sure that those windows are strong. If the windows aren't strong, then you messed up.
Exactly. Just like even with that, like you were mentioning, like let's say they decided to, instead of doing, 5 to 7 windows, they decide to make the entire wall a window. Now you got to create a new rule, because they're going to bring in that person who's like, okay, well, if we're going to do this kind of weakens the structure in certain places. So you might have to put a load bearing beam here, and here to make sure the roof the ceiling doesn't collapse on you because of the lack of support, because you got all these windows, so, and that's the thing too, is like, I understand rule breakers. Like I break rules a lot. Like one of my biggest rule breaking thing is I always do a cliffhanger in my stories, and some people love it. And then some people are just like, why do you do that? Why don't you just end the story? I'm like, well, first off, it's an interconnected arc. So if you really think about it, it's gonna have a break enough point to lead you to the next part of it. I was
gonna say, when you say like someone does all windows, right? And now you have to make a new rule. If you do all windows, you must have structures in the center to hold up the building. It's the same with every movie must, or every piece of entertainment must end with a climax or a cliffhanger. And if it has a cliffhanger, it must follow these rules, right? And like, so
exactly. When you end that cliffhanger, the next issue, either you're picking up right. Like for instance, what I did with the Yama Stigmata myself, like in Yama Stigmata issue 1 had a cliffhanger. Tuskegee had to make a choice, but in issue 2, I was like, I want to introduce the antagonist in a sense, and show people that person's life and who they are. So I did all of that, and people, like some folks who like read it, like started reading it, they were like, hey, what happened to the last part? And I'm just wait on it. And then you get to that part, and then it's like, okay, here you go. So like in a sense, you're still following the rules, but you're flipping it to tell your story. But in the same vein, a lot of that I got from listening to my fan base. I like a lot of people, like Greg has even come back and has said certain things or thought, told me certain things that he saw or things like he's like, I think it might do this later, and I'll listen to that. Do I have to do what everyone says as a business? No, because this is the thing, and this is the reason why I say that is because now if it's freaking 95% of your fan base saying you messed it up, you may want to listen.
I was about to say,
You
what's
got
it called? Akira Toriyama of Dragon Ball.
Mhm.
Like the original storyline was supposed to have Gohan take over for Goku's place.
Yeah.
That's what the original story was, and that's why Goku dies. And during the Buu saga, if you watched all of Dragon Ball, you'll notice like he seems like he should be the one that defeats Buu, and then suddenly, basically, that entire arc was a waste of time because none of the power-ups did anything. Goku had to come back and win, right? So it was one of those things where he realized that all the characters loved Goku so much that if he just left him dead, that they wouldn't stay fans and watch whatever else he might want to make in the future.
Exactly.
And so,
Exactly.
yeah, it's definitely a big deal.
And that's why he made his choice. And then you'll have, and out of that, you'll have the lower percentage. Like, they're like, man, and like me, I was one of them because I like Gohan. And I like Goku
same.
too, but I like Gohan because I like Gohan's thing. And I was like, man, why didn't he just go forward with that? And then when I started reading it and paying attention, I was like, oh, it's because 90% of the fan base like Goku. That's why I was like, okay, so I get it. And that's the thing too. Like
Vegeta too. I think Vegeta was actually supposed to die like after the Saiyan saga or something. Like I think
he was supposed to stay a villain for a while, but people started liking him so much that they decided to make him kind of a anti-hero and then in a sense a hero. So he kind of did his own arc. But that's where it comes to in your fan base, because like in the end, in your fan base, when they feel like they're being listened to, they're going to support you more. And that's the reason why I talk to mine a lot. You have to talk to your fan base. You don't have to talk to everyone. You don't have to and right now, honestly, in the world of social media, it's very easy to talk to your fan base. You could literally talk to your fan base with a post, like just a post. Like you just put up some like, hey, what do you all think about this? And then just listen or do a live and ask questions. Like Greg has dropped into my lives a lot. When I used to do them on Instagram, which I'm gonna start back doing them next year because my fan base has voiced to me, hey, we miss your Friday night lives. So they're going to start coming back, on next year. But it's all about listening to them. And we've seen it. We've seen where companies don't listen to their major buyers and decide to just do what a small percentage is asking for, and it all leads to one thing. Like it may lead to something good sometimes, but sometimes it doesn't. And I guess I say that to go to this. Like if you have fans that have been around for a long time, like I have some fans who have been around, for the last 5-6 years, and they've been here for the whole time, and there's a lot of them who have been like that. And then I've developed some new ones. So like if I get one new fan and that one new fan says, you need to be doing this, this, and this, but my fan base who've been here for 6 years are like, no, why are you doing that? Don't do that.
I was about to say a great example of that is friggin' Star Wars. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Star Wars, or even I heard the new Lord of the Rings series on Amazon. They're like, there's already like almost a cult-like fan following of these pieces of work, and yet they're like, I remember. Oh, The Witcher was another one. That's the reason why Henry Cavill is leaving after season 3. Is specifically he said that he would only do it if they stick to the original story, and then essentially they told him that they didn't want to do that. And ironically, my cousin's the one that pointed this out to me, that every single time these huge companies want to change the stories, they all use the same line. They're like, Star Wars fans are actually the most divisive, so it doesn't matter what you do, just create your thing. Harry Potter fans are the most divisive. It doesn't matter what you do. The Witcher fans are the most divisive. They literally say the same thing every time. And I think the biggest problem isn't whether or not you kowtow to the fans. The difference is if you spent the time developing that particular fan, right? Like if from the very beginning, Akira Toriyama was like, no, I'm sticking with the Gohan arc. that would be fine. And then later, if he was like, never mind, I'm going to bring Goku back, that would have destroyed his fan base because he kept all the ones that were like, yes, stick to the original story. And instead,
but he lost the
destroyed
ones.
it on exactly. So if you end up building your fan base around a portion of your story, and that's what they like, and then you decide you're just going to take that from them, that's a really bad problem.
Exactly. Like I guarantee you right now, if I were to kill all the stars, I would probably lose a great majority of my fan base. Like they'll be out the door. I'll probably get all sorts of hate mail. They'll be gone. Why did you kill? Oh, I'm bringing in a new type of stars. It's gonna be an all guy team this time.
Yeah, and that's why.
Like, what the fuck are you doing?
What's it called? Like Game of Thrones is a great example again of like the rule breaking thing of like, hey, let's take a main character and then kill him. But the interesting thing that they did was they didn't wait until season 3 to do it.
Exactly, they did it in the first.
The end of the first season, yeah. Like because if you did that at season 3, half your audience would have been like, screw this.
Yeah, they're gone.
Like, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, exactly. Now, if I would have like introduced the stars and then like in their first fight, they're laid to waste, and then there has to be replacements or something like that. That I think people will be angry still because, and I say that only because there's a lot of people that love stars. Like there's a lot of people that love stars. So I think the people will be angry still, but I think they will probably be like, well, maybe that was their path. But if I decided to do freaking,
That's their path.
5 story arcs and then was just out of nowhere killed them for no reason, like I didn't let you know it was getting to that point. I didn't do anything. Just all of a sudden they're going up on a spaceship and it just explodes. People are going to be like, yo, what did you do? And where more people would stay, a lot of people would leave too. And like I said, in the end, it's like, it's really like, I think, to me personally, I think a fan base is like cooking. You got to know the temperatures, you got to know what spices to add, you got to know what people like, you got to know all of that stuff, and you bring it all together. Like you can't. There was a meme. There was a meme going around of like this mother, and I think it was her niece or her daughter or someone decided to do something different with the mac and cheese that year for Thanksgiving, like with no permission, and she got cussed out for it. It's like, don't be experimenting on Thanksgiving. Like, experiment before then. Make sure this is gonna work.
Like, you're sick.
So, and that's the same thing. Like, don't be like experimenting like just to see if people are gonna bite. And then another thing too, because like even with some of those fans, like how we mentioned and talked about how Toriyama would have probably lost, a great mass amount of fans if he would have decided to just go forward and kill off Goku. In the same vein, I think some fans would have stayed. Just like even if you look at like Marvel and DC, like they've made some drastic changes. And I know it's very thin ice and very temperamental to talk about those two in the comics, but they've made drastic changes. We've all seen it. But the crazy part is a lot of the people who have been reading those comics for their entire life, while they might not like the direction, a lot of them are still buying the comics. Well, but this is where it gets bad. When you cuss them out and say, well, this isn't for you. And it's like, I can say that when we were reading this since they were 6.
Like, my biggest thing is this is also another thing. How many people love The Sopranos and absolutely hated the ending?
A lot.
So
yeah, probably all of them. You know what I mean? Like I don't.
First time I watched it, I didn't like the ending, but then I watched it like again, and I was like, oh. Even
sometimes it takes a watch.
Yeah. But even still, like my point is that I don't know anyone who watched The Sopranos that liked the ending. But the point was that was on purpose, and now it's stuck in your head forever. It was a tactical thing, right? So like another good example would be Cowboy Bebop, right? It is one season and done. Excellent storytelling, and there's a cult following around that, and there's nothing else to do about it. There's no new characters, right? So much so they decided to try to attempt to make an okay version of a live action, series of it. But the whole idea is that that they made something great and then they ended it, but that was the intent from the beginning, right? If you stick with your intent the whole time, like you mentioned, like being transparent, you don't have to tell them what your story plot's going to be, but like you can tell when something happens in your story. And then like a great example would be the newest Star Wars movies. They opened up all these plot lines in the first of the last 3 movies they made, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, what happened to all of these plot lines? You just threw them out. Like, what happened
They
to
just
the
threw 'em
whole
out.
thing between Finn and Ray? Like, remember there was something he was supposed to tell her before they got sucked into those sand pits or
Yeah.
the ball pits, whatever the hell they were, right? And that literally never gets brought up again.
Then,
Like, what's the
'cause I think
purpose
it-
of that?
because I think it has something to do with her family, what he had to tell her. I think
Could be.
it was something around the lines of there, something to do with her family. And then even like with Finn himself, like they were hitting at him being force sensitive too, and then all of a sudden, nope, let's take that away. And a lot of people were angry about that. Like they were like, wait, what? So because it was
Finn
like
became Finn became an irrelevant character. There was clearly a love interest between Finn and Ray. There was something going on, and then it was just completely taken away.
a lot of people say it was because, and this is the part where I was talking about earlier when I said if you're doing something that has a fan base, which if you're in comics, even if you don't want to believe it, you're gonna have a fan base, and I know from some of the things that I've been hearing, and even some people who have seen these fan fictions, like there was this Kylo Ren thing going around where people wanted Kylo to be shipped with Ren, ship with what's her name?
Ray.
Freaking Ray. So yeah, Kylo Ray, I think is what they call it, because I know his last name was Ren because of him being with the group. But so that's the reason why they started moving in that direction, to try to make it like they were actually getting a connection, because some fanfic folks said we want it this way, so they looked at that small percentage that wanted it that way and not the massive percentage that wanted it the other way. And that's
when Akira Toriyama brought back Goku, there was a way to do it. There's Dragon Balls, right? It existed.
Right.
But what they did by giving Ray and Finn a love interest, they basically, and not only that, they also specifically made it so that Ray and Kylo Ren clearly didn't have that either when they first meet.
Yeah.
And so because of that, they did not leave that option available. And then they listen to the fan base, and it's like, listen, fans aren't storytellers. You know what I mean? They're not the people that write stories, so you can't trust that they know what's best. Like, what's his face? Damn, what the hell's his name? Henry Ford had a quote where he's like, if you ask people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses, right? Like they don't always know what they want, but definitely you can't start to set them up for this love interest. Like, I would be willing to bet that the fans would be upset that they didn't get their Kylo Ray, right? But the thing is that they would have been able to just keep moving on and been like, yeah, whatever, it makes sense. But now it doesn't make any sense. So you
doesn't
got people
at all.
Who are fans that wanted to see something one way, fans that wanted to see something one way, and now both are disappointed because it doesn't make any sense. They destroyed
because it doesn't
their own universe's logic.
That's why and I'll say this, even though you have a fan base, I have a pretty big fan base. I know y'all have a pretty big fan base with Sierra Nova also, and it's you're gonna have a fan base, but as the creator, the CEO of your respective companies or the coup or whichever positions you're in, you have to set your line. You have to stick with it. You have to keep it going. Even with Marvel, the one thing I commend Marvel on right now is even though they're getting a bunch of flack back, they're still moving forward with it, and I can commend them on that. I was I commend your tenacity. I commend the fact that you're still moving forward. Is it smart? Depends on who you talk to.
Well, we'll find out, I guess.
We'll find out, but it's but they're still sticking to it, and sometimes you have to, you have to stick to it. But in the same vein too, your fans are the ones that are making those things possible. So, and this is always been the hardest part, is who do you listen to in the fandom? And that's the reason why, for me, I've always done this. This is my thing. If I'm gonna listen to you, one, you at least either have had to have read all the books in one of the titles or all of my books. Because I'm gonna ask you questions to make sure that you're actually reading my stuff. Especially if you come to me for a conversation, I'm gonna ask questions oh, well, what did you think about this? Oh, I didn't quite catch that, or I didn't see that, or okay, well, what did you think about this? Or eventually you ask enough questions, you'll realize that okay, this person really hasn't read anything. They haven't read this story. They haven't read my book. And that's one of the things that I think is incredibly important. Also, as a company, in that transparency is listening to your fans, but they're understanding which fans to listen to, and then make that transparent too, so that people know. It's like, oh well, if he is going to listen to me, then I need to know this world. Because some people will give you their advice, they give you their insight, or they'll what they think is advice, what they think is insight, but they've never read one of your books. And I've had that happen to me. Like I've had people come to me where I will ask and be like, hey, what are some things that you would like to see more of in Sovereign Comics? And Greg, you've read, I think, all, if not a lot of my books. I think you pretty much got the entire library, I think, right now at this point, except for Temple High issue 2. But I've heard people say there needs to be more stronger females. And I'm just like, we have that. There's a lot of strong females in my unit. And that's what I instantly realized. You haven't read my books. Like there's a strong, very strong female in Cypher Team and Ayamo Stigmata and Temple High. I mean, Stars is quite literally an all-girl team. Arisha Exos, the manga, like it's following a main character lead, who's a female, and her friend, and the captain of the mech squad that they went to, who is a woman, so it's like I have a lot of strong female leads. So when I hear that, I'm like, you didn't read anything. So I instantly cut that person off. I'm like, okay, I'm not listening to you anymore because you clearly haven't read anything. And then I've also heard people say to me, well, you don't represent the LGBTQIA plus community, which I could understand people feeling that way. But in the same vein, the people who have read my books, they see those characters off the bat. They're like, I know that character is part of that. They know automatically that I have these characters are in there. And in Temple High, I quite literally had a character say it. Like she's like the only character in any of my books who's LGBTQIA plus who has actually come out and said it. The rest of them, I like to keep it in their personality because I want it to be revealed later as the story goes on. So again, that person I had to ignore. Actually, that person I think got ripped apart by the fan base because they're like, "Did you even read any?" Like, because it was like on a post, and so the fan base like went in. They're like, "Did you even read anything?" And I was like, "No, let's not." But the thing is, too, like I said, a lot of people ask for things, but they've never read your stuff, which is the reason why you, as a creator, the biggest thing is you have to know your fan base. You have to understand your fan base, and the only way to get that is to be transparent with them, to communicate with them, to talk to them, to ask them questions, to let them ask you questions about your work, to let them come in with their fan theories and things like that. So you can either agree or debunk. Like I love getting those from folks where they're like, "Oh man, I got this feeling that this, and this is going to happen," and I just like, maybe, So it's like it's a friendship, really. In the end. Like when you really think about it, like having a fan base is like having a friendship. They aren't just people who are buying your stuff. That is a major part of them. But there are also people who have come to the point where they love your stuff so much that they actually consider themselves a fan. They're usually also the ones who are going to come to you and keep you on your toes too. They're going to be the ones where you're like sitting back trying to relax, and then they're just going to come to you and be like, "Hey, where's the next issue at?" You're like, "Oh yeah, I do got to write that." So like, and I've had that happen before too, where fans are like, "Hey, when are we getting Stars issue 2?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's coming," and then I'm like, you have taken a break from that script. You might want to get back on that, and that's some of the cool parts about it too. Like with Seer Nova, like what are some of the cool things y'all think y'all have seen with your own fan base, like things that they have done? Like have you gotten people come in with their fan theories or keep you on your toes by saying, "Hey, where am I getting the next ink?" Or I know some people have asked about ink because I remember you saying something about that, and I think one of your posts
That's
that people have
definitely
been asking about ink.
That's the one. And our inker for Scales, he brought a couple copies to work, like his job. And there was, I think some lady was like 40 or 50 years old or something and read it and liked it. Then there was a kid that read it and liked it. I was like, "Oh wow, this is for everybody."
Yep. You look at them now, you're like,
Second issue is
yeah, like it's like, what's my niche for this title? Like, what's my age range?
Then he messaged me and he's like, "Yeah, like these people like all want like the second one." I'm like, "They're gonna be waiting a little while because trying to finish like ink first because I want to complete one series at least first." So ink issue 3 will hopefully be out next year. Not next year. In 2024. Ink 2 will be out. next year. I'll talk more about that tomorrow. And but yeah, most people just ask where Ink is because that's like the fan favorite thing. Even though the Seer Chronicles is our like flagship title.
Yeah.
So
I know how that feels because for me, Cypher Team Alpha is my flagship, and no one really asks for it.
Yeah.
It's like they either ask for Stars or Yama Stigmata or Temple High, and I'm like,
this is
read the flagship.
This is like what everything is all about. It's like the Seer Chronicles is the thing. But you guys like the other stuff, which is cool. But yeah, and all those other people join into that story at some point. So
yeah, exactly. I think what it is too is like and actually I was gonna say this might be off topic, but it's not. It's because it's part of having a fan base, and that's how a lot of people say they're getting superhero fatigue. And you know, like on the other panel, like I said, is like you can have 4 different writers, and each writer is going to write a particular superhero their own way. So it's odd to me that people were, and I don't know if people were just parroting what they're hearing, you know, because they heard someone else say superhero fatigue, and they're like, "Oh, that sounds cool. Yeah, I got superhero fatigue." And it's, you know, it's like, but
It
dude,
could be
really? Like,
it could be more that people are looking at it like they're like you said, like 4 different people would write Spider-Man differently. But I think the problem is a lot of the mainstream entertainment, they're hiring the same writers. So all of their stories sound exactly the same, and then they're also telling old stories that we've already heard. Like, how many times did you hear when the new Batman v Superman came out that people were excited? They're like, "Thank God, I don't have to see another time where Bruce loses his family." They showed it in like a 2-second trailer or clip in the beginning, and they moved on. We all know it.
Yeah.
His parents died. We get it.
Yeah.
Like even Spider-Man figured that out pretty quick. Like they like they don't keep doing it.
They figured it out so much that they totally changed who died. So it's like, okay, but you're right about that, and it's like that's why I think like even because I hear like a lot of people in the indie world like I'm not gonna write superhero stuff because it's superhero fatigue, but I think that there are some good superhero stuff out there that people write.
I think we
and like a lot of.
Oh, sorry.
Say what? Oh, go ahead.
Dodged being a superhero story for the Seer Chronicles, even though it is. But the second one is apparently people call it a crime comic, and that's what some people have called it. I'm like, oh, well, that's because like Travis Kidd was like, oh, like you're trying to like take my spot in like the genre. I was like, it's a superhero comic.
Yeah,
you don't see any superhero stuff yet because we want you to see the whole crime organization stuff first.
Yeah, and in the same vein, so you really can't take a spot. If you're good, you're good, and if you're good too, then you're good too. Like, you know, you're gonna have those individuals who only like to read one person, but I'm like this: if you took someone else's fans base, the only thing that can happen is that person who originally had that fan base, they're gonna have to look at themselves and figure out where they went wrong. Because you're probably good. I'm not gonna say probably. I read your book, so I know you're a good writer. But like I said, if you're stealing fans away to where they won't read the other person anymore, and they're just like, I'm fully with Sierra Nova, or I'm fully with Sovereign Comics. I'm not reading this, insert any comic publisher name anymore. Then that person who owns that company needs to ask themselves, what did I do to my fans to make it to where they left to go to another publisher and decided to never read my comics again? Because it's not the other publisher's fault. Even if the other publisher is hellaciously good, if you got a fan, your fan is going to be there. That's the reason why I don't worry about my fans. They'll be like, hey, someone asked me to cosplay this character because I have a lot of fans who are cosplayers. Is it okay? I'm like, I don't mind. Like, you're a cosplayer, cosplay them. And they've done that. Like, I've had fans who like they are specific. They're like, hey, I'm the main. I want to be the main cosplayer for this character that you have, but then they'll also cosplay other characters. It's like, I didn't lose them. They're still buying my books. They're still cosplaying that character. And if I do lose them, it's probably something that I did to them that made them feel like they were no longer appreciated and they were no longer wanted.
That made me think of. Have you ever seen My Hero Academia?
Mm-hmm.
So one of my favorite shows, and it's funny because me and my brother always do this. If someone goes like, "What's your favorite anime?" and it's like, well, My Hero Academia seems to be one of the best ones. However, Dragon Ball Z is my favorite, but it's almost like it's
It's
different.
iconic.
It's like it's not the same. Like we can't
Yeah,
put him in the same
exactly.
category because it's a
Right.
different. It's not a different class. It's just different, right? I got it
Mhm.
exposed to it differently. All of that stuff. So like it's one of those things where it's like, oh no, I think I'm a fan of this new one, but I'm still a fan of this old one.
Exactly. Just like with me, like there's like Yu Yu Hakusho. I'm still gonna be a fan of that. That's one of the first animes I was introduced to when I was younger. Also, Ronin Warriors, which a lot of people don't know. Like that's another one that I would love. Is like a long time ago. It's kind of like Saint Seiya. I don't know if you saw Saint Seiya. They also call it Knights of the Zodiac is another name that they called it in America, but in Japan they call it Saint Seiya. So you have like that one and Ronin Warriors is similar, but it's like instead they have samurai armor and stuff like that. And I still like those animes. Now, as far as like recent to modern, Bleach is one of my favorite animes. Like I watched it way back when, not just because the new arc came out and now everybody's fans all of a sudden. These are the same people saying that Bleach sucked. I watched it way back when, so I was excited for the Thousand Year Blood War arc to come out because I read
Watched
the anime, I read the
Ronin.
manga, so I know what's coming. Oh, you seen Ronin Warriors?
Yeah.
You looked it up, didn't you?
I'm like, oh,
Yeah, you looked it up and it came back to you. It's like one of those things where it's like a lot of people like when I mention it, a lot of people like that. Yeah, they're like
What's
that
it called?
sounds
Ronin
familiar. And
Warriors?
yeah, Ronin Warriors. And like as soon as you see like the different samurai
Oh
armors, it's
yeah,
green one. Yeah, see, it's
yes,
like,
I definitely watched this.
I'm like Toonami.
yeah,
I feel like maybe the reason why I don't remember it is because after it aired on like Toonami, like it never played again. I never
yeah,
saw it like go on again.
yeah.
That's
They
probably
only
why I
did
forgot that one.
they did a couple of episodes, and then it like I know they played it on this old channel. I know this channel wasn't everywhere, but it called UPN. I know it was up and down the East Coast, and they used to play it on UPN and stuff like with Samurai Pizza Cats. I don't know if people remember that one too, but like they played a lot of stuff from Japan. They played up there, so I saw a lot of the stuff. And but the same thing is like even though there's new stuff that comes out, like I like Naruto, but I still like Bleach. I like My Hero Academia, but I still like Bleach. I like Kuroko no Basketball, which is a sports anime, but I still like I Shield Hero 21, which is an older sports anime. It's like
I like One Piece.
I don't know why, and that's the crazy part. I think with some fandoms is everybody's like, I can only like this and this alone. Like me, I like Marvel and DC. So it kind of hurt my heart, when DC wasn't like they were trying, but they really weren't doing too well. But then on top of that, I thought they were doing well. I know a lot of people thought they weren't. I thought they were doing all right. But on top of that,
With
because it
Justice
was
League,
not Justice League, not the first one. The first one that came out in 2017. No, like as soon as I watched it, I was like, you could tell there was two totally different flavors. It was like somebody took strawberry quick and chocolate quick and mixed it together. Like you can totally tell. It's like, what the hell is going on here? So I think like even in that same vein, that like DC is a product of that. It's like you have your fans, and a lot of your fans are liking what's going on, but then you listen to the individuals who may not even have read a Superman comic before. And I guess if I don't know, like I see a problem with it. I'm just going to be honest, since this is like the honest hour. I see a problem with that. Like, it's just like me listening to somebody who says, well, I think Rainus should do this, but they've never read any of the comics with Rainus in it. They don't know his motivation. They don't know his personality. They don't know his powers. Only thing they've seen is the character. And it's like, I can't change this character based on something that you want to see when a million fans want to see them this way. So there's that,
One thing that
it's
I don't get is
yeah.
people messaging me like, I want this one to do this. And I'm like, well,
Yeah.
I didn't get that message ever yet. So I don't have to deal with that.
Yeah, it's something is weird, some of the stuff to deal with. Because like I've even gotten messages for some folks where they'll ask, and I get why they're asking it, so I never take offense to it. They'll say, why do you have so many black characters? Mainly because of the way the world is now, so people ask. And I straight up tell them, I'm like, this is how I've always written. And they're like, really? I'm like, yeah, I've been writing since first grade, and I've always written this way. For me, it's never been this is the fad, so I'm gonna jump on it. Like,
Actually,
no, I've always written that way.
it's also like familiarity.
Yeah,
exactly. It's
So when I'm
familiarity.
creating my
And
character,
that's why I've always.
I I keep
Go
cutting
ahead.
you off.
No,
When
no,
I
go
create
ahead. Go
my
ahead.
characters,
Mhm.
Hector was asking because he became the artist for Seer Chronicles,
Mhm.
and he's like, "You got like a bunch of crackers. Like you're gonna need a couple other people." And I'm like, "Oh my god, yeah!" So like in the first issue when Luke was doing this remaster of the first issue of Seer Chronicles, I'm like, "You're gonna have to add like some Asian people and stuff in there because like I'm mostly friends with white people."
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like familiarity. Like all of the main characters that we were basing people off of are like Greg's friends or close associates,
I
right?
had my one friend
Right.
Danye, but something happened with him, so I'm like, well, can't put him in there because he's now like a registered sex offender, so he can't go in there. He can't be a cop,
You know,
so.
right? Yeah.
Oops.
This is an alternate universe where he didn't make that choice. There you go. That's how you explain it. Put him in there.
Yeah.
People like, hey, did you?
This is if he made
This is
the
an
right
alternate
choice.
universe where he didn't make the choice, and right now I'm showing him what could have happened. Oh, that's okay. But it's weird when you get those questions, you know. But I think when I explained it to that person, because that person had, and this is the weird part, I didn't cuss them out. I wasn't disrespectful to them. One, because this might become a potential fan. So like if you do get those questions, try to see where it's going before you bring the hammer down on them. Because I've seen some folks where they'll ask them a question, they're just like, "Who are you? This isn't for you. You shouldn't be reading." Boop, you just lost a fan. So it's for a potential fan. So
yeah, one thing I want to say on
that.
that's like really important for anyone who's listening. Your best friend is very often your original enemy who you've become friends with. If you think about your best friend growing up, I bet at some point they probably picked on you, right? Or maybe even you picked on them, right? Like it's one of those things where like there's a stronger bond. Like, so I don't know if people are aware of this, but like commiseration, like where we both like complain about something we equally hate. Like that is one of the strongest forms of connection. And ironically, when you once hated each other and then overcome that, there's this huge bond that's very difficult to break because you basically started with the hard part, right? Like, you know, like that's kind of the idea. And the best example I've physically witnessed of this was there was somebody who, my brother, so me and my brother have a few music businesses, and one of them is a record label. And so we have this platform we go on where people can submit music to us and we can listen to it. So my brother goes through that. He responded to someone, and he's not like critical in a negative way. He just gives them actual helpful feedback. Like this song, the vocals, I can't hear them. The bass is too heavy, whatever, right? He's very specific with his advice. And one of the people ended up like, I think he tagged us in like Instagram and was hating on us. And my brother literally reached out to him. He somehow got his phone number and called him. Or no, he called him through Instagram. That's what it was. And the dude answered, and he was like, "I'm so embarrassed. Like I was like having a bad day, and I got this, and I don't know what I was thinking. And yeah, like, you know, sorry about that." And now that guy follows and listens to all of our stuff.
Yeah.
This was a guy blasting us 10 seconds ago.
Exactly. And that's how it was with the person who asked that question to me. And when I explained it, I was like, I've always written this way. I was like, but in the same vein, I was like, the type of person I am, which I've actually gotten flack for this too, because not all of my characters are black. Like I have Asian characters, I have white characters, I have, Latino characters, like Native American. Oh my gosh. Like some people like work. Now you don't have enough black characters. And it's like, but when that person asked me that question, I was like, this is how I've always written. I was like, but I've always written like how you're doing with your universe, right? I've always written based on kind of like how my friend circles always were growing up. Like I would have my black friends, but I also have white friends. I also have Asian friends, Latino friends. It's just because the way that I was raised was don't be a bigot.
Don't be a dick.
Don't be a dick. Respect everybody unless they aren't respectful to you. And that's how I've always been raised. So I've always had different types of friends that I can click with anyone, So when I explained that to that person, he was just like, "Oh, okay." He was like, "Well, I'm gonna go buy one of your books," and he went and bought one of the books, and then read it and came back and told me that he enjoyed it and everything like that. So it's like you really have to, because you're the face. Like people don't want to, and it's hard for me to understand this, but people don't want to believe this. But you are the face of your company, and you are, in a sense, even though it's a fan base. And I know once upon a time, like and I might be telling my age again, we used to have those mail-in freaking fan club type stuff. So, but even though you might have a president of the fan club, you're still the face of that fan base. So if you shit on a fan, automatically people are going to say that fan base is negative. And that's the part that people aren't understanding, because a lot of people look at, well, it's the fans. No, it's the company and how they treated the fans. And they shat on a fan, therefore that fan got pissed and that fan vocalized it and that fan left. And that's what made you a toxic fan base. And if anyone's going to take away anything, take away that part. And if you really go back and look at it, you'll see that. You'll notice that the toxic fan bases didn't start happening until fans started getting shit on and vocalizing their dislike and being shitted on. And that's when the toxic fan bases started. Like back in the day, like we point out how a lot of people like to point out how Michael Keaton was. People like, Michael Keaton can't be Batman. He has brown hair. But that was before people saw it, and that was also a long time ago. But as soon as they saw the trailer, you know what the fan base did? Sat down and shut the fuck up because they weren't shat on. The company didn't say, you don't know what you're talking about. This isn't your Batman. They just said, hey, just wait for the trailer.
I was thinking, I feel like that's a good example of sticking to your guns. And then there are times where your fan base is correct. And the best example I've ever seen that was actually taken action on was Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yes.
And that garbage first release that they did.
Yes.
That fans were so infuriated that they were like, I'll find your studio.
That's the thing though. But remember what I said earlier? Like if 90% of your fan base is saying that, whoa, you fucked up, you need to listen. And that's what happened. Like 100% of the Sonic fan base was like, what the fuck is that? And so they're like, oh, okay,
that was definitely like I'll be honest, like that made me so happy. I can't remember the name of the. Do you know what production company made that? Like, that wasn't like Universal or like was it Sony?
I think it was Paramount.
Paramount?
Was it Paramount? I think it was Paramount. Hold on. I think it was Paramount.
Whoever it was, though, I give them so much props because they turned that around so quick. In fact, it was so quick that my first assumption was actually that was a publicity stunt.
Yeah.
Like dead ass. I thought that's what it was. Like I'm like, man, that was so quick that they fixed that. And I've never seen that before. Like, and that was the first time. And like seeing that became like, it was like the first bit of hope that like, oh my God, if the fans really hate something, maybe these companies will actually fix it. Not like when there's the one mad person on Twitter, but when literally every social platform for like a week straight is like, look at this awful mess that somebody made.
Yeah. But you want to know what it was Paramount Pictures, because one of the reasons I just looked it up too, but one of the reasons why I remembered is because I remember when, you know how Paramount shoots the stars to come around the in the beginning? Yeah. He did the rings, like he did the rings around. So that's the reason why I remember it. But you know what the craziest part about that is, like Dylan, and this is the part too where I tell people, like, you have to understand who your fan base is and who your fans are, because a lot of people think they're fans because they saw a Sonic sticker and they put it on their freaking cup. Like, that doesn't make you a fan. You play one Sonic game, you're not a fan. Like, there's some people out there like me, like I even had to remove myself, like, because I love Sonic growing up, but I got disconnected with Sonic, as I got older. So I had to think about, like, am I still a Sonic fan? Because when I was younger, I knew Sonic inside and out, but am I still a Sonic fan now?
You play Sonic Adventure?
No, I haven't.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that.
But I know who Shadow is.
But I have watched the movies and stuff, and I do want to get back into the games. But like when the original Sonic games are, like I had 1, 2, and 3, and when freaking you had and I might be telling my age again, but I think it was for Sega, of course. But you had the expansion cartridge so that you can get Knuckles initially, and then they did the same thing. I think they did the same thing again for something, but it's like you put the cartridge in there, you can fight Knuckles on the back end or whatever. But yeah, I remember all of that stuff, and that was the stuff I knew when I saw the Sonic like cartoons when Jaleel White
chili dogs. Sonic, I wanted to eat chili dogs every day because of Sonic. Like that was exactly. In fact, I think they even bring that up in the first one. Like near the end, I think he gets the chili dog. Like, this is amazing, and it's like yes, like of course it is.
Exactly.
That's what Sonic eats, chili dogs.
Yep. Yep. And that's why, like, whenever they came out on it, I looked at it. I was like, at first, I was like, well, maybe this is the Sonic they want to run with. I'm like, but it's horrendous. I hope they change it. And like I said, 100% of the fan base, old and new, was like, what the hell is this? And they changed it.
That thing looked creepy as hell. But like a
Yeah,
great
it did look
example of
creepy.
like sticking to certain plot points, like you were mentioning, like someone was complaining about the ratio of people in a comic, but like
Mhm.
if
Mhm.
it's what you want, like if it's what you're writing organically, it's probably totally fine. Like even if it is like an all white cast and all black cast, it doesn't matter. Like
If it's
if it's
organic.
yeah,
Yep.
like if that's how you grew up and that's what, like, you're going to connect with somebody who felt the same way or connect with the same people. But like,
Mhm.
for example, if they made it so like Sonic didn't like hot dogs just because he turned vegan, right? To put
Yeah.
that in there, like, oh, like they would lose everyone because like the three vegans in the world would be like, yeah, Sonic, but like I never played video
Yeah,
games,
that's
so
my Sonic.
yeah, like, yes, my
They
Sonic.
test this on animals. They test these video games on animals. Like, you do. I mean, we're humans. We're all
Yeah, they
animals. They're
dyed a
animals.
hedgehog blue. It's so mean.
Yeah. Yeah, so and I get that too. It's like, and that's what a lot of, I feel, companies are doing, is like, it's weird because it now in the age of social media, what I've noticed, which social media is a very big tool for y'all out there who want to build fan bases. Social media is a very big tool, but you have to find the social media platform that's going to work for you and that's going to keep you at peace of mind. For me, it was always Instagram. It's like I never really had like, and even if I did have a negative encounter on Instagram, I would talk to the person. Like I mentioned the guy earlier, like they asked me that question. I answered the question nicely. I didn't say these comics are for you. Get off my page. I answered the question nicely.
Get on
And
her.
they went and bought a comic, and like on Facebook, for me, like some people it works. For me, it just did it, and then like on Twitter, I never really understood how to use Twitter. So every once in a while I post, but I met people on Twitter and got to know people. And like people from Twitter have gone and bought my books and things like that. And I talk to them and stuff. But like social media is a huge standpoint, but in the same vein, like I said earlier, you got to know your fans, because while you're on social media, you're going to have individuals who are going to say things. And a lot of the times, those individuals who are saying stuff, if you actually start asking questions and start listening to them, you're going to realize they've never read your stuff, or they've never seen it, they've never partook in it. They're probably parroting something that that they heard from someone, and that person who probably said something to someone who just hates your stuff no matter what. So you have to like pay attention to those things, and you can't go and change things because 10 people said it. You, as a business, you got to keep your blinders on. You got to keep your blinders on. You got to have tough skin, and this is something that me and my wife talked about yesterday. Like, tough skin comes more than just you being able to take a problem. You have to be able to understand when you're messing up too, and have that tough skin to make your changes, which I've done recently on some things with my company. But you have to understand that if 100 people love what you're doing, have no complaints, they feel like you're doing the right thing, and then if 10 loudmouths who can just scream really loud at the top of Twitter mountains, if they come and start saying stuff, don't change things for those 10 loudmouths, because your 100 fans are still going to go buy your stuff. And that's what's important, because now if you change things for those 10 loudmouths, no matter what they're screaming about, either side, you're going to lose those 100 fans
Yeah.
for 10 people who never read or bought your books.
Well,
And that's the biggest problem lately.
that's
So,
something
but yeah,
that
go
I
ahead,
was
Dylan.
going to say. Like that's something that brings up a good point. Is that the only way to do that? Like the reason why, like a bunch, like huge companies do this, they like kowtow to like the 10 people that are really loud on Twitter, as opposed to like
Yep.
the majority of people who are just like, hey, could you just make a good movie or something? Whatever it
Just
is,
make a good movie. Yeah.
make coffee or whatever it
Just,
is that you're doing,
yeah,
just make that good, right? So, like,
just make a good flavor.
so like my biggest thing is that, like you just said, you got to figure out the platform that your fans are on. Like my biggest thing is like if you have like infinite supply, capital, money, and manpower, you got to be on every single platform, right? Because you don't know which
Exactly.
platform your fans are on. However, you can make a pretty good guess that if, let's say, you create content for yourself because you like it, that maybe that means that whatever platform you would most likely use is also the one they would like to use. But like my biggest thing is whatever platform you decide on using, you should learn as much as you can about it. So like one of the things you mentioned,
Exactly.
Twitter, I 100% agree. I did not have a Twitter account forever because I'm just like, I don't get it. Why would I?
message people randomly 5 letters when I can go on Facebook and do more or less if I need to? That doesn't make any sense to me, right? And so very recently, like I created my account a few years ago now, but very recently I really got good at Twitter's advanced search algorithm, right? So I'm going to share my screen real quick because I think this is probably even valuable for you. So this is my marketing company, ADD. And, I don't really follow many people. Like you'll notice here's Tom Bilyeu, motivational entrepreneur. Like that makes sense. I would want to follow someone like that. I don't think I follow Webtoons. I don't know why they're appearing, but there's people like, YouTube, obviously I'm in marketing, right? I'm going to follow things like that. Grant Cardone. So that's like my feed. I almost never go to this feed, right? Because Twitter feed doesn't seem to really feed me what I want to get. Typically Instagram's better, although very recently that's up for debate. But you'll see this right here, this search function up here. I created a code that uses Twitter's Boolean logic to search for exactly what I want. I want people who wrote out the words ISO for like in search of or looking for, or I'm looking for, or I need help, or I need some help. And I also wanted to include marketing or my website or Facebook. And now I can go to latest post and I can see all the people that are looking for that stuff, right? These are all the people that are like,
cool.
oh, I'm in search of, help for this. I need help with my website. I need help with my social media marketing, right? And so because look at this, as I'm looking for some marketing strategies right here, I can message this person and now make a bond. I don't need to sell them anything, right? And the cool thing is by doing this, I ended up getting 2 people I gave free consultation to, and I got 2 free 5-star reviews on Google. Now let's translate this to comics. You could just tag. Let's do this one here, right? So if we go up to Twitter. Or I guess it doesn't matter. Just need to go to Twitter, and we go to home or search right there. So if you hit, let me search for anything. Let's do comics. So right here, once you go on the search page, is it this advanced search? That's how I learned how this thing works, by the way. So you could type in something like indie comics. I want the exact phrase of any new comics, right? Maybe they're looking for new comics. And they want horror, right? And I'll just hit search. I'm gonna get rid of the indie comics because that might limit that.
Yeah.
Right. So right here, it's like any new comics. So right there, didn't get any new comics. That's a bad one. But let's do new comics. Horror.
It still is like that might have been a bad result, but I think that's still a really cool. I never knew Twitter did that.
Yeah, look at this. It's new comic day. Although this is an old one. Let me go latest. There you go, 18 hours ago. Thank you, all that started following us. Who's this? Kickstarter Live, something like that. What's this? New from Marvel Disney. That's a sponsor. To my new comics and horror comic followers. Okay, who's this person, right? And now you can start connecting with people. And so it's a great way to find and research. Like that's what Twitter's power is. This anyone who's been using Twitter who doesn't know this feature, you can 100x what you've been doing on there just knowing this one feature, the advanced search. And then you could do what I did was I created this huge algorithm one that's all these things. I even eliminate a bunch of stuff. I'm like, I don't want them to say this. I don't want them to say this. And so by doing that, I've made it so easy for me to find the people I want to connect with. And so, yeah, if we want to build a fan base, no matter what platform you're on, learn it to the best of your ability so you can take advantage of that platform.
Yep, it's just like with the new platform Hive, right? And I got on it because not to get away from Twitter. I know that's what a lot of people did it for. Because in a sense, even though I didn't really understand Twitter, but now since you showed me that, I'm gonna put that to use. But I did meet people on Twitter who I thought were really cool. I guess I'll say on both sides of the aisle, who I thought were really cool. And they either read my books or asked questions or thought about it, or things like that. So I'm keeping Twitter. I got on Hive to get away from TikTok because, like I said, that pissed me off. When you get a branded content strike for your own IP, it kind of ruffles feathers. And it ruffled mine because I was like, this is my character. There's 78 posts before this with this character, So that's the reason why I got Hive. But even still with Hive, I'm using it, but I'm learning it. And then there's people who have learned it, and they're like giving certain information, like, hey, this is how you do this if you want to be seen. And the cool part about it is like Twitter in the idea that if you want somebody to see something, like if someone posts something and you're like, yo, this is cool, and you want other people to see it, you repost it. Which I'm like, okay, that's similar to Twitter, but over there is smaller than Twitter right now. That if someone reposts your stuff, you're gonna get an influx of followers, which I've been getting because people have been posting. Like I did my What is Sovereign Comics post, and I put that up there, and people have been reposting it, and I've been getting followers from that. And I did like an introductory post to say who I am. I'm getting followers from that, and so I've been learning how things work and how people are over there and stuff like that. So you're right. If you want to build your fan base, you got to know your fan base, but you also got to know these social media platforms that you're using. And if something isn't working for you, it's okay. Like you don't have to be on every single social media platform, because I guarantee you the average person is probably using 2 to 3, maybe 4, 5, 6. A lot of people are using a lot of them, different social media platforms. And they're gonna find you. Like there's people who found me on TikTok, but they only engage with me on Instagram. Like they don't really engage with me on TikTok, but that's when they found me. And they're like, hey, I found you on TikTok, but I like what you're doing. You're doing way more on Instagram, so I'm going to engage with you over here. And then there's some people who only engage with me on TikTok, just like there's some people who only engage with me on Twitter. There's the mass of everyone really only engages with me on Instagram. And now I got people engaging with me on Hive. Like you're going to have people engaging with you everywhere, but pick the ones that you feel work for you. Because like for me, as far as social media, I'm just using Twitter, Instagram, Hive, and by default Facebook, because whenever I post to Instagram, it goes to my Facebook page. So but that's really all I'm really using now. Well, my Patreon too. I guess do people, like some people
It's
call
like
it social media,
it's
but I'm
kind
like,
of
it's
a
not.
social platform.
You know, it kind of, yeah, like yeah, in a sense. I like, because what I plan on using it for is like mainly more is more of a fan club thing, and that's what I've been really pushing to folks. Like, if you really want to be part of the Chimera Kingdom fan club, go to my Patreon. But yeah, so fan bases can be hard to build. I guess the biggest thing that I would say to folks, and this is something coming from personal experience, when you put out your first book, don't expect 1 million followers off the first book, unless you did something that was hellaciously clout based. And all of us are there because of clout, not because of your product, but because of clout. You know, it's going to take time to build the fan base, you know, and I built mine and it took time. You know, I published my first 2-3 books and didn't really have a fan base. And then people started finding out, and then the fan base started building. And eventually you want to get to a point to where you still market and brand, but you don't have to do it that much because you got the fan base who will do it for you. You know, a lot of people think that word of mouth marketing is gone. No, social media just made it louder, more accurate. Instead of them using word of mouth like a shotgun, people are using sniper rifles now as far as word of mouth. And that's the best way to look at it. Word of mouth is still there. It's just not a shotgun anymore. It's a sniper rifle. So they're actually telling people who they feel are actually going to like it, rather than just saying, hey, I went to Dave's and bought this comic. Maybe you should check it out. I don't read comics. Still, go get it. Like, you know, like the fan base now, they're all using sniper rifles with social media. So, but yeah.
And a viral hit is a Gatling gun.
Yeah. You got some who use that. Like I got some folks who use Gatling guns. They just send it out to everybody, and then I get like an influx of followers. Like, where the hell did y'all come from? Oh yeah, this cosplayer. You know, like one of my two of the main ones that I work with, Mutant Glue and SJ Slays. They're like, oh yeah, Mutant Glue sent me here. I'm like, oh okay, because those two use Gatling guns. So, but yeah,
Nice.
so
yeah, thanks for talking about building a fan base or growing a fan base.
Yeah, no problem, Greg.
If you are free during 6 o'clock, whatever time that is, I think it's at 6. 6 my time, so it's 4 your time. Aaron's other channel is then.
I'm gonna try to get back for his. So
now we're doing crowdfunding corner, and a couple people couldn't come again.
Well, we'll get all their subscribers, or the people who that they should have. We'll take them all.
All right. Well, thank you for having me on again, Greg. I appreciate it. And you gents enjoy the next show.
Hey, nice to meet you, even though it was just for a minute.
You as well. You as well. And take it easy, everyone.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Okay, I'll put you up here. Put you up here. Do this.
Welcome,
Cool.
fellas. Good to see you again.
Yeah. Feel like
Same.
we just saw you.
So we wanted to come back today and talk a little bit about the crowdfunding tips and some of the things that worked and didn't work. And I had some of these ready yesterday, guys. And first, before I start, I want to just say, first, thanks for inviting me. This is always fun to do this show with you guys. And I always, as you know, I try to have a little bit of material prepared because, we have a lot of similarities. And in this case, there's a lot of changes with Kickstarter, right? And there's a lot of changes to algorithms. And we just came off the tail of a gentleman telling us about, the new social media platforms. And it's all, as Dylan and I love to say, what are we going to do next to get the products into the hands of the readers, right? Well, for today, I wanted to talk a little bit about some Kickstarter things. And I had a couple of questions prepared for you guys, and we can sort of discuss them as topics. And I didn't want to drop these yesterday because a couple of them I think are good ones. The number one for me is there's been a lot of speculation lately about this 30-day campaign versus the 21-day campaign. And what I mean by that, if you do the 30-day, you always get that lull in the middle there. It's easily 7 days where nothing happens, right? Some people, like myself included, have even gone backwards once or twice on those days. The first question for you is, do you believe the theory that says if you switch to the 21-day, it instills more urgency in the buyer and can actually increase the sales by doing a shorter campaign? We'll go around the room here. With the first up, go ahead, sir.
I can go if you want.
Yeah.
Or which way you going? Did you? I don't know which way you.
The thought occurred to me. I don't know what order we're all seeing of each other. So
Yeah.
We're the order that you see is the same order. Greg moved us around, so yeah. But
so I'm the least experienced with Kickstarter here, so maybe I'll go last.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, the way that I see it is any campaign done well doesn't need a timeline. Like you could do a 3-day campaign if you really went all out. My biggest thing is that using 21 versus 30 isn't so far away that you should be using it or relying on it as a strategy to increase based on scarcity. Like that might work if you are a Marvel and you're selling 1,000 products, right? And there's literally a limited amount of products. But if your scarcity is only time bound and your product isn't a necessity, it's an entertainment piece, it's very difficult to use scarcity to really get that through the roof. The only real scarcity you get with a campaign is when you're like, hey, we've got a bunch of different tiers, but one of them only has 5, right? So we only have 5 buttons and t-shirts and 6 hats, right? And so if you want those, you got to get there early. And so that's really the only scarcity you're going to get time bound. I think the main difference between let's say the 30 and 60-day one is mostly the burnout that someone gets from promoting.
Yeah, I don't do the 60. I've never, and I was always told that the 60 is more for things like that have a manufacturing ramp up time, like a action mold or
Yeah, and so
that can sustain. There's enough production news during that time to, over for a book. If you got 2 months, you're gonna have a couple of dead spots with almost no media. Either that or every page of the book in 2 months. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's kind of my point too. Is you kind of burn yourself out with the 60-day for comics at least. So the reason why the 30 days versus 21 days, like I said, I don't think it's really relevant. It's mostly how you push it. And like you were saying, you see this plateau at 7 days, but as Greg can attest, the way that he runs our campaigns, we don't see that lull. It slows, but our Mittens campaign, I think there was 1 day that it didn't go up. That's it. Every other day it went up.
And so they usually do go up, but it's not. Have you ever hit a day with no backers or 2 or 3 days with no backers?
I don't really get campaigns like that.
What's that?
I don't really get a campaign like that because I just constantly am in people's faces.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. It's the idea that if you market it properly, you can get a backer every single day. It's one of those. There's a what's it called? Some entrepreneur who has this saying where if you do, there's a certain amount of action that if you take it, it would be unreasonable for you to not succeed. right? So like
Yeah,
Greg literally will message every single one of his 1,000, 2,000 friends or whatever on Facebook. We'll send emails out. He'll post on 6 different social media platforms. He might even call his friends and family going, "Hey, no one back today. Do you want to be the backer today?" Like, there's ways to make sure that you're always moving forward. So I definitely think that the 21 versus 30, like I said, the scarcity is not the thing that makes that better. If anything, it just like, let's say you only have 21 pieces of content to promote your crowdfunding campaign and you spread that over 30 versus 21. You just crunch it into 21, so maybe you get that boost and it feels like it's better, but in all reality, you're not really getting scarcity from a non-essential entertainment product based on time-bound things. It's mostly based on the physical scarcity of the product.
Excuse me. Gotcha. Well, I have, I guess, to do a compare and contrast. I did the 21 day because I listened to what everybody was saying, and man, to say I think pretty much everybody's had a day or that lull in the middle. That's why they say that. So, I would say you're doing well if you're not experiencing those days, and you're also something of an anomaly in the Kickstarter community, which is really why this whole thing came up, is to try and eliminate that dead spot. And what I was going to say was 2 things I thought worked against me. And like I say, feel free to try your own way, folks, but this is what I did, trying to try something, and it didn't work. What happened to me was I had people message me at the end with a couple of statements like, "Is it over already?" They said, "How do you get in? I missed it." And I said, "Well, man, I advertised every day, sometimes 6 times a day across 4 platforms. How'd you miss it, right?" But that stuff happens, as we know. And they said, "Yeah, but your other ones, they were always 30 days. I must have." And I was like, okay. So to me, it was a little bit like I missed out on 9 days worth of customers. That's step 1, right? There's another step too, which is not only is there a lull in the 30-day spot, there's more days for customers, but there's a lull in the middle. But there was also a lull in the 21 day. It was just shorter. I think it's something that might be indicative of campaigns, is that you hit a middle spot and there's nobody who was revved up at the beginning is quite there yet. And nobody who was waiting till the end is quite there yet either. It's kind of like that perfect center, right? Where there's no buyers. And it's about the same. There was probably a day or 2 with no buyers on the 21 day. And I think that when it was the 7 day, or excuse me, when it was the 30 day campaign, you're sometimes going to have 3 days without a buyer, or at least that's been my experience. Like I say, I don't do these mammoth numbers either, so your mileage may vary. But
So
I don't know. Yeah,
Oh, no.
my last one, I was behind. I did a couple of things different, which was, number 1, I entered a lower priced first issue without all the frills. It's pretty common these days. You see a $10 book, a $15 book on Kickstarter, and that's about the norm. And mine tend to be oversized. They tend to be 40 pagers anyway. But this was a 28 pager, right? So it was not quite the full size of some of my other ones. And I went, you know what, man, this is going to be would it end up being a $6 book or a $7 book, a reasonably priced book, right? And that's without the Chrome logo, all the other stuff that we sometimes put in there. Just if you wanted to buy, and also a better digital package. And man, it was true, because I sold more of those and I sold more of the basic digital packages in the lesser priced segment. Now, the thing that's weird for me, that's actually more profitable, right? Because I got more overhead on all the gold foils and the metal covers and all this other nonsense. As a matter of fact, anything that I do digitally is almost like it's just the pipe, you know what I mean? Where the money just comes through the pipe. We don't even technically, no goods exchange hands other than what is exchangeable by email. But as far as the print stuff, I do have the upper issues. There's a $15 book, a $20 book, a $25 book, and there's sets and things like that. And of course, with Kickstarter, you're always hoping to get the slightly larger packages sold. But there does come a time when you've got to look at it and say, hey, well, my most profitable segment is digital. And my second most profitable is people that are coming back that have already, like, there should be something for them. And like we sort of slant what we're selling towards, because we actually got some fans now, right? I was hoping to.
I'm early on in all this. I don't
Yeah.
have any fans yet, so like I'm like learning all this stuff. So I'm in the beginning of this, and everything this has been a wild ride. We did the 60 days, so we're in it for 60 days. We're about halfway through right now, and we're 97% funded, so that's really cool. But like every step of the way, like I've been learning what to do. We're excited because I got a little disparaged when we hit that lull. That lull scared me. I'm like, oh man, we were going boom, boom, boom. Then all of a sudden, 3 or 4 days, nobody's hitting it. But one of the cool things, working with the team, I think is that's experienced. One of the best things for me was, he was like, hey man, here's the deal. Once you fund, more people will jump in. And it's like that made me get through it. That made me, I wasn't such a nervous wreck,
You can also go at your dashboard and look, and Travis Gibb taught me this one. And it isn't an exact science, but you can get pretty close. Like when you get into the last week by looking at your conversion rate and how many will potentially convert by the end. And obviously that's an educated guess is what it is, because some people won't convert and some will. But, at least you can do like a guesstimate of where you think you might be, and at least using the percentage. I think
that product though, like mine's not exactly that. It's a comic book. It's comic book for sure, but it's a little bit different. And so I think I'm getting a little bit of this, like an unfair, like higher end sale.
Well, tell me a little bit about your. We're just meeting for the first time. My name's Tim.
That's true.
You're Joe.
By the way, my name's Joe Vasquez. I live in Citrus Heights, California, right out of Sacramento. It's like a suburb, and we have a few good comic book stores here, and I'm part of that community, but I've never really done any, I've never done a Kickstarter. So this is my very
tell us about this, Joe. Tell us about the book.
Well, let me show it to you first.
All right.
So this is a little bit different than what people are seeing. What I'm doing is called a comic scroll. And I'll tell you why I got into it, because it was not exactly what you might think. This is the right side up. Is a comic scroll.
Sure.
And so what it is, it's a 39-inch. Basically, it's kind of, similar to a poster.
Yeah. That's so cool.
But it's designed, and it's the art's all right on it. Like the guy who did it, me, he's all right.
That's cool, man. That's the art too.
That's such an interesting way to do it, because you can hang up your comic. Like that's such a cool idea.
Right? Yeah, man. A museum piece.
The reason I got into it was because as an artist, I've done a couple of Kickstarter posters. I've done some alternative covers. So I've been kind of like adjacent to the Kickstarter crowd. But when I went into it, I decided that I kind of wanted to be different. I just had to find something. And I was looking at, I've talked to a lot of Kickstarters. Some people are making money. And, like, I don't know how they do it, but man, they can bring in some bank with these things. Yeah. But the average guy, it's more, I don't want to say it's a hobby, but they're not quitting their day jobs. Right. If you know what I mean? Exactly. And so the first thing I want to say was like, okay, is it possible to make money with this? In my day job, not my superhero comic job, but in my day job, my Clark Kent is I'm a web designer, and it's a small business, and I've learned a lot about web design and web development, but I've learned a lot about how to price things to make money. And I was like, there's got to be a way to make money. I see a lot of money here, and when you start getting into it, shipping, huge cost.
Right.
I mean, it's almost more than it costs to make the product sometimes.
Right. And it is in my case.
Yeah, and in the product itself, a comic book right now, especially if you want to put color on it, I mean, it's going to get pricey. And so if you're selling something in a reasonable price of $10 to $20 range, there's not a lot of money to be made on that. It's like the margin's pretty small, especially if you're going for $5,000 or $10,000. It's going to cost you $8,000 to make it,
Right. Sure.
And so I during COVID, I kind of thought about, well, what do I want to do? I don't want to do this. I wasn't working as much. Nobody's buying websites when they're dying. So I read a couple of books. I read a startup book. I read a couple of things. And what I decided to do was to take the scientific method and kind of experiment, evaluate. So my startup for these comic scrolls is really kind of using the scientific method. I reached out to another group that isn't in comics. It's a friend of mine who they're in indie bands, and he's in a band called Sncc. It's a local band. They came from New York. They're out here in California, but during COVID, they got beat up, just like all of us. Nobody's making any money. I'm not making money. I put some stuff on Webtoons. It's not going anywhere. The amount of effort you would have to do to get money on Webtoons is phenomenal. Anybody who's making money on Webtoons is a team. It's not an individual. At least with the type of comics I do these very detailed art comics. It's not doing the half meme thing. And so I asked them, I'm like, well, how are you guys making money? And they were pretty honest. They're like, we're not, man. And so I'm like, hey, I'm not making money either. Let's sit down and talk.
Let's be friends.
And so we tried to figure out. Our premise was there is a way to make money in this market with our skill talents. They're musicians. They make some beautiful music. And I'm an artist, and I write some cool stories, and I get out some good stuff. So at first we kind of went over a couple things. When I was a kid, I went to my high school counselor's office, had a Led Zeppelin poster in it. It was like a wizard, and it had the lyrics to like Stairway to Heaven. I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen that.
Sure, I have.
But that poster, I was like, oh, maybe we'll make like a rock and roll lyric comic book poster.
Sure.
And that kind of evolved. And I started looking for printing and how much is printing. And printing a 39-inch by 11-inch tall product that can fit in a 12-inch shipping tube. That is, it's hard to find somebody who will do that, but we did. And the pricing on it was a lot less than, say, a whole full comic. So I was like, okay, I think we're finding something here. But what we realized is in the modern markets, if you're going to make money, it's going to be very difficult to just do it on print. There's just not enough margin. Shipping knocks you out. Sure. So where can you get the money? And everything in our world is kind of moving towards digital. In fact, it moved there a long time ago. Everything's digital. And so okay, well, I'll build a website. I can't build a platform. I'm not trying to build a platform. But if I build a website and I can get people to go to that website that buy my comic, I can put new things on the website that aren't in the comic. And that's where we brought that band in. And so the musicians, Nick Crearshare and Shane Ward, they composed music specifically in the theme and the feel of this comic. And then this is our first time through. So the videos are, they're kind of basic videos. It shows my art with the music. We do a little voiceover that's not included in the direct story, but is adjacent to the story, so that we're building that lore, building that universe. And then on that same page that we're directing people to, we put a choose your own adventure game. So it's like those old, I don't know if you've ever played them, but they're the one you used to have this little book and you go to page 32 if you did one thing.
Of course, I know what that is. Yeah.
And so we just did that. It's similar. It's similar to like a modern day game, but it's a little more basic, but it's there. When we illustrate it, and it's adjacent to the story. So we're building the world. So what I'm trying to do is take this new product, kind of focus more on the lower print end. So like I'm not trying to do a 24, 40 page comic book, but you buy the scroll, you link back through a QR code to the website, and you get this additional, a lot more art, a lot more sound. You get this extra experience, this extra bit of universe that you can never have put into the comic in the first place. So we're trying to hybrid this and see where it goes. I don't know if it's going to be successful. We 97% funded, but it was really, when I looked at the numbers, I can't even believe that we're there. I thought this was going to kind of tank, but it's been pretty amazing.
Yeah, and that's like I was kind of letting you have your moment there because Joe, some of our stuff is similar. We do music too. We're all songwriters over here. So like each one of our books comes with a song, and our next thing was what is that, number 10 just came out, right? So that is well, the idea is for the next time, it's enough to make a vinyl, and we would make like our soundtrack, and it would be like a 70s style record, and we put it on like a green vinyl or something stupid.
Oh, that's awesome.
Because people, again, Kickstarter is primarily, all the things you said are 100% true, Joe. The digital, and and we emphasize the digital too. But don't forget the element of, you got the Kickstarter model is a collector's model. So that's where you'd have like, well, I wanted that, but I want the yellow version or the one with the wings, or I wanted the comic that had the music that came with it. And people
so we
like
put
collect
out the
the
fabric scroll at a much higher price than the regular scrolls because they're just more to produce and ship. But we put a fabric scroll up it's like 100 and some change for the fabric scroll. But you also get, it's a prototype fabric scroll. So the one I have here, that's not the finished product. That's our prototype. So we're going to give them these prototypes. But we gained a lot of our initial like income. The reason we hit our number so quickly was because 15 or 20 people wanted that. And so we just got these big ticket items. And I mean, again, I blew my mind. I was hoping for a bunch of $5, $10 ones, but yeah, I mean, so by appealing to the collector, that really pushed it. We had something that you can only get here on this Kickstarter, that no matter what happens with this product, this is the world's first. We get to say that.
It's a really interesting point. There's something to be said about using almost pricing as a strategy. Timothy was mentioning that he's sticking with just the digital, since the print versions might cost more than is worth it. But in all reality, having the dichotomy of those two next to each other, like having that comparison, actually sometimes helps with the purchase, right? Someone can go, oh, I really do want this physical one, but honestly, like, where am I going to put it? Maybe I'll just get the digital one, right? But if there's only the digital one, that's not even a thought. It's just, do I want this or not, right? So like that's a huge thing to play with. And then the other part of that is, so something I found very intriguing is that, so I'm a marketing consultant and I charge hourly to do work. The more I started charging, the faster I started getting clients.
Yeah.
Right. Which is really interesting. So it's a pricing strategy where, like, a lot of people try to, like, make their comic as cheap as possible in the sense of inexpensive, right? They're not trying to make the quality of the product, the end product, bad. They're just trying to reduce their cost as much as they can so they can get it into as many people's hands as they can. But in all reality, there's plenty of people that have plenty of money to spend during even the toughest of times. I actually literally right now.
I think it's like an American, or at least in my life, it's been kind of an experience I've had over and over again. And it's this old phrase that my grandma used to say: "You get what you pay for." So,
yeah, and that's the thing. It's like people will see that, but like my other big thing too, it's like a lot of people think that people don't have money, but literally during, like, even the 2008 economic crash, I think it was Batman made like $150 million. It's like that's a lot of money, and that's not including popcorn and soda sales. That's just the tickets that were purchased. People had to drive their car, even though gas was expensive. People had to go to the movie theaters and buy their tickets, which can be more and more expensive, right? So like people will buy things if you sell it to them. And like literally right now, I'm reading like this newsletter I'm signed up for, and it's this particular topic is talking about marketing to the affluent, like the people who have a bunch of random money. But like the thing is, like in the States, like there's a lot more than you think. There's a lot more people that have the money to spend than you think. And my biggest thing with comics is that your fans could be a lawyer or a janitor, right? It doesn't matter. Like they could be anything. They could be what's it called, a dump truck driver. Oh, they actually do make a lot of money. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter that they're not part of like the white collar group either. Like they could make a ton of money, and they want to buy a really cool product. They want to support a really cool business, that kind of, like, creators and stuff like that. So yeah, definitely, like, it's super interesting that your higher ticket item, because I think Kickstarter says like the average reward tier that people buy is the $25 one. And so basically you want to have a couple below, a couple above, and then have a $25 one. It's like you almost, like, that's one of the rules. But coincidentally, in our last panel, we were talking about the idea that in order to make something really great, like a piece of entertainment, typically what you do is you learn all the rules and then you figure out which one you want to break. And that's honestly true for marketing. Like you figure out the rules that everyone's following, you figure out the algorithm, and then you go, how do I figure out how to break it, right? Like you figure out that one little tweak, the fact that this is a scroll instead of a comic that already has a hook that's super interesting. So who cares if it's $100 product? I want it. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of the idea.
I mean, I was amazed that our first, like within our first 5 was one of those fully upgraded. It was like $200 with all the bells and whistles. And I was like, this must be a mistake. Like, I 2 backers, $300. What? Like I didn't get it. But I mean, it's been, again, a big learning curve for me in all this. I was really focused on a demographic of like the digital ones. I was hoping we'd sell a bunch of $5 and $10, but I mean, pretty cool.
That is cool. Yeah. And like I say, the music angle, Joe, I'm right there with you. And, the idea that behind the music is 2 things. Number one, they're themed to what the stories are. And the second thing is that you have come up with something that is an easily deliverable digital reward. And I think that almost all successful Kickstarters have some component of an easily deliverable reward. When you're waiting for stuff in the mail, it's just not It's just not optimum, and especially with shipping the way it is. And the one category that keeps going up is digital.
So I was just looking at the dashboard for our mittens campaign, and every day, besides a few days, we got either 3 or 4 backers. So
what's your conversion rate on that? Does it show that? Be on the left-hand side, probably.
It's down farther. 31%. There's 64 converted backers out of 207 followers.
So and by the way, that's actually pretty good. But you like what you're actually Dylan probably already said this. So what your goal would be, how do I get to 40% on the conversion? Because you at least got that many followers, right? So that's what we try to do, is get to 40%. And I think we were the last one we were at 38, I think. And in my case, what we do is I got a fairly active Facebook presence or whatever. Like, I'm on tons of podcasts. The last one I think I did 20, or it might have been 30 podcasts. I do my own show, the Top 11, which you guys are all invited to come on that. We'll talk about that. I won't hijack right now, but so I do that. I also got the email list. I do the Instagram. I do the LinkedIn. I do the Twitter. So I'm on. I don't do the Hive. Everybody's talking about Hive now, but I don't know if I will, because look, man, I'm still figuring it out. I might move the whole thing over to YouTube and just do that.
My big thing, I didn't get to mention this in the last panel, but my biggest thing, I really like the idea that Gary Vee brings this up. Like, when it comes to spending time on social platforms, you should spend 80% of your times on your core ones. Like, if Facebook and Instagram are your core ones, 80% of your social media time should be spent on them, promoting yourself or specifically connecting with your fan base and, getting outreach. But then you should always try to spend about 20% of your time on that new thing. Like, if you did that with TikTok, just 20% of your social media, when it first blew up, you would be huge, period. Like, everyone is. Like, everyone that downloaded TikTok and put stuff on TikTok in the beginning blew up because of the way their algorithm works. And so that's something that you don't want to sleep on, that stuff, because those are potential easy wins. It's kind of like, like when you're buying, what is it? When you're making investments, right? There's real estate, there's stocks, there's, bonds, all of those things. The thing is, if you took a small fraction of your portfolio and had put it towards cryptocurrency long ago, that's all you needed, right? And you would have done really, really well. And so diversifying, even if it's only that 20% on the bottom, is still really important. And that's why, even when you want to, you're running these campaigns, you're like, how do you get that extra 40% or get to the 40 from the 30, right?
Right.
The way that I like to look at that is, so it's like when it comes to marketing in general, you have a sales funnel, right? And you have the initial outreach where you get someone to look at your content. Then there's the click-through rate, then there's the conversion rate, and then maybe there's the upsell rate. And my biggest thing is that the way that you should focus on, or the thing that you should focus on, isn't just the sales rate, right? What you could do is, let's say we find out 35% is this golden number. It's very hard to get beyond that. You could try for 40, but 35 is a pretty solid number. If you know 35% of the people that follow your campaign are going to convert, then your number one objective shouldn't be to increase conversions. It should be to increase followers, because you know that if they become a follower, there's a 35% chance that they'll convert, which means that if it costs you $10 to get one more person to buy and then $10 to get 12 more people onto your platform, which one of those is more valuable?
And that's where I would chime in and say, first of all, I agree with what you said. And the second thing is, that's where you would need a second sources to fill that hole, which in that case, I would probably say that's when you would try Google ads, or I don't know if you ever do the Facebook paid ads. I've done them once or twice.
So I would say that Google ads I wouldn't do for Kickstarters, because Kickstarter itself, the website, has such incredible SEO that when we make a campaign, within 2 days of making it or publishing it, if you just go to Google and type in the name of our comic, the first thing that will come up is them, not even our own website, right? And so their SEO is through the roof, so they will always come up very quickly. And I've tested it with different people's browsers, different browsers and different people's Chrome users. So it's not like it's our history that's getting that to pull up. Kickstarter is already excellent like that. So I would recommend more of what would be considered influencer ads or influential ads rather than intention ads. Because if someone goes to Google to find your Kickstarter, first off, you're not going to compete with somebody else if they're on Kickstarter, because Kickstarter, like I said, their SEO's through the roof. They're going to be beating you. If your name is unique enough, Google will rise it to the top with Kickstarter. You don't need to worry too much about Google ads, but definitely stuff like Facebook ads, even Pinterest ads. I actually discovered very recently, and I do marketing for a living, that Pinterest has like double the user count that Twitter has.
I'm not mocking you at all. I tell you, I used to work for this auction house where they would sell high-end collectibles. And these were photographs of things like, Star Wars action figures from the 70s and classic Silver Age comics and the cool things that you see in an auction house, right? And I started putting them on Pinterest just to see if it would be not viral, but, get a little bit of action, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm telling you, the click rate through on them, by which I mean they looked at the image and then went to see what site was offering them. We did better on Pinterest than we did on Facebook.
I 100% believe that. Organically, Pinterest is way more powerful. So, interestingly enough, basically the only issues with Pinterest is the fact that, like, on Facebook, it's like a 54-46% ratio male to female. And for YouTube, it's like 80-20. It's like 80% male. Pinterest is the opposite. It's 80-20 female. And so the whole point is that depending on what you're selling, right? If you have a comic that you think would appeal to both, then you need to be on YouTube and Pinterest, because if you're on only YouTube, you're missing half your audience, and if you're on Pinterest, you're missing half your. If you're only on Pinterest, you're missing half your audience. The reason why Facebook works so well universally is just because everyone's on there. Like, when people say they're not on there, they're lying. There's 2 billion people on there, right? So, like, in fact, the reason Facebook last quarter had its first dip in users, and the only reason why is because statistically, everyone who will ever have a Facebook page already has one. They can't get any more users. That's why Mark Zuckerberg's sending satellites to start circling Africa and giving people free phones, because they're like, please, I need more people with internet access. Here's a free phone with only Facebook installed.
there's 2 things too that I will tell you, and this is just one man's opinion, but I got a little bit of SEO experience, and you'll hear people creators say things on Facebook like, oh, these algorithms, man, they're stepping on my ads. Nobody's seeing my ads and blah, blah, blah. Really, what they're saying is that nobody is interacting with their ad. Yeah, and the ad itself is the problem, not the customer. Yeah. Because the Facebook people, if you click on something, like for me, like all the comic creators, like I see all their stuff because that's the kind of stuff I follow. What you're learning is that your friends, or maybe even the people who say they support you but don't, they're not liking any of your statuses. They're not interacting. That's why the algorithm is not working. In other words, it is working. It's doing what it's supposed to do.
I was going to say, there's 2 important things on that. If you're the first one is for organic on Facebook. Don't invite your friends and family to like your Facebook page, meaning like your comic book one, because that will damage your engagement rate, which will cause your exposure to dip. So that's definitely a big one, 100%. Yeah, Facebook shows high quality content to people who want to see it. In fact, that's so true. So I run Facebook ads for a living for several clients. Facebook, and I'm very good at getting their cost to go down. And want to know why? If you show the right content to the right people with the right budget, then Facebook will reward you by charging you less because people like your ads. If your ads are not being engaged with, that means it's bad content, and therefore your ad will cost more. They literally, like, if your ads cost too much in Facebook, like you can't figure out how to get them to go down, it has nothing to do with anything other than the quality of the content you put on there and who you're sending it to. And if you fix those 2 things, your ads will be better. And it's the same with organic. If you get the right audience liking your page and then you show them the right content, they will engage with it if it's good. Right.
So I had a little bit of a negative experience with the Facebook ads, and it's kind of funny. We got a lot of engagement, probably the most engagement on any post I've ever personally had anything to do with, and that was fantastic. But it came because of our name. And so, like, our next ad, we're going to push the concept of comic scrolls. This first comic scroll is called Vatican Assassins, which I didn't, when I chose it, I wasn't thinking, oh, well, I'm going to offend somebody. It was, it's supposed to be kind of a play on words. It's not, they're not even really with the Vatican. It's just, anyway, so we got a lot of conspiracy theory, like, responses on our our posts. I learned a lot about the actual. There's a movement out there that believes the Vatican has some assassins, right? And we were kind of playing on that, to be honest, but there's a depth there I didn't realize. And so a lot of my post was about like, there's no way the Vatican would actually have assassins. It's like, you don't know the truth. The Vatican has assassins. And so we went in this, not having anything to do with our comic deep dive on the debate of whether Vatican assassins. And it's kind of it's a play on words, because the assassins and the Vaticans were like, the Vatican and the church and the assassins are different groups anyway. So it was, I didn't realize I was going to get a bunch of that. And the other thing was, I didn't realize, because I'm pretty innocent to the internet. Like, I've been here. I have a Facebook page, and I went through the last 4 years like everybody else. But there was a lot of like hate and toxicity that got on it, and so we deleted it off. But like, I didn't expect that. That was, I think, the first.
Here's one other thing, though, I would definitely be careful of. If you succeed at any significant level, you will receive hate. Period. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're curing children's cancer. Somebody's going to tell you it's bad for some reason, right? Like seriously, it will happen. Like, so my biggest thing is that what you definitely need to look out for is that our brains are hardwired to notice negative things more than positive things. So much so that if you have a negative experience, as long as you keep it in your mind for 2 seconds, you will remember it for a very long time. If it's a positive experience, you have to remember it for 11 seconds or your brain will erase it because it is irrelevant to your survival. So when it comes to people getting negative comments on Facebook, I promise you, like, that's one of the big reasons why there's depression in like the creator, what's it called? Like the YouTubers, like people that make all of their money doing creative things, is because they get bombarded with negative. But if they took a tenth, like a random sect of all of their comments, maybe 10% or less would be negative, and the rest would all be super positive. Like, you're the man, you changed my life, you're amazing, blah, blah, blah. And that's the biggest thing. Like, I think there's a couple podcasters I've listened to who said similar things. They're like, you have to, like, not care at all. Like, actually, Gary Vee says this a lot. You have to not care at all what they think, and then also care very deeply what they think. And what he means is that if it's a negative criticism, evaluate it. Is it truthful? Should I change myself? If not, then ignore it completely, but also empathize with the poor guy who's so desperate to get attention that he has to belittle someone on the internet because his own life is meaningless, right? So like immediately, like that's how I can see it. So I don't exactly like that. I laugh it off because I'm just like, man, this poor guy, like I can't imagine how bad his life sucks if I'm the person he wants to attack on the internet. So when you do get those, like, get responses, like, think about it. If you said like immediately, like sold two $150 items or a $200 item on your Kickstarter, clearly that means you got a lot of traction quickly. You will inherently receive negative attention because of it. It's impossible not to, right? Like, even Greg and I have had to deal with that, where like someone like bashing us for stupid stuff that didn't make any sense. It had no bearings on their claims, and yet they felt the need to attack because they saw someone getting attention that they weren't. And because, again, they're on the internet, there's trolls. Sure. And if you're young to the internet in the sense of not being here for a long time, like it can be brutal 100%. Out there. But yeah,
100%
just be cautious.
And I will tell you, we talked about it. That's when you know you really made it, right? When you have a couple of haters strongly pushing back on something that you're doing. And we were going to the extent here of we're looking for one of these pull quotes where it's somebody that hated the book, right? Like just
use that as like the appraisal of the book. We were talking about Grant Cardone yesterday. One of the best things he said is that it is better for someone to hate you than to not know who you are.
Right. Yeah.
Because like, think about it. Like I heard this quote a long time ago, but it's like some people think that hate is the opposite of love, but in all reality, it's indifference. Correct. It's the fact that I don't even know who you are, because hate is just a different part of love, in the sense that you can only hate something that you're passionate about. You can't hate something random, right? And if you do, unless it's like a random act of hate, right? Like you hit something because you're flailing about something else you're actually mad about. But the whole idea is like, if someone hates you, that means that someone saw you. And that's better than not seeing you at all. And on our last panel for the fan base, we were talking about the fact that sometimes your biggest like critics or negative bystanders can become your biggest fans, right?
Oh yeah.
Like my best friend growing up used to pick on me and then he became my best friend, right? Like that can happen. Like, and that's so true. Like the best friends are the ones that were started off as enemies. And so that's just something to be cautious about. Like, obviously, if you got a bunch of people that are coming in and just randomly hating and have nothing to do with your content, just block those guys. But just be cautious of overly weighing the negative when there might have been overwhelming positive. It's just harder to see.
The funny thing was a couple of the haters were like, "The art's really good, though." Like that
See, that's like Timothy said. I would grab that quote and be like, "This guy's a dick, but the art's really cool," and then put that in your scroll.
It also shows a level of growth, right? And like if you're putting that onto your own promotional material, it's like I hear it, hey, and I'm learning from it. And the fact that
I would run ads against that. I would like put it into a screenshot, run it as an ad, blur out the guy's name so you don't get in trouble, and literally be like, "This is what our fans say." I hate these guys, but the artwork's so good.
I work a little bit with Mike Teener from Bad Bug Media. Do you know a couple of those guys?
That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
He does the Kickstarters that are like
Midnight Highway.
Yeah, Midnight Highway and stuff. And
the 1,000 other ones.
Yeah. He gets around. So, but we worked on a story together, and they do something over there that I found exceptionally brave. And by the way, as a publisher myself, I feel like I'm taking a lot of risks anyway, right? Like I'm not risk averse. All of us have to have a certain level of risk aversity to even be doing this to begin with. But he invites the comments in, not only from the team that worked on it, but like from I hate to use the phrase a peanut gallery, but they keeps a group of us around that have experience in making books and Kickstartering, and we say what we thought of cover A, cover C, cover D. And one thing that I've noticed, and man, like I say, I value criticism, but it quickly becomes a bunch of voices raised in disharmony, right? Which I'm not sure how much of that is noise and how much is valuable. Like I try not to have the colorist and the inker, for example, saying what they're thinking too much, because what happens is it creates a lot of slowdown, and you just have to have the best people, have them work their vision and go forward. I don't think you need necessarily every level critiqued. If you know what I mean.
Well, it's been a fantastic experience for me just so far. We're halfway through this. I always wanted to be a comic book artist, and I've done some things, but I've never felt like I'm actually, I don't know, validated by it. You go on, I'll tell you what, Webtoons does not make you feel good about yourself.
Yeah.
And this Kickstarter, this is the first time I'm working with Inked on this, of course. And I mean, this has been just phenomenal. So I'm excited. For Thanksgiving, I was like, well, I'm thankful I'm a comic book artist, so.
Right. Well, and I'll tell you, the project sounds really cool. I love the idea of the scroll, and I was a little bit familiar. I thought you were going to do one of the fold-out ones. I'd seen one of those too, and I like the stuff that's unconventional. And like I say, it's the collector, right? At the end of the day, they're going to have a cool collectible. And I guess what drew me in on your project, Joe, was the music angle. Like we do a music angle too. And like I say, I sometimes feel like I'm out on my own. I'm a storyteller. I don't do any of the.
So when you're putting a project together, like, do you use a group of people, or like the best thing about having the band work with me is now I got like 4 other people, so I'm not by myself on this. But
in our case here, there's 14 of us that work together now.
Okay.
It's a little surprising, but it's all pretty close. Like, in other words, most of us know each other in some way. Even though it's an international team, there's only 1 or 2 of us that are Americans. I'm an American. We're all Americans, right?
Yeah.
Like I say, not that I'm necessarily pro-America more than anything else, but in my case, I tend to be the only one. Like Erwin is Filipino. There's 2 Argentinians. David is from Brazil, so it's a true international team.
That's cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, and it kind of just got lucky that like we certainly weren't trying to exclude any Americans, put it that way, but it just kind of happened that way. It turned out to be more people that were not American than were, but it had more to do with like they were picked by hand on what projects they'd be on and what we wanted it to look like. And it was like art like this guy, and like we didn't ask really where the guy was from or anything, because it doesn't really matter these days.
Yeah.
In almost every case, I reached right out to him and said, hey, we're working on this project, we're going to do a Kickstarter. And in almost every case, the original artist came right on with us and have stayed on and doing the same kinds of projects with us.
I don't know that I could have done this just by myself. And I when I grew up, it was a Kevin Costner movie. If you build it, they will come.
Right, yeah.
But I've learned here nowadays, it's this generation, this time of our lives is really about networking, and it's now if we build it, they will fund. It's a little bit of a different slant on that.
Mm-hmm. And it's fun to do this as sort of I think in all of our cases, it's a little bit of a team sport. Like, we're all sort of have our different roles on the team, but it's a team sport, isn't it? And in my case anyway, I wasn't necessarily, now I'm a capitalist, you understand, but it wasn't necessarily money that propelled me toward making comics. It was more the desire to tell some of these unusual types of stories. And
I think those are the best businesses anyways, whether it's entertainment or it's a product. Like when somebody's trying to, do something regardless of the business, it's just, like that's the stuff that pays the best too. If you really go all in, it's like
sure. And
when you're a fan, you're probably not the only fan, and you know what you want from the industry. And when the industry matures, for whatever reason, it kind of rots a little bit,
Yeah, it's like a freshly picked apple. Eventually it goes bad.
Yeah. And it's like, we had 10 years of fantastic, certain types of media. I'm not tagging Disney, but, all this great media, kind of a rundown on it. In the comic book industry, amazing content in the 80s, amazing visuals in the 90s. And then you get this really big spike after that where it just kind of descends down. And it's like, there's a reason indie comics there's a reason we're all getting money on Kickstarter. It's because they're not getting what they want from the big guys.
Right. And there's people that will seek out original material and feel validated by it as if they had discovered it. Like we were talking yesterday about, and this is the delicate part. So much of it has to do with the customer has to be discovering the material more so than feeling like they were fed the material by this corporate entity. Right. And especially in our cases, we're all small presses, right? There's not a huge conglomerate behind us. Pushing.
I was just thinking, like, some of the best latest show or things that have come out on Netflix are the stuff that's like Squid Games, for example, right? It's this like foreign film or foreign TV show that came to Netflix so that Americans can see it, and they're all like, "Ooh, there's this interesting thing that's new and unique," and I found it on this catalog. Right, it's kind of like going to a convention. This catalog of people I could have looked at. I saw it, I watched it, and because of that, it's way better than if a bunch of ads hit me for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so here's the thing, right? How do you lead people? What are the breadcrumbs by which we lead our customers to this product? And I think at least in our cases, it's primarily podcasts and in some of our cases, music, and in Joe's case and in my case. Like for me, we used to like joke with each other, like, well, does the music drive the comics or do the comics drive the music? Because it's really two things, right? And they're in our case, they're very thematically linked. Joe, I'll get your information after the show because I'd love to hear what you thought, because that's kind of what we're doing too, right? So it was like, well, let's start to promote this like it's an album. And that's the part that we've never done because, and again, this is one man's opinion too. I was a musician before, and musicians have it even tougher than artists, if you ask me. And of course, music. Yeah, people expect the music to be free. They don't want to pay anything for the music, or at least for the beautifully drawn art.
That's true, though. What you just said there is that sense of they want it for free. But it's the key to discovery.
Yeah,
it's so much easier to get a tune out there. I know that we're on our first version of this. This is our first comic scroll, and we've learned stuff. We're already planning on how we're going to pivot on the next one. And I think the next time what we're going to do, and this is something me and you should probably talk about, is we're going to go for it from the musician's point of view first. Like we're going to compose the album and the comic at the same time, but kind of favor the music first, because we really want to get that audio visual in there without having to make a full animation, without having to make I'd love to have a Netflix show. Netflix, if you're listening. But it's really about there's this movement, this feel that you get in music that translates. If you can get that art in there, you can build that thing. You're building a universe, you're building an emotion, you're building a feeling. And honestly, I think it's what a lot of the modern stuff is lacking right now. When you are looking at 38,000 Netflix shows, a lot of them are lacking a sense of feel, a sense of of that movement, that emotion, that sense of family. It's just been cut and pasted in there from something before. So I think the music, adding that music in, was really important.
So something interesting on all that too is that I don't remember who I heard this one from, but basically is the idea that whether or not it's the diet or the exercise that helps you lose weight, right? You should probably do both, right? It doesn't matter. Like, who cares? Like, don't like stop exercising to figure out how much the diet helps, and don't stop dieting to see how much the exercise helps. If they both work together, or if they both work together better, then do them together. So, like, the fact is that we were talking earlier about people feeling superhero fatigue. It could just be that they're tired of just superhero, but maybe superhero crime, superhero horror, I mean, like if you watch what's it called, Stranger Things, right? One of the main characters basically a superhero. They got superpowers, but the whole point is it's a horror-based version, and suddenly it's the biggest thing. Sometimes adding those things together, right, in little tiny pieces, and not worrying about which one's doing better than the other and just doing them both really well is a really good way to catch attention, because no one's done A and Z together. They've only done A and B together. And so that's an interesting idea.
Sure, man, for real. Well, to tie this into our theme, which of course is the Kickstartering, it was I never thought that I would be sort of the Kickstarter guy. And once you get in, it's like you jump in the water and the water's warm, right? Like it's suddenly not very scary anymore. And I think I was telling Greg, so that was number 5 for me, just closed. And I got number 6 that should head in the next, man, it won't be before the end of the year now. It'll be the first one for next year. And that's a comic series. And then, of course, the novel right behind that. So that's 6 and 7. And what we're going to do, and I'll report back to you and I'll tell you, hey, this is the smartest thing ever, or it didn't work. You migrate everything over, including all the graphics and all the assets and the cards. And then there are perks on Indiegogo. And it's more like a retail site. And it's not an all or nothing. Say if you make the goal 10,000 and you raise 6,000, you still get to keep the 6,000.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's
now,
interesting.
I haven't done that, so I hesitate to say, "Hey, this will definitely work."
So, coincidentally, I was going to say, like that's another area where the scarcity in Kickstarter helps. It's this idea that if you don't do it now, it'll never happen, right? So, like that's why you get an influx in the beginning, because a bunch of people want to see you succeed. And similar to what I was talking about earlier about understanding how social media platforms work, you definitely want to understand how Kickstarter works. Kickstarter has a feature called Projects We Love, and there's no way that a bunch of people on Kickstarter are going through and tagging these, right? It's an algorithm. And what we've noticed is that if you read all of the text on their site that tells you what makes a successful Kickstarter, one of the things they'll bring up is that most successful Kickstarters are funded within, or get a third of their funding within like 3 days or a week or something like that.
Right. You got to have a big start.
And the interesting thing is, if you actually get that funding in slightly less time, I believe that that's actually what tags you as Projects We Love, because we've only received it once, and specifically it was on a product or a project that received that funding in that 30% funding in like 3 days.
No, it was a number of things, because like I never, I funded pretty quickly on almost all of them. But
I got to be honest, that one seems to be. I'll just tell you this. So that's 5 in a row for me that all funded almost all the first day, and professionally designed with theme songs, and none of them made Project We Love.
Really?
And it'd be fair to say they were carefully crafted. And even the people following, one of them said, well, actually, it was Russell Nolte, if you know his. He's like, how does this not have 1,000 backers? He's like, this is amazing. Like the initial response has been good. And by the way, I don't want to make it seem like I know what I'm talking about. What I mean is I was very lucky and I work with some talented folks. I'm not necessarily the designer myself, if you understand. But my point is still the same, which is that I think the criteria they use to determine for the Project We Love, there's a lot of elements of it.
Yeah, but I would assume it's something along those lines where it's probably if you meet all of the stuff that they tell you makes it successful, right? Like maybe you send emails out through their campaign, not just your own. Maybe if you, hit that 3 day, 30% mark and you have your video and you update your, what's it called? Your feed every day, like you're supposed to, like things like that. Like
Right.
if
Yeah, sure, man. Sure.
yeah, I'm sure it's all of those things at once, but I can't imagine that there's somebody going on and manually tagging them. 'Cause if you look through the projects we love, there's a ton of them. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
not like there's five, right? And so there'd have to be a team of people looking through these projects, watching every video, which could be anywhere from a minute to an hour, right? And then evaluating whether or not that should be a project they love. I can't imagine that that's happening. So I would presume that it's algorithm based, and I would assume that the way they would set that up is every way that they see that you should run Kickstarter, so, kind of like how Facebook will reduce your ad cost if your ads are good. I would assume that Kickstarter does something similar if you meet all the criteria. So actually, I just realized another example could be the fact that this was our first rated E content. This was not a rated, M for mature content. So maybe it's the fact that it was family friendly. So that was another addition that made it easily, set as a project we love.
I see.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. There's probably tons of stuff like that, but like I bet there's a bunch of boxes that if you check enough of them, that there's like a way that you can get that every time if you really do it right.
Sure.
Cool. Well, thanks for doing the crowdfunding corner.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Hey, it was nice to meet y'all, and I wish you best of luck with your projects. Nice to meet you too, Dylan. Even though it was just for a second here, as I'm on my way out.
Same to you, Tim. Nice to listen to you.
Fantastic for me.
Yeah, and I like the Creepy Trees Incorporated. I don't even know what it is, and I already like it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was a great session, actually. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. Take care, guys.
Ciao.
Oh, and thanks for the invitation, as always.
Definitely.
Very nice to meet all of you. Thank you.
Same.
Let's see. Put you up here. You up here. Look at that.
Oh, thanks.
Cool. Now it's Artist Alley. So you guys can draw, you can talk, you can sell stuff.
Oh, well, I'm in a fireplace. I'm in a big gothic fireplace to talk about my latest gothic release, which is Sleep.
Yeah, I'm trying to upload that. And, I'm going to need a description.
You're going to need a what?
Description for that. A little description.
A little
And-
description.
And
Sleep.
the cover, for some reason, doesn't want to upload on there. But yeah, I had to compress the JPEG, and it was annoying because somehow it was like
Even in the
300
PDF.
megabytes. Yeah, somehow the JPEG was like 300 megabytes, just the cover. So yeah, I had to like compress that. I think I should make like a checklist of things that people should do before they like hand me a file.
It's not that we got to get like some software, like no matter what they hand us, we put it in and it spits out the thing we're supposed to get. It's like, it doesn't matter. JPEG, PDF, TIFF, just put it in and it'll be like, bah, here's your comic.
I would love if people could just upload their comics to our website and me not have to do any of that work. But yeah, can't do that yet.
Yeah, we aren't all dreamers.
Well, maybe it is something down the line.
Yeah.
Like, hello, Elvis. So, yeah, Artist Alley this time around. How has con number 2 been so far?
Okay.
Yeah.
It's actually been going by pretty fast, actually.
Hey, Greg, is there a way to make one person bigger and the rest of us to like to the side,
Yeah.
or does it just make
I
make
can
them
like do
full screen?
that.
No, see how that's like just them. Is there a way to like
Oh
like-
wait.
tile it where like they're the spotlight and we're like on the sidelines? Yeah, there we go. That's exactly what I want. This is what I was looking for Artist Alley. That way, like whoever's like specifically presenting at the moment can be spotlight or spotlit, and we don't have to like kick ourselves out without taking up spots.
Yeah.
Because like right now, like if we wanted to, we could even like send an invite out to random people, like, hey, want to join Artist Alley?
Well, I tried to find people and nobody.
Like, hey, do you have some drawing you want to do? You like to
can sell
draw?
your stuff, and nobody was like,
They're like, you saying I can sell my stuff to comic book fans? It's like, yeah. It's like, nah.
Well, I think it's because we finally have finished another comic, which I think is book 4. Um, that it is really nice to get the opportunity to talk about it. So Sleep, whenever we get compression files sorted and all that jazz, is a prequel to Within the Woods.
Ah.
Yeah. So we've been doing a series of short stories. The last 2 that have come out. Hopefully, if I edit it correctly, there should be a little page that says a Within the Woods story. So we're actually working backwards to tell the story of basically the witch and the house from Within the Woods. And we decided to go about in a series of in a short story fashion, so that way we could tell very contained stories that still tell the overall arching narrative. And Sleep is the direct prequel to Within the Woods. So if you've read that one, if you've seen even the cover of it, every book we've done, we have improved art wise, thankfully. But this one now it directly links to that one of those very first books that we brought out. Because I quite like. Initially, when I was writing everything, I was writing everything on my own. So, and I quite like telling stories that are kind of in the middle of a story. And that's where Within the Woods starts, where it's everything has already happened, and there's this person, Jessica, who is dealing with the trauma then, and it's about her path on this trauma of what she's doing to deal with that. Hello.
Do you have your do you have the Into the Woods with you?
well, it's on our website, so.
I know, but I meant if you had it in person right now.
If you
He's
had
on
it in
camera.
Oh, if I had on camera. It's on a shelf
I have
that's
the
about
camera.
9 feet higher than myself at the minute. But link to my work.
Yeah. Do you have your own website? I never even knew.
No, I don't. My only web presence is actually Creepy Tree, is Instagram and Cyrenova Comics at the minute. We're still working on that.
Darn it! People got to subscribe to Cyrenova.
This has been the plan all along. I am actually Cyrenova, and all your subscriptions are me.
I'm the one who subscribes.
Yeah. But what we've been trying to do now, when I finish Sleep, I really wanted to tell that direct story, and now the next short story that'll kind of close out this chapter. The title is "The Woman Who Knew Too Much."
Always a problem.
So
what did she know?
That's basically the where it all began story, and then we're kind of I think we're going to close out that section, and where we might go into doing Kickstarter with a full blown collection of the short stories called House of Nothing. So that's where all these projects, the previous one, Kickstarter campaigns, things like that, are like frantically taking notes down here. So that will be our first major project that we're going to print, and trying to get as a project that's funded, that we're not funding ourselves. We're also going to, if you have followed this, as I just knock over my whole system here, if you have followed this over the last couple of years, you notice we're quite slow to produce as well. Mainly because we want to focus in on trying to be really good storytellers in the short space of time that we have to create. So we actually, next year, we're going to, or incoming from January, we're going to change up the way that we actually deliver our stories. So we have 3 that we're working on. There it is. Look at that.
There it
The
is.
very early days of. Ooh, that's how you read comic books. That's
There it is.
That's how you you drag a mouse across the screen.
I feel like some people don't know about this one. How you can go like this. Ah, beautiful.
It's a great way to hide some of the really bad writing, actually, if you read it that way.
Yeah.
So one thing about this is one of the first books that we did, and I got. I've always been a fan of kind of Gothic haunted house stories, and I always wanted to tell one. When I decided to move into comic books from a fine art background, I knew there was a couple of things I knew that I really wanted to do, and so Within the Woods was one of them. I work on the basis of, and you'll notice it through the drawings, that a lot of the male characters look like me. A lot of the female characters actually look like my fiance. That, because we were in the woods and we were out taking the photos. There was a couple of instances where, I sent Jessica off on her own and I stalked her through the woods in between the trees and things like that. Trying to fulfill some sense of artistic realism in myself and in my research. But it's always been an idea that I've wanted to fulfill, and so far we're doing that. As I say, with this series of shorts and everything like that, we are going to change things up in the way that we deliver comics, because we have, as I say, we have another title in the works, which is The Woman Who Knew Too Much, and a horror comedy series called Night School. Yeah, we actually have an editor now and a co-writer who came up with this concept that is equal parts funny and tragic, and we're hashing out now a way to deliver that in more concise fashion, not waiting so long for like 18 or 20 pages, but maybe doing one scenario, like a quick four pager, putting it out there, and then eventually putting them all together in the order that they're meant to be in. So when we deliver them, they'll be out of sequence. There'll be these kind of spots in time, and then eventually, when we get more comfortable with the idea of doing cohesive kickstarting projects, we'll put it all together and deliver it that way in order that it's meant to be in.
Nice.
We're trying to hash that out now, because the idea of we have maybe the guts of like 10 of these scenes done, but the problem is now trying to decide how out of sequence we want it, because then are we going to give too much away of the overarching story that we're currently writing, but it's an interesting process being in that and trying to more solidly work with people as well. For a long time, kind of like spooky slice of life series. Yes, exactly. That's kind of exactly what we're looking for. So even the drawing, I want to change it up. So I've always been very much of that mangaka vein. So everything that we've done previously, I have done, from writing, drawing, text, grayscale coloring, digitalization, all that. I've done it all on my own, and I'm not doing that anymore so much, which frees me up a little bit, so that we can come up with these stranger ideas, but keeping it in a horror vein for as long as possible. I think I've always envisioned Creepy Trees as staying as kind of maybe being like the A24 of comics, and keeping things in a vein of like horror or gothic kind of in nature. Because for one, that when we released that, we also released Nightlands, which I had started writing when I was 18, and then it got shelved for a long time. There is a half an issue 2 written for the past year.
Oh.
Yeah. But now there potentially is people coming back to write on that. because that was kind of myself and friends from home project where I wanted to do this comics thing. I wanted something to do with nightmares and kind of, if we all have these nightmares, they must be real. So what if they're in an alternate dimension kind of thing, or they're a dimension adjacent, shall we say? And so we're actually going to be working on that again in a series of stories, but also potentially a series of short movies. Yeah, Nightlands was actually always going to end up as a film-based project. We, a long time ago, before we actually released Nightlands issue 1, we had filmed maybe, I want to say, like 12 scenes that were going to be put together to start to film a mini web series that was actually set in the universe of the comic. Whether that big complicated thing comes to fruition, I'm not too sure. That would involve more people yet again, which I'm always open to working with tons and tons of people, but it can then be a nightmare to direct them. But yeah, that's kind of where we've been at now. With, as I say, it's always great to actually release something. As well as someone, as someone who's been on here a few times now, and I've always been in between projects, or like we just dropped them, or like the next one is coming. Guys, in this process, I kind of webisodes, that kind of thing. That Nightlands was actually meant to be a YouTube series, or it's meant to end up that way. Anyway,
maybe it'll become as big as like Cobra Kai, and then you'll get Netflix. There you
go. Here's hoping. That wouldn't I wouldn't be disappointed with that. But like with a few things that as I heard The Witcher being discussed earlier, it's like if they don't want to stick to the source material, then there's no point.
That's why I think if we ever have movies or something made, I would have to be like a producer or director or something like that, like me or Dylan, because we're like strict about that. So.
Well, I think it's one of those things. As someone who now has an editor, I've talked to you guys a few times about this, and I've done a couple of Noble File episodes where we have been sitting in a Zoom critiquing each other. And I think one of the hardest things to accept is criticism of yourself, of your own work, when you're trying to do something and you have this vision. But one of the toughest things to do is do that of yourself. So now that we have these people like the editor for Sleep, like Sleep was done as far as I was concerned. And then, as I say, the opportunity to bring someone into the fold came along who actually had done screenwriting. I was like, okay, look, just go ham and we'll talk about it. And then I got sent back, the this is what it was, this is what it is now, kind of rewrites, the black and the red. And as I was rewriting it, I was kind of like, shit, it makes more sense rewritten. But it's something I think we all have to accept of ourselves, that just because we have the idea, we might not actually be the best for every part of it. And we're kind of riding high in a place now, as I say, with Creepy Trees, where going into next year, there's a lot happening and a lot of potentially just a lot more from us, which is always good. It talks about trying to build a fan base. We have some diehard people who, God love them, have not left, and they don't get an awful lot. Occasional updates of like, yeah, we are doing something. So I tried to do Inktober this year, and then I got 2 into my first drawing, and it took most of October to actually do it. So, but we are trying to produce more. We're trying to become much more media savvy, traditional or digital. Personally, My volume was too high for that cough.
Yeah, sorry, I've been muting myself while I'm coughing, and I missed that one. It came too quick.
I am initially a traditionalist, but now for text, I've gone digital because one of the biggest problems I faced was deciding to draw the text bubble in the way of everything. To be really, really kind of old school about it and lay it out and tape it off. But then I felt it was taken away from what was one of my ultimate goals, which is actually to produce comic books with no dialogue. There's one of my favorite books. I can't remember the author of it, but it's called House, and there's no words. It's just these three kind of teens, early 20s, go to this abandoned house, and their whole walk through it. And as things get more oppressive and kind of scarier, the actual image boxes get smaller. So the borders become bigger and they get denser and denser and denser. So it starts off with all white borders, but as the story progresses, they become black, and then they just start to actually bleed into the images to the point where I think the final image of that book is only, like, in terms of on the page, it's only a couple of millimeters. And
That's
yeah,
awesome.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's one of my favorite books, but there's not a single line of dialogue in it. So that's one thing I hope to do. I do have another book that I have, in a way, principal photography done on. Because the way I work with a lot of things, I see if I can photograph it or film it before I can commit it to actually drawing it. Yeah, as I see there, Elvis's comments. Exactly. It's something that's still not done an awful lot because we require so much exposition, and we require stories to be laid out for us so much. I'm currently reading some of the kind of early 50s, like Tales from the Crypt Keeper comics and things like that. And one criticism I've had is that, my text can be too heavy, or my dialogue boxes can be too big and things like that. It's like most of these pages are just dialogue boxes with like a kind of horrific drawing in the corner of them. So we're kind of, we go around in these cycles, I think, where it's like, okay, we need all this explained to us, and then we want it more cerebral, and we kind of want very little exposition, and then something comes along where we're like, oh, we kind of plateau for a little while, and then we go back. But now I think there's this little push for almost, if you will, silent comics. Not that I don't have an appreciation for all parts of the comic, because I mean, as I've discovered trying to do lettering, to all letterers out there, you are the true artists. Like deciding even on fonts and what's the most legible across different languages or across like screen types. So how are people going to, like, because we're doing digital comics alone, so like, different brands of phone screen will read our comics differently. They just will. So we need to try and then adapt and find universal fonts that read well throughout these different versions of technology that people are going to be reading, which is a challenge in itself. So there you have that criticism of someone kind of goes like, they then might fully read it, or because they're used to their screen, or they might only half read it. And then to call back to a previous panel, that's where you end up having the debates across social media and across your platforms, where someone makes a point that proves they actually missed something. So it's an interesting time to be trying to change up the way we do things. As I say, we're very to move back to the point of me. We're very slow, and now we're trying to keep pace with everything else and trying to consider things more. But the more what I've noticed now with Creepy Trees is the more people, the better. And like that, I know, so you were talking about Facebook algorithms previously, where it's like, don't invite your friends and family. And I would agree with that, even if you have produced a project that you're happy with. Your friends and family you either have a relationship with them where they're completely honest, or everyone's walking on eggshells all the time. And it's usually one of the two. It's usually extremes. So you're never going to get genuine feedback and constructive criticism, which I think it needs to be. A lot of people just mention criticism, and you need to put constructive in front of it, because there are people out there who I have met now, just putting it out to people who have no real connection to me, who have given me genuine feedback that has only positively affected the way I actually create. And it's one thing I think we're still, as creators, content creators, artists, whatever you want to call people, whatever they want to be themselves, one thing we are very, very afraid of is that constructive criticism. There's someone who you are trying to sell your product to, who is actually telling you how to sell it to them, but you're not listening. Again, even to bring it back to that building an audience panel, where it's like you're too quick and too attached, where you are now you are losing a fan who is telling you how to get them on board. All you have to do is add an apostrophe, a comma, make something not look like it's squashed. Like one of the, I think on one of the last Nova Files podcasts I did, one of the biggest things that came about was like, you can't, it was like, I think Peter was like, I can't read it, it looks squashed. And I'm like, yeah, because it fucking is. Like, and I realized that now, and that's why I moved away from putting, from hand doing all the bubbles in the text. These are our biggest supporters and critics. I would agree with that to an extent, but I also think sometimes if you're trying to build relationships with people, there is an element of dancing around each other until you get confident. Whereas I think we have to be a little bit more confident about it. Like, even I think to call back way back when, to when I initially first signed on with Nova, there was so much, there was so much tiptoeing around each other. In terms of trying to equal parts compliment, critique, and get each other to join on board with each other, that it took nearly a year and a half for anyone to confidently say, look, we have this thing and we want to all work together. It can be difficult to separate yourself from your work. Yes, completely. I think one thing I will say, I'm coming from a perspective of, my background is actually in fine art. I have my degree, my education is in fine art, and I'll tell anybody to the day that I die, that degree is purely in receiving criticism. You are not and not in a bad way, Joe. That sounds very negative, but you are like, you have weekly critiques of yourself from your peers, people, your classmates, however many in college. I think it was 30, there was 30 of us, 35, and 34 people would look at your stuff and they had to say something about it.
Looks like shit.
Yeah, but even that, like, at the end of the day, but then that's your job as the person, as the creator. That's great review. Thank you very much, Beck. It's your job then as the creator to properly respond to that and have the conversation, which is something you discussed in the building the fan base panel. If you're not willing to engage with it, no one's going to go anywhere. You can take something positive from it or something negative, but at the end of the day, any interaction you have with somebody who has read your stuff is leading you forward in some way or form. Anybody who reads it, be they like it or they don't like it, it's still moving you forward. And I have to use my hands with this one, pushing things forward, because at the end of the day, they still read it. And if they liked it or didn't like it, they're still going to tell somebody about it. Actually, probably more so if they didn't like something in it, because then that'll intrigue the other person who'd be like, well, I want to see it for myself. I've exhibited in fine art and things like that, and I've had people who really didn't get it. I'm like, that's okay, because you've spoken to me longer than the people who's claimed to. So I know you're going to actually understand it more now. Like I used to do these drawings that were, maybe like 3, 4, 5 foot high. That were just black lines. So take something like this that's behind me here, like a fireplace, and I would draw that in individual lines, thousands upon thousands of lines in one direction, and then I'd spin it around and do the same thing again and again and again. So when you stood at different angles to the drawing, you saw different parts. You saw where I began a different section, and I was drawing these mountains that they're classified as monolithic mountains. And the point of drawing them totally black was to make them look like 2001: A Space Odyssey. So, like, yeah, grounding science fiction in reality, saying like, what if these monolithic mountains actually did look like this? How would we discern the way they look? And so I draw these huge drawings, tons of marks, watching the flow, and you'd kind of start on one side, you'd do this little semicircle over to the other, and you'd see all the different areas. And like, there's always someone who'd be like, what's the point, or this, that, and every other thing. But at the end of the day, to go back to it, every interaction will always actually be a positive interaction, unless you get stabbed or something, to be very extreme about it. But if somebody is talking about something you've produced, your name is still out there in the cosmos. Someone's still talking about it. And again, to go back to Meg's point, that it can be difficult to separate yourself from your work. Yes. But again, to be the artist is to accept the fact that you will be criticized for being an artist. We live in a world where, or in an age where, artists aren't producers of artwork and comics. We're not, especially independent comics. We're back to that kind of age of like, have to take good with the bad, but we're back to that age where, people don't think it's a real job. Like, even I have a main steady job that I do, and I tell people, I write, create, produce comic books as well, and they're like, oh yeah, like, you can't talk about it. So we have to bear that in mind as well. So we have to take all that on board. You've given me a platform to ramble now, and I've completely rambled.
That's okay. I was gonna say, if you want, we could pop up Boo21 over there. Put him up on the screen for a second. Boom.
Is the Does Mike?
Oh, a little bit. You seem to be cutting out.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
Oh, now I can hear you.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Yep.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Definitely.
You're one of the only two that wanted to be on.
Make us feel
So
more
I do
important
a lot
than that,
of,
please, Greg.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, I
You
do a
were
lot of art
handpicked.
and character design at the moment. Publishers.
I don't know if that was a question at the end. Oh, I heard that this you do character design, and then it sounded like you cut out, and I thought you said the word publisher, but I didn't hear anything.
That's the joys of living in the UK. Yeah, so at the moment I'm working for like a couple of different publishers, just on different projects and stuff, alongside this. So like graffiti spraying and things like that, which really tie to illustration, comic designs.
Very cool.
That's cool.
What you drawing now?
I thought I'd have ready to colour as I'm listening to your tips.
Nice.
But I've got all like different designs, but at the moment I'm working just a new character for a comic coming up. So I still do traditional art as well. I just find that this is quicker and easier for me.
Do you like? Oh, well, yeah. You already basically answered the question I was going to ask. I was going to say, do you like digital over traditional?
Yes. No, it depends. I've got a 5-year-old, and she's in bed at the moment. So otherwise, it'd be chaos down here, and she'd be so. It's quite nice just to sit and do that.
If I can ask, actually, what kind of so you're working on a tablet now, but what program are you running? For
At the moment,
anybody,
I'm working with Procreate Studio, but just for ease of use, I've just tended to go with this one.
Yeah, I feel like that's like the only reason I want an iPad is for Procreate.
Yeah. It just drained the thing I found. I don't know if I use it out there. Is that it just drains the battery? It's like 1 minute it's 100%. I mean, this is its model iPad, and it'll just drain the battery from like 100% in no time at all. You only find that on Procreate.
Sounds like they need a Pro to create better batteries for the iPad Pro.
Yeah, it might be. So yeah, I've done and stuff. So I'm hoping, if there's anybody out there looking for comic covers, to hit me up. I think you got all my contact details.
Yeah.
Do you want to show off some of your other work as well, and then you can bring this one back up after?
Yeah. So recent. I don't know if you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Little. So this is for character design for a comic book series. Spray paint artist. It's called Tagger. When you're going for it. Yeah, shout out to Atlantic Comics as well, because I'm working with them. It's sort of a old Jack Kirby style of artwork. It was so many of the characters at the front are people that work there at Atlantic Comics, and then some of their customers are images and have it sketched up. So basically, the plan is that this would all be up with different customers behind them, all looking shocked and as well at the moment. Try, which I've not tried before, was animation on Procreate.
That's cool.
I don't know if you guys can see that.
Yeah, the little animation. It looks like it's raining.
Yeah.
How long did it take to do that? Because I know animation takes a long.
That took a long time.
Yeah.
That gave
I
me
mean,
more gray hair than I would have liked. Work out the frames and
yeah.
And things like that.
I did an animation like a year or something ago in Blender, and it was just a hot dog, and it was going into a bun and putting ketchup on it, and it took like 2 hours to make a 15-second video. So
yeah, I mean this is but yeah, this took ages, to be honest. I was the other dream everything.
This 10 years ago.
I just finished.
Got some of those, and a lot of the designs that I do tend to be like, I do superhero stuff, but I prefer like taking an element of the street art style as well with it, like cyberpunk street art, cool designs. These are, I don't know if you remember them, the old 3D glass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you'd put these on, like the glasses, there's two separate images in there. It kind of looks like a muddle at the moment, but Freedom Red is sure if I've still got it.
Yeah, it looks like
Kept
it's like
separate.
a pentagram or something in the background with like the
a
red wings.
demon woman, and then there's so you got that one that would show up through one lens, and that one that would show up through the other one.
Nice.
Yeah. So and then you like sort of sell these as prints and things through the website or through Facebook and stuff.
It's actually funny. I was trying to think about this the other day about doing multiple colors, but then I realized after that I think that the way it works is like the red glasses make it so you don't see the red and only see the blue, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's funny. I was like, oh man.
It does take a bit of practice because there is a spray paint artist that massive, like sort of side of buildings and things like that. He's quite famous for it.
Yeah, we had an artist that did the logo and a couple other things for the second horror anthology that we did last year. And the logo is literally like if you use the 3D glasses, it would actually look 3D.
Nice.
And Hector did that.
Yeah. I think I've got a Spider-Man one there as well.
That's awesome.
That I did.
Nice.
So you got that through one, then that one through the other. So Peter and be separate. But yeah, it's just like I said, I do a lot of like commission. People get in contact with me, and it moved from missions to people getting in touch to create character design sheets for like character artwork. So this year I was part of Upfest, which is like the largest sort of street art fest. So I did like live painting at a football stadium, which is experience over 2 days. So sort of designing and looking at your artwork and seeing it all come together type thing. So yeah, that's the sort of stuff I do, lines and things like that.
1 second.
Got any questions, guys? The sort of like first Zoom sort of like for this sort of thing.
That's all good. I was going to say, for people watching, if they wanted to reach out to you for like commission work, where would you want to send them?
Well, I've got my own website, www.boo21customartwork.com, and through me Instagram as well, just boo21 custom artwork. And yeah, just at the moment I'm doing like sort of character, like some graphic novels that are coming up for like independent one. So yeah, me. So yeah, a lot of the stuff I do, I do tend to do like sort of on the pencil, like paper, just work on it on this, just for ease really of.
Very cool, very cool.
So yeah, that's some of the work.
Nice. Where do you like to chat with people if people just want to chat artwork with you? Is that Facebook, Instagram?
Through Facebook, Instagram. Instagram is definitely where I get a lot of people approach. If the algorithm will let me.
Seriously.
Yeah, like 2 different versions. I think that's what I quite like as well about the thing is that you can sort of take one image and then merge it. So it's quite nice that one day and then thought I like it, but I want to add something to it. So as this design again, and a lot, like I said, influenced by like the street art. I do read, you know, sort of Marvel like pocketbooks of the like sort of classic collections of like stuff like that. So yeah,
I just running through your Instagram.
sort of I only use my company that does all this last year. Sort of after COVID, I sort of sat at home for quite a while. And well, I've always done sort of drawing and stuff with kids. I used to work with kids that had been like permanently excluded school. They weren't allowed in mainstream education. So I used to do like a lot of artwork, especially like the street art. And then the more you look at street art, you start similarities between like the comics and some of the street art as well. You know, it's just it was a good way of like piquing interest, really.
Yeah, I was looking up that Upfest thing you were bringing up. It was kind of cool.
Yeah, that's like the biggest thing in Europe for a day event where basically, you know, people from well around the world really just paint for like sort of 2 days solid.
Is it always in like the same spot and they like repaint over the buildings, or because I'm like looking at it, there's a lot of
so they basically they start sort of the live in parts of May, and then the festivals at the end of May. Bins at the start of May, and then on the end of May they have the main festival. You're given different size boards that you can do, and then you just design.
Very cool. Is Dylan going to be drawn today?
I've actually, I've just to show you the drawing that took me the whole of October, and to show you that it's actually very important to get test proofs of your, if you're going for prints, get test proofs of your prints, because we spoke of pocketbooks.
Yes.
Here's where it all goes wrong. When your printer does not actually listen, and so this is Nightlands, as you can see there, chapter 1. And what happened is I went to a magazine publisher for this, told them what I wanted, handed them one of their magazines, and said that is what I want. And they gave me this pocketbook edition with an uneven border, which is about half an inch on one side and 10 centimeters on the other. And it continues the whole way through the book.
Oh.
Yeah. So, I mean, I like the end pages. But, yeah. So the
best part is when it ends.
Yeah. The other one was the elongated edition.
You should run a Kickstarter and have those two be bonus prizes
Yeah.
that only like you have one of those available. Like you can get these extremely limited edition signed copies of the deformed comic book.
Do you know what I think we should do? Is all right. I'll tell you what. If somebody reads all my books on Sierra Nova Comics and sends me proof of it over Instagram, you will get a signed copy of each version of this monstrosity. I think I have about 4 versions of this, which you will get the first ever presses of Nightlands in 2 volumes you can barely read.
This is an offer you're not going to want to miss, folks.
You won't, because look, they left space for criticism on every page.
They left space for criticism.
So you can,
Greg, put Dylan up top so we can see him for a minute.
So yeah, just for a second. So this is just, make sure you get your proofs and you speak to your printer correctly. But so here, what we have, so in Ireland we call teachers Moontours, right? And so when you have your copybook, I'll move my camera down a little bit for this exciting section of Artist Alley, where I gave these printers what I wanted, and what they sent me was a school notebook with space for corrections. As you can see,
this is the editor's edition of the comic.
So now, the bit that's actually printed is actually very nice. In fairness, they use a very lovely ink. It's got a real depth to it, but the rest of the page is where I struggle, because that's not the file I sent. I see challenge accepted. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. But as you can see there, so it's almost like you could fold it, right? And you'd be like, ooh, look, space for criticism. He's missing half the story. No, I'm not. There you go.
Oh, he tricked you.
Yeah, you didn't read it.
See,
you just filled in the blank.
Maybe they were trying to send you copies that if you have a paper cutter, you could slice them so you could have one blank copy and then one complete copy, and then you can send them out as gifts, and then people can be confused when they get one with just the cover and one with only the inside.
Yeah, welcome to Nightlands, the flip book edition.
Oh, you know what it is? It's the children's coloring book, so they can copy the artwork on the left-hand side, right? So it's like paint with numbers, except they forgot the numbers.
Like, so scrap that. We're not actually releasing books next year. We're releasing highly detailed, gory horror coloring books for the under 5s.
We got to get rid of all these misprints, so let's do this.
Because I invested a lot of money for this to go wrong.
You could actually sell that at like a Comic-Con as like a exclusive thing. Like, hey, you want to criticize me? But you got to pay like $15 for it.
I was not saying that he's got to do it as an exclusive tier on Kickstarter. Yeah. Be like, listen, this is the top tier. Yeah, what's that?
Joe, I love that. You can jot down your interpretation of each page in the space provided in the margin.
I like how the left-hand side is stretched, but all the other ones are like cut in half. Like they were like, I think they wanted it to fill the whole thing, but on the other ones, like if I fill the whole thing, I can't read it. So maybe that was wrong. Maybe I'll stretch this one, but I'll keep the rest.
Yeah, like I don't know if either of these people are in business anymore. But, to be so far off brief,
they're probably not in business if they did that. So
yeah, but you wouldn't know. Like there's probably because this was written with 2 other guys, and they do have their versions of it. I signed their versions of it. We had a little celebration together where it was like, look, you've done this. You've been part of it. I hope your names are on it. Are their names on it? Your names are on it.
And, that part didn't get stretched.
Yeah, no. This in the original bordered version. This is the only page of this that has an even border, by the way.
That right one that's blank with just a black square looks pretty even.
No, because you got to fold it the whole
Oh,
book
never
first.
mind. I couldn't. I didn't see how close to the center it
Yeah.
was.
So yeah, and so I signed their copies to go, look, it's not what you wanted, but it's what you got. You didn't pay for it, so it's fine.
Listen, the extra border space was for your signature. That's what that was for. So you could sign
This is
every
the-
page in a different spot.
I'd like to think I have a vision of Todd McFarlane reading my books one day and going, yeah, you know what, you're all right. And that's the goal.
Hey, not bad.
Yeah, I don't need image.
Can you draw Spawn for me? Oh wait, I got some paper. And then you just
Well, we don't use paper. We use we made a fucking toy. But he makes the best toys. He really does. It's just all my children are 5 and under, so it's wasted. But
They're wasted.
It's wasted on them. If I bring this Spawn, I have an Egon sitting on my shelf, and my eldest lad is like, Daddy, I really like your Egon. I'm like, I'm very happy you do. It's mine.
It's like me too.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah. Why are you asking? You want to look at them? Yeah, no. But yeah, so just a little thing on that. Did I write that correctly? Within just within that kind of thing of, as I say, so like no, I didn't. So there you go. I was going to spell that wrong. That problem occurred because I gave what I wanted and I did not follow up. So as another thing, if any advice I can give, if you are getting proofs of things, which you should do, I think it actually, if you're willing to pay for a full printed copy, you will actually probably be more open to critique of it, because all you'll see is the mistakes of the printed copy. It's very different having it on like a piece of paper or on a screen when you're doing it. If you have this, you've separated yourself from it, someone else has printed it out, bound it, it's a very tangible thing that you can then look at and critique and go, okay, how do I make myself better?
Maybe that's the point of the print, right? They print it so that the print job is awful, and then they're like, wow, like the printing was terrible, but the story was pretty good. Like honestly, like compared to the print job, like the the awfulness of the print job, the stories not half bad.
Yeah, hopefully that was it. They're like, look, we've left you all this space as we just think you should jot down some notes. I know that's what, again, to refer back to the Todd McFarlane thing, he leaves all his notes in the border. So like he so basically everything that he critiques or is meant to change, he writes it all along the borders of it. And that's where I think, you know what, he actually printed that.
Yeah,
I think that's where that came from.
It's the McFarlane print edition.
Yeah,
minus the critiques.
He didn't need to critique it. So I'm just going to show you.
The first comic he didn't have to critique. Flawless victory.
Because I have a different version of Within the Woods that actually did work, and I'll get that down now in a second. But I'm not set up to draw this evening, but I'll show you my homework if you can see that. So this was meant to be the beginning of Inktober, and
now it's next year's project.
No, it's done. It is done now. I'm kind of thinking of doing a series of just random, go back to basics and do random drawings. But I think I'd like to engage with people more, so we're just going to start giving some of these things away.
Honestly, one of the good things to do with something like Inktober is to intentionally not try to create your best work, try to create as much work as possible. And like the main reason for that is this is true for almost any type of artistic endeavor you might incur. But basically, there's this great YouTube video I found one time that talks about this. It's the idea that if you work to a 95, or if you try to get like something perfect, right? No one gets anything 100% perfect, but let's say you can get 95%, right?
Yeah.
If you try to work towards that, you might release one project every, let's say you're really fast and it's like one project a week, right? But if you're instead like, I'm going to stop at 60%, right? When I get to 60% of my best, that's when I'll release it. You could probably get one a day, right? Because honestly, that last 35% from 60 to 95 is what takes forever, right? You can get a pretty good thing done, and then you're like, oh yeah, but what if I just do this, this, this? And what he argues is in this video is that if you do the 60% one every day that you release a project, you've gotten slightly better, and therefore your 60% is of a larger 100%. So by the time you release your 7th drawing, your 60% is approaching your old 95%. And so by constantly releasing new content and stretching yourself to get a little bit better and doing it faster rather than quality, you actually gain quality because of quantity. And that the interesting thing is that that's even true for things like photography. They had a university class on photography. They told half the students, you're only getting graded on one photo, so take the best photo you could possibly take. And the rest were told, take as many photos as you possibly can. Like that's what you're graded on, is how many you take. And then at the end of the year, they took all the collective photos, put them in a pile, and gave them to photo critics, and basically were like, hey, find the best photos. And without exception, all of the best photos came from the people who took the most photos. None of them came from the ones that took the best photos. And it's because sheer repetition is what makes you better as well.
Yeah, that's cool. Just a question there, is that pointillism? Yes, the whole thing is done in pointillism. Which potentially is what made it take so long, really.
So that's the thing, is like maybe trying to do like micro versions of that, like getting what's it called, like index cards, and doing it only on that, and then trying to get like 31 of those done in the month of October, and then do a giveaway with 31 items instead of 4 or 1. I actually would love to see that, a bunch of index cards, pointillism artwork done on them. That'd be really cool.
That was so my fine art practice was in etching. So I'm one of those artists that used to, I'd invite you up to show you me etchings, which is a very old school artist joke around here. But I have here, so I don't know if I mentioned the name of the book, another book I'm working on. I mentioned I've done kind of a principal photography for it, which is this Cold House, which is it's going to be a completely standalone thing that is a haunted house book. And I have principal photography done for the cover, but I might as well show you my process of ideas. I know pretty quickly if something is or isn't going to work. Hopefully it shows up on my camera here, but if not, if wanted, I can do a separate video later that I can put up on Instagram of me making these decisions. But so, as you see here, so from top down, there's meant to be this repeated down here, okay, with the same character in the middle. So that's version 1. Version 2 being a much more traditional, just the God pose or the God shot, where it's from bottom up, isolating to make it more intimidating, or a little hint of the direction it's actually going in, which is face to face in the mirror. So when I'm making a decision on covers, for example, I think I spoke about in a podcast episode or no podcast episode, I photograph everything. And the first 5 pages, I also photograph out. So we have the whole thing laid out, not storyboard drawn, but actually photographed. It came from Nightlands and the fact that we wanted it to end up being a web series. So with this next book that I will release kind of every 5 pages. I have those first 5 completely photographed out, and I'm going to then lay them out to put them down in the comic. It might seem a bit strange that I'm doing it just to draw it then, but I think I've developed a very set style now. Again, if you read through my stuff, you can kind of see the progression. Very heavy black and white, very Junji Ito inspired, and I'm kind of sticking with that until I die. It might get a little bit more cartoony, a little bit more comic booky, or a little bit more real. I'm not too sure yet, but I like to lay everything out like I'm about to shoot a movie, is what I say. And I also have as they talked about actually with sound. I usually draw to a soundtrack. Oh, did I just see a link? Is there a link there?
Yeah, I just uploaded it.
Link? Oh my gosh.
Oh my
You
God.
can read Sleep right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's featured on the homepage too. So look at that.
Oh my days. And I tell you what, if you read it tonight and DM, you can get one of those comics signed by me, because that's really important. I will send it to anywhere in the world, but you will get it signed by me, because you never know. One day it might.
He's like,
work
except
out.
Antarctica. I'm not sending
I
it
was
there.
just gonna say even Antarctica.
Yeah.
No,
I'll do
no,
it.
can't trust the Antarcticans. All 0 of them.
The thing is there.
Yeah, well, they have that the thing out there, so you can't really trust if they're human or not.
I watched that for the first time like in October. So.
Oh really?
Yeah, I've never watched that in my entire life.
Why?
Until
I've watched that every year since I was 8.
Wow.
That's
At
a great
least once a year.
film. Great
Yeah, it's
film.
one of the first movies I ever remember watching. That and Alien.
That makes sense. I'm looking up the comics. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Mom, why do I have nightmares? Well, you just watched The Thing, and you're 8.
Yeah.
So.
It's. I think. Yeah. I think. I don't think it's great. I don't think it's greatly affected me. You know, only marginally, but yeah. Oh, that's cool. So we have it. There you go. Exclusive to the con in the middle of the convention, day 2 of the convention.
Oh, Greg,
Right
did you link it to his author page? I didn't see it on there. Oh, there it is.
There, yeah.
So
And you see, and then we also had critique of was it linked, and and it's all there. It's all come full circle, right in the middle of Artist Alley.
If you read it on the website, you can comment and be like, "This is awesome," or "This is total dog shit." Just whatever you want to put down.
Oh, it's probably the caching. I was trying to figure out why it's not on his author page yet, and I just realized we set up a bunch of caching plugins to speed up the site, so it's like so much faster. But then you have to like reload it.
I went through the whole thing and it looks cool. So,
yeah.
Enter the platform.
And then after you read sleep, you go to sleep. You can't go to sleep until you read it.
Yeah, you have 3 other books to read.
Yeah, there ain't no rest for the wicked.
So if you've committed to this, it's like, no, you need to live stream it now and go, okay.
Oh yeah, there you go. Someone has to hyperlapse, record themselves reading all of them.
Then I'll actually pay for something for you.
That's a good idea, because if you get that, then you're basically doing a giveaway for user-generated content, which is like very valuable content.
Yeah. But I think it's one of those things. I mean, I don't know how. Yeah, like even at that, I noticed in the panels this year, like building the fan base. As one thing I strive for is more interaction with people who actually read my books. As like Dylan's running through the analytics, he's like, other Dylan, there is no one who reads your books. But even at that, and like on social media and things like that, when you're trying to be more savvy, or shall we say, or just let people know that it's okay. So I disappeared. I have a Facebook page. I do not use it. I'm really sorry. I know there's a Sierra Nova Creators group on it. Greg's like, you're not the only one. I have Discord. I have TikTok. I have Instagram. I have Twitch somewhere. I've enough. But I found once, because the Facebook page was going really, really strong for a while. We had about 3,000 to 4,000 people who subscribed to the Facebook page. And there was some level of interaction, but there was something about it kind of led me to think that there's something strange. And then I ended up interacting with one person. Yeah. Oh, it's a segue. Is anyone going to play that new Ghostbusters multiplayer game?
I didn't even know that was the thing.
Yeah, what?
There's this new it's like 4v1, 4v4.
Oh, they actually made that? They were talking about that years ago.
Yeah. I think it's out now at the moment.
I wonder if they released it because like the movie. But yeah, I remember them like talking about that years ago. They were going to make that.
Yeah, it's actually
every console.
It's a thing now.
Yeah, it's a console game, but it was like it was a 4-player co-op that was the whole idea, and like that's why it was really cool because like there's very few games that have that. Like Left 4 Dead, I think was like one of the first ones ever that wasn't like an arcade game that had a 4-player co-op. That's awesome.
But we have that in the Ghostbusters universe now, and it has Ernie Hudson and Dan Aykroyd in it. So it's set after Afterlife, which is pretty cool. Yeah, that is a great movie.
Yeah, I still have to watch that one.
That's a great movie.
Like,
I might actually rewatch.
Sometimes I just miss movies and then I wait for them to be free or something. Like Black Adam, I don't really know if I want to pay to watch that. I just wait.
I would never pay to watch that. It's just one of those things. Like, look, even to bring it back into artistic endeavors and things like that, and we're in this age of we are in an age of comics. Like the only movies in the cinemas are comic book movies.
At least the only like successful ones. Like I actually went to go see a movie the other day with my girlfriend, and she picked like a movie that seemed like it'd be interesting, and it actually was interesting up until the end, and then we're like, wow, that's probably one of the worst endings I've ever seen to a movie, and it was done. It was like a psychological thriller that had no conclusion. Like right when it was about to get really cool, the movie ends, and you're like, what? Like that's stupid.
Almost like they run out of money.
For real, that's what it felt like. It was like literally. What was the name of the movie? I think it was like "Trust Me, Darling" or something like that, or "Don't Worry, Darling." I think that's what it was. Maybe "Don't Worry, Darling."
Yeah, on HBO. I thought that was okay.
Yeah, I have heard of that movie.
It was awful. It was like such a good. It was like they were building up this really cool thing.
I can't even download Phasmophobia, and that has given me great FOMO.
I thought "Don't Worry, Darling" or whatever was okay.
Was it basically The Matrix? Like not really, but you know what I mean by that, because it's still brand new. Like this just came out. Like it was in theaters like a week ago.
Wait, what?
That's another really interesting thing, though. It's like where you have movies now that are. There's so much money pumped into them, and the age of this of going to the cinema and the experience of that is spending like somewhere between 30 and 50 quid on 2 cinema tickets. And
there was only 2 other people in the whole theater. It was us two, me and my girlfriend, and then 2 other like one other couple.
But they're going to come out now on streaming a week later, so there's no real point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if that's the one you guys are talking about. I might have the wrong one.
I saw on HBO Max. So
if it just came out, maybe, but like it was in theater. Like we saw it like 2 weeks ago in theaters. So so not to spoil it only because it's brand new and whether or not anybody wants to watch it irrelevant, but basically, do you understand what I mean by it was it has like the Matrix style thing in it? Do you understand what I mean by that? Because I'm trying not to spoil it, Greg.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so okay, so it is the same movie, but basically, that's my whole point. It was like the whole movie built up to this really cool part, and then like basically right when it got to the cool part, they're like, yeah, and then that's it. Like, what? What do you mean that's it? You just told us like 3 things that are about to happen. You lead right up to that moment, and then you're like, yeah, your turn to guess about the cool stuff, and it's like, no, that's the point of a movie versus a book is that you're supposed to tell me or show me the cool stuff, not make me wonder, right? I'm not like,
I can see why you're saying that. Yeah,
it literally ends right when you're about to find out like all of the answers to everything else.
There was a couple things that you found out, but yeah, there was still some stuff that was just like, huh? You could have like,
They didn't even show like when she wakes up. You know what I mean? Like that's not spoiling anything. It's like that. Like literally, it gets right to that part, and then it's like, cool. That's it. You don't get to see anything. I'm like, what the? Like that is the dumbest movie I've like. Literally, both me and my girlfriend thought the same thing at the same time. Like this is the dumbest movie I've ever seen. Like terrible ending.
Dumbest movie? There's pretty some dumb movies.
Hey, but even those dumb movies have an ending.
Just to go back to Tron, because Boo is actually working away down in the corner of this.
That's fine. You carry on.
He's putting any effort into Artist Alley. So this is part of my process for either individual artworks or covers.
What's that for?
That was I have a real desire to kind of do my own Crimson Peak. If you've seen that movie. Everyone's like, and the class is silent.
But I've never watched it.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think. I know the name, but I can't think if I've seen it.
So again, I really love kind of gothic horror, and so I'm trying to find ways and means of doing that without words, and I'm always working to do that. And so I kind of come up with these images that have that kind of very, very traditional. If you were to Google gothic horror images, it'd be like that, ghostly face in a pile of sheets or something like that.
It's Loki.
This is a cover for that my son decided to do.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought it was modern art.
No, this is in the notebook that is specifically for comic book covers. He thought it'd be great to do a mountain.
I see it.
Yeah.
It looks like
not to bash a 5-year-old.
Look at this! Look what you did!
I think you should print that out and get like a criticism paper right next to it.
I think it's like, do you think this is going on the fridge? Do you think this is going on the fridge?
Yeah, you think this is worthy of the fridge?
It's fucking terrible.
How dare you?
I'm going to grab the actual successfully printed copies of Within the Woods that I have, but just to draw back to this, because I kind of like this idea. So if someone does actually read all the books, okay,
makes a hyperlapse video of them reading it.
You can make we'll put it as a thing of like, come on now, give us the full reel. If you tag Creepy Trees Inc. on Instagram and Sierra Nova Comics,
with hashtag I want that copy.
Yeah, we'll send you a sign. I'll send you a signed copy of this anywhere in the world. And if you have an idea for a monster, I will put it in Nightland issue 2. So there you go. So that stands now. I think we should run that.
Can I use like an idea for the monster? Could be that book, and it could just be the.
I'd love to do that, but that's actually my favorite book, Mr. Be Gone by Clive Barker.
Oh.
It's a book about a demonic book telling you how it became a book, and the whole time you're reading it, the book is trying to kill you.
Is that in the book, or is it a movie that's talking about it?
No, this is the book. So the book, you open up the book and it starts telling you it's like what's going to happen to you
Run
if you
fast with
keep
scissors.
yeah if you keep reading, and then it gets to a point where and I Clive Barker is one of my favorite authors, and I've yet to watch the new Hellraiser. It is on the laptop.
I fell asleep the
But-
first time, but that's okay.
I don't. Nothing will ever beat the first two
Those
because
are the
there's
only ones I like. So I don't like
the-
all of them. The
but if you
sixth
think
one
of
is literally the first one, but it's
Yeah.
shot in Mexico and it's literally an hour. So it's instead of
everyone has an accent.
yeah.
Like if you think of the first two Hellraiser movies, even for the movies that were out there in the video nasties era and things like that, they're still very different, and they're stories that, again, like even in my own work, they're stories that they actually have a point. They're driven by desire.
Is Hellraiser Pinhead? Am I thinking of the same?
Yes.
I think
Yeah.
I there was like a Halloween trivia the other day. I don't remember where I saw it, but they were doing like body counts for all the different slasher films and all that. And I think he's actually the number one by like a lot. If
He
I
would be
remember
up there because
correct.
like he's a comic book series, he's a novella series, then you have the movies. So across media, Pinhead's done a lot of damage. But the best thing about him is it's people people have brought it upon themselves.
Yeah.
But if you look at even from a storytelling perspective, so the first two Hellraiser movies and the books all the way throughout, right up to the last one, the Scarlet Gospel, are stories that are driven by the gothic ideal of love and desire. And this, you like need somebody so much that you are actually going to bring them back from the dead, regardless of what they've become as a result of it. And that's what makes the sorry, we have a smudge live on camera. We have a smudge. And that's what makes them such interesting stories. So, and I'm still interested. I've seen the costume design for this new one. I like where they've gone with that. But
apparently, like Pinhead is actually a girl in like the book or whatever. So I guess that's why
it's never in the book. It's never specified.
Okay. Well, I guess he wanted it to be a girl or something.
Yeah, they're a lot. Well, I should say in the stories, not the book. Across the board in the stories, there's leanings towards Pinhead actually being feminine in certain aspects of the character. So I think where it's now, I think who's the actress, Jamie Clayton or something. I
think that's her
don't quite
name.
remember. But from the trailers, she looks to be doing a really good job. As I say, I haven't watched the movie yet, so but where was I going with that? I was just fanning out about Clive Barker. But anyway, the book is called Mr. Be Gone, and you should check it out. It's actually a really good book from a storytelling perspective. It's something that inspired me. So it's a book telling you how it became a book, but in the first chapter, it's also trying to kill you because you're reading it. It's a book that doesn't want you to read it.
It is interesting. The Princess Bride. So one of my favorite films of all time, but the book itself talks about the fact that it's based on a book that was really long, and then they took out all the boring stuff and they kept just the interesting stuff. And if you watch the movie, that's kind of like what the grandpa's doing. He skips past the bad parts and only reads the good parts, which is actually the entire Princess Bride book. But the interesting thing is I found out later that apparently that other book doesn't exist. It's fake for the story of this book, right? To be as good as it is. It basically says that there's this old book that we based it on, and then we took out all the crap and we made it this amazing book. And yeah, that other book has never existed. I love stuff like that, where like inside the story, there's a made up story just for you to follow along.
But that's just, I think, again, that's just a smart storytelling device, though, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
You really think of that as like, yeah, we saw that, we read this, and we were like, nah, you don't want half of this shit. We're going to give you all the really good bits, and that's how they made the Expendables, you know.
Yeah, they're basically like anchoring you. Like they're like, yeah, remember all that stuff that was terrible? What if we only gave you the good stuff? You're like, that would sound good. And then they just give you a bunch of stuff, and even if it's not the best stuff, you've already been anchored to expect it to be the best stuff.
Well, let me just grab. I think because Boo Twin has been down there working on something. I think we
Yeah,
should
put
look at that
Boo
for now.
up. Yeah, while you go grab your stuff.
And I'll go grab the stuff.
Hey, Greg, put Boo up top. Yeah, there we go.
So I
Nice.
can't see you because I'm filming on the device. I've got no clue what.
I see your reflection.
Yeah, it's funny actually. Yeah, we can see you in the reflection.
Every now and again, I'll tilt the head.
Are you able to angle your camera a little bit? Because it looks like you're like a little to the right. Like we can see most of it, but it's like we're blocked. Like we can't see the left side as much. You probably go even a little more, because even if it's on a little bit of an angle,
So you're
yeah,
not
like that's pretty good right there. Yeah, now we can see the whole piece. Yeah, that's excellent. Very cool. You drawing a planet over here?
I'm gonna go for like maybe that synth wave sort of behind it.
Was it the retro? Was it Neo Retro Suns?
Yeah, definitely.
Or future retro. I can't remember what they're called. There's like a word for it where it's like the opposite, contradictory.
It's like ASMR now.
I do not hear Dylan.
Yeah, I muted myself again. I was saying that actually one thing I like about this compared to StreamYard is that when you mute yourself, it doesn't like show a mute on the screen, which is nice because then like if you want to politely mute yourself, like it doesn't like broadcast like, hey, they're muted. But
Actually, yeah, that's something I was thinking when you've been saying you've been muting yourself, and I just realized there, yeah, I haven't seen the mute button, and then
which I like because like I keep coughing and I don't want it where like it keeps flashing on and off that I'm muting myself. Instead, I just mute and cough. But what's it called? Oh my god, I totally forgot what we were talking about now. What were we just talking about a second ago?
The mute button.
No, before the mute button, obviously.
Art.
Art. We're talking. This is Artist Alley. This is what they tuned in for.
Yeah, I totally forgot.
Books.
Yes. So I actually have only one copy of Within the Woods printed, and
I found it. Sorry, the kill counts. That's what I was looking up. What's that? Right before you bring that up. So it's like the top 7 are, and this is across all of their films. So Freddy Krueger is a 60+ body count. Hannibal Lecter is a 98. The Invisible Man, like the old Invisible Man, 100+. Chucky, 100+.
I can see that.
Jason Voorhees, somewhere between 157 and 170.
Yeah.
Michael Myers is 170. He's the one that most people think have the most, but the one that's unaccounted for is Pinhead with 256+ kills. That is nuts. And it's funny because I don't even know if I've seen Hellraiser, and if I have, it was so long ago I don't remember any part of the plot.
Well, in the first movie, it's literally like maybe 2 people or something like that. But no, it was like maybe 3 will die in total.
It's very the first movie is like real contained.
Well, I feel like even the first Jason, like he doesn't kill like 100 people the first movie.
Well, the first ever movie, it's his mom. Spoilers.
Oh man, that's messed up. There's some guy in the crowd right now who's just like,
Yeah.
no, I was waiting until next Halloween.
Unsubscribe.
Yeah, that'll show him.
That's actually a very. I don't know if you watch. Actually, I might mention them, and I might bring us up the algorithm of YouTube. Rhett and Link, where
I haven't watched them, but I know of them.
Yeah, like a long time ago, they had this like little spate of haters where they're like people leaving in the comments, "I'm unsubscribing," and they're kind of like, couldn't give a fuck. Like, I'm delighted. So I didn't confirm if we could swear on this, but I've had I'm 3 glasses of wine in, mate. You know what I mean?
They're all good.
Yeah. Like,
I
liven up.
I yelled the word
liven up
fuck
the show.
earlier.
Yeah, Greg started the show off like that, and then I'm like, oh, that's
I yelled
good.
the word fuck.
Ban-
And then Travis was like, I don't like potty words. And I was like,
Yeah, it's funny because like we did that, and then immediately I went to go watch us on Twitch, and they're like, "This is an inappropriate show. Are you sure you want to watch?" We're like, "Yeah, I guess so."
He really says that.
Yeah. If you go to Twitch and try to pull us up, it's like this show contains content that might be deemed something blah blah.
I guess my language needs to go on OnlyFans then.
Yeah.
You won't make as much money as you used to.
The algorithm changed.
Oh.
Unless you do feet pics, they don't care.
Oh.
Here, if we want to fund this platform, everyone just donate a toe, just a little toe pic.
Mail it in.
Yeah, mail in the toe. Yeah, there's the retro sounds. Yeah, that looks cool.
That's cool. I can barely draw a cube, so.
Just coincidentally, so because you're doing digital and things like that. So, how do you feel the cross between sensitivity of pen on paper and like stylus on screen? That's one thing I struggle with because I use program wise I use Clipart Studio X and then I use a Wacom.
Yeah.
Wacom.
A Wacom with my Wacom. And
which Wacom do you use?
The Intuitus Pro paper edition, but I don't really use the paper end of it.
Oh yeah, I have the Intuitus. I'm pretty sure is it the Pro's not the one with the glass, right? It's like just the black.
Yeah. It's just the black tablet. And
yeah, that's the one I have. And the interesting thing have you used the other pen tips that they give you?
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I only discovered that the holder for the pen actually has.
Oh my god! Yeah, there's like, oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, so Greg, pull me up on full screen real quick. This is hilarious. I can't believe. Yeah, that's crazy. You've never seen that. So this right here, the pen that comes with the Intuos Pro. Yeah, this right here isn't just a weighted holder. If you open it up, it has a bunch of wrong side pen tips in it. And each of these pen tips has a different feel. Like this one right here that has the great tip is meant to feel like a ballpoint pen. Let me get the focus on this pen right here.
I don't think I ever thought. Did you just like discover this?
No, I knew about this, but he was saying he just discovered this.
Yeah, I just discovered it, and the only way I discovered it is the actual the thing dropped.
And it opened up. Yeah, and I think this is like the thing you're supposed to use to like remove them or something. It's been a while since I've changed the tips on them, but because like some of the tips are actually so soft that you can like damage them and have to replace them. But like this one right here is like a felt pen tip, so it's like felt. I think there are a couple different variations of that one, and there's like a very bending tip, a very soft tip. There's harder tips. Rounded tips, pointed tips, and then different types of plastics. But yeah, no, that's crazy. Yeah, that's so funny. But that's what I was just about to ask if you've used the different tips to get better experience with it. Because yeah, I admit that when I first started dabbling with it, it was very strange. I think my biggest thing though was trying to align the visuals because I don't have the glass one. I just have the plastic one. Try to align the visuals with what I'm drawing and not like completely miss. But honestly, that's like just more of knowing how to draw better as well, because like you should be able to draw without looking almost and get at least a rough, area that you're supposed to draw. And I was like staring at it, and I'm still missing.
Oh, yeah, totally. I found it actually also. It made me realize how heavy-handed I can be with my weight of line, because going through it and use it and all these marks on the tablet, I'm like, fuck. So it's interesting then going back to paper, doing the two, and kind of relearning how my drawing hand works, and then also now learning to draw but looking elsewhere.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because like when you learn like still life drawings, that's kind of what you have to do is like you kind of look at it, you draw, you look at it, you draw, but it's more when you can do it at the same time. Like that crazy guy who can draw 4 drawings at once with a bunch of pencils tied to a stick. I don't know if you've ever seen that guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's nuts. But no, that was just getting me thinking about the fact that, like, I don't know about these glass ones because obviously there's only so much, what's it called, like surface texture you can give it for resistance for the pens. But they also, with like things like Procreate, I know that there's a lot of like auto adjustments. Like if you draw a square and like hold it, it'll draw like a
Yeah,
near perfect square.
you can tap the screen, so massive help if I can get rid of this. So say if you wanted to draw a circle, you say it like that, and then just resets it.
Yep.
And then there's your circle.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And I know about that, and that's what I was actually going to ask. What was the program you said you're using it, Dylan?
Clip Studio Pro.
And I was going to ask, so Photoshop? I know with the Wacom you can do anything from like pressure sensitivity to angle as well, like the angle of the brush as you hold it. Well, I already forgot the name again. Say the name again.
Clip Studio.
Clip Studio. I know the
Yeah.
software too. That's why it's bothering me. For Clip Studio, because I've never used it, does that have the ability to do pressure and like angle and rotation stuff like that?
Yeah, it's actually you know, some like I would have used Photoshop a little bit in college, and then I don't know why when I got the Wacom, there was something clip art was floating around in my algorithm as well, and so I went with that, and it has all that intuition based stuff, you know, where you can do the pressure sensitivity, and the thing that drew me towards it is actually its unsurmountable amount of brushes.
Mm.
So not only like in combination with the tablet, then like texture potential when I get really comfortable with it, texture potential in backgrounds, which I think is something that a lot of us who draw comics can suffer from. The background will be kind of limitless. I mean, it has improved my text bubbles to no end because it gives you the option. It just does it for you.
But that's cool though, because like that makes sense. Because I know a lot of people that have used that over Photoshop, and it's I assume that the main reason is it's like Photoshop is not meant just to draw. Like it's meant for photo editing. It's meant for graphic design. It's meant for illustrations. Like it's meant for like a plethora of things. So I figured that the difference would just be the fact that one focuses solely on art, and the other is more of a universal tool.
Yeah, it's great though because it also you can lay out all your pages. So like Sleep is 20 pages cover the back.
Oh, so does it work kind of like InDesign mixed with Photoshop then?
A little bit, yeah. So you can have all
That's
that.
Interesting.
Was it Meg said the ink brushes in Clip are fire? Yeah, they are. In fairness, they're absolutely amazing. And the fact that it gives me that option to have all my pages laid out so I can see and just run through them really quickly. So every time I open it up, I skim through every page and then I go. And then so, are you done?
Yeah, I missed the mute.
and then I can go in and pick my editing. So it's there's a bit of, I found the learning curve is a bit steep. I'm still in it, but I think it's a great program if somebody's looking and has separate tools like the Wacom and things like that.
Who makes clip art, by the way?
Somebody.
I mean, like
I have no idea.
There's Adobe Photoshop. Like, is there a?
I can't remember that. I actually can't remember. It's funny that you're actually drawing that kind of synthwave artwork because I've been listening to a synthwave mix on Spotify now for the last 2 weeks.
All right.
makes you want to whip out the keyboard and just make like really bright sounds.
Yeah,
But
get the John Carter.
yeah. To shout out somebody on Instagram, I won't mention his name, but I found him recently where he perfectly encapsulates synthwave. Where every reel he does has a tagline of like the scene that the music is doing.
Yeah, I
which
think I
is
just started following that. Same what I'm thinking about.
oh
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh wait, it's his stuff, and he's sat
Yeah.
there sort of.
I sat there on the keyboard. Yeah. We follow the
Yeah.
same guy, and I think he's a perfect introduction into synthwave. So he has this like, it's 1988, it's the summer, and you've just locked eyes with the love of your life, and there's like do 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 do. It's absolutely brilliant. But go back to the current situation. Like you see, I kind of feel like we're watching Formula One now. Three men not drawing, looking at somebody who's actually doing the job. As I say, as we move to Brush, he's very adept here in the corners.
It's like it's Artist Alley. The three of us walking around while he's drawing.
Yeah.
What we wanted to do was we were trying to get like way more people, and we were going to have like Twitch be the Artist Alley.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to, like what we're doing right here, I wanted to do this with Artist Alley, but everyone on the bottom would also be artists, and then we would just swap them out like every maybe 5 to 15 minutes, something like that, and we would just constantly like someone walking around Artist Alley, and then maybe even in the comments like, hey, let us know which artist you want us to approach, that kind of thing. I definitely want to try to get that for next year. What we wanted to do was have 3 different streams. One would be Twitch, and it would be Artist Alley, and it would be all day, and it would be just like a normal convention. And then Facebook would be all the panels, so we would just discuss random topics on there. And then YouTube would have been live performances, so like stand-up comedians, music, like bands, things like that, or like maybe visual stuff like cosplay, fashion show, something like that. So we wanted to go all out on that, but it's like it is very difficult to get all that scheduled out with people because we do have we picked a time that seemed very advantageous for us. It's the weekend after Thanksgiving, so at least in the States, most people don't have plans this weekend. But then recently I found out that after like COVID, like lockdowns ended, that apparently this year there actually is a convention going on this week. I don't remember where, and it's not a huge one, but it's big enough that it's just oh, that's interesting. There must be others that we don't know about as well. So that's kind of we gotta start like really drawing eyes towards this so that we can end up getting bigger acts and being able to do that idea of the 3 different streams. And that's the cool thing too. That's what's kind of starting with Comics Wellspring sponsors, which is awesome. So hopefully next year we can reach out, maybe get other sponsors as well, support some marketing efforts for it and everything. So very cool.
And we started like working on this in like September. So apparently we or the end of September or beginning of October. So we have to I guess start before that.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it's probably like mid to early September actually, but you were like, oh yeah, like 2.5 months will be plenty of time. Nope.
The only thing you're missing now in this Artist Alley is someone selling cupcakes.
Right? Like the maple bacon cupcakes from that Saratoga lady that I can't remember her name, but I really want the cupcakes.
No idea.
So
I have her card somewhere.
You should have invited her in. Go just right bang in the middle of this, like at the hour mark. It should have been, and now.
So you know what we got to do though? It's like whoever signs up will get mailed like this little box, and they put it on their desk while they're watching this. And then when she comes on, that box will just spray out a mist of maple bacon smell, and they'll be like, "Oh my god, it's amazing! I can smell it." That'd be awesome. That's what I want to be able to do.
Until they're like moving stuff on their desk, and then the box opens and it shoots right in their eyes, like ah.
Yeah, it's called smell-o-vision. It's the new thing.
And here we are now at 5. Now, if you scratch number 6, you can smell the pen.
Yeah, scratch and sniff. Oh my god, that'd be awesome! Like a whole grid, and it has like the whole Comic-Con schedule on it. You scratch them, and you're like, oh, why does this smell like BO? And it's like, oh,
it's a Comic-Con.
Yeah, this is the cosplay section, and everyone's dressed in mech gear.
Get the real Doctor Who panel experience with if you scratch number 10, all you'll smell is scalded milk. I love Doctor Who. That's not this thing. Every time I've been at a convention, if there's been a Doctor Who panel, I've been there. So, but really quickly, so I think this could be an interesting thing to bump up engagement to the Saints. So I have
Put it back up real quick.
really
to the
quickly, so we can see, because I think we'll run this up until the end. We'll say the end of January, so it gives people time to read. One actual printed copy of Within the Woods. Okay. I have 3 fill your own critique copies of Nightlands and 1 pocketbook edition of Nightlands. So I say, tell you what, not just me. So if you read the whole horror section of Sierra Nova Comics.
Oh, have fun with that. There's a lot.
Yeah. Or something. So I'll tell you what. So if you let me know that you've read all my books, there won't be an exam. But if you tag me in it, right, you get one of these signed. You tag me, tag Sierra Nova Comics in it.
Yeah, you got to tag for each one of the stories. That's what you got to do.
But I think, right, if you read all my books, and we need to pick one other thing. I tell you what. So because if you read the Sierra Nova Comics books, the actual Sierra Nova books as well, you get an actual comic, a shit copy of a comic, and a fill your own critique copy of a comic. You get all 3 of these. They'll be signed by me, and you get to give me an idea that you will get credit for in the back page of the comic of Nightlands issue 2 when that comes out in 2050. No, we will do up your version of a nightmare. We will post it to Instagram. We will spread it around, and we will let you know that people know that you designed it. And you'll get
this is your worst nightmare.
Yeah, and this is your worst nightmare.
And we'll spread your phobia to the world.
But it'll be drawn nicely, so it's fine. But we'll do that. So if you tag us, let us know if you read all of mine, all the Sierra Nova Comics, not the full forum, just the namesake, because there's some pretty good stuff. I have all my copies up on that shelf. Read the 2 of us, tag us in them, tag the stories, or in the hashtags, and a hashtag you have to use is I want that critique comic. Okay, then you'll get all of these. That's a lot to do. It's a lot to do.
Wait. I might simplify that hashtag to just I want that copy. Just because,
I want that copy.
Yeah, you're gonna get people spelling critique wrong.
If you just read my books, first 2 people who read all my books and give me proof get one of these signed. And I am willing to publish your feedback if you fill it in. Okay, so that's
get it printed and bring it to conventions.
Yeah, I will put it on one of those roll-up banners, and as like on the ad for movies. Yeah, stunning, visually comparative. Shit. I'll put it on the banner. I don't care what it is. I think we've established them very open to critique. But anyway, so basically, the first 2 people who read all the Creeper Trees Inc. comics, tag me in them. You'll get one of these. We'll send them out to you. If you read all Creeper Trees Inc., all the Sierra Nova comics, use the hashtag I want that comic, tag us in it, you get all 3. Okay? We'll do that. So we'll do it end of January. Give me time. Because there could be someone in Antarctica who wants it, and the postage will take them a while. But I think that's a good idea. So we'll do it. So just let me know, and you could have a monster in a comic. Which I think is,
I was right. I was trying to figure out why why your new comic wasn't appearing on your page. You forgot to tag him as the author. I got it.
I'm pretty sure I thought I did that.
No, I'm looking at it now. It's you put it on the page, but remember in the back end, like where all the pages are listed, you have to like go to author and then tag. I'm doing it now. It's all right. Where the hell are you? Creepy. There you are. Creepy cheese. Because I keep refreshing the page. I'm like, I feel like the cache wouldn't be stored that long. Yeah, there it is. Now it's on your page. Okay, one second. Let me share the page so I can. Where to go? Screen share this page. And then Greg, if you want, put this. Where's the chat? Put this as the thing on the bottom. You see my screen, Greg?
Yeah.
Can you share my screen, Greg?
Well, I'm inviting people to do stuff.
Oh yeah, real quick though, put that the link I put in the chat, in the private chat. Just put that up on the bottom. But yeah, this is Creepy Tree Inc. on the website. This is his author page, so SierraNovaComics.com/author/Creepy Trees Inc. And if you scroll down, you can now see all of his works right here. Comics by Creepy Trees. Boom. Also,
Yeah.
real quick, what's that?
Okay.
Dylan. Based on what you see right here, do you think that this should be center aligned or left aligned?
Center.
Do you like it center better?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay. All right.
I like
was
the way it
debating
is.
about it.
You need some merch on there.
I was
Yeah,
only
you-
thinking about that the other day. I actually want Creepy Tree hats.
Oh, what about mugs?
Oh, that would be really cool, actually. Yeah, just this logo on a hat, like a black
Yeah.
hat with that in white, or a white hat with that in black.
I think that on like a coffee mug would look cool too.
Yeah, like an all black mug with just white print.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would either of those. If we can do both, either or both of those, I think let's get it done.
Yeah.
If we can, just let me know.
Yeah,
what
I think
do.
yeah, just send us the vector file of the logo if you have one. If not, I can probably turn it into a vector file. Or if you know how to do that, you can do that too.
I will send you something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, that would look cool.
So I'm gonna have to kick like you guys out because like I can only have up to 10 people, and I'm about to have like a lot of people in here.
Wait, what's the next? What's the one that's coming up?
Writing process, and Aaron is
Writing
hosting it.
process.
And
I thought you said 2 people backed out.
No, that was of another one.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
And I have to invite the people onto the stream before I leave. Oh, okay.
No, they're there for Greg.
Yep.
You're running an illegal virtual Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Because Aaron's on it. Whoop, whoop.
Sup? What I missed?
So, Greg, put Boo up top while you invite people, though.
Yeah. Let his work be
Nice.
seen.
Art.
She's got that.
Done, guys.
She's got that going through divorce haircut.
Who? Me?
Oh,
Greg?
I don't know.
I said
Dylan?
she's got
The artwork.
that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't hear it.
Don't worry, I understood, Aaron. I understood.
All right, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta clear up something I said last night too, because it was brought to my attention that it might have been misconstrued when Austin said something about cool Christmas movie, and I made a joke about cool Christmas. Some people were like, "Oh, you mean there's no cool Christmas movies?" Like, no, that's not what I meant. I meant Christmas is cold. So,
Ha.
Oh, it's funny. I thought you meant like cool Christmas movie, making fun of all Christmas movies.
Yeah.
no, I wasn't trying to be a jerk at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, did he message you and be like, you don't like Christmas?
No, but I don't.
He's like, what are you, Ebenezer Scrooge?
Scrooge.
Grinch would be.
What do you dive into your golden coins and snap your neck because no one can dive into a pile of golden coins?
No, actually,
Scrooge McDuck.
actually, I think Grinch was the hero before he got his head warped and his heart grew 3 sizes.
He was the hero?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was the hero because he had a bunch of Christmas spirit as a kid, and then they made fun of him when he tried to shave because he was a hairy kid.
Look,
Isn't there a
I
new
know all
horror movie
about
coming
that.
out about that?
A new what? Horror movie?
Yeah, I saw a clip there last night where it was like the Grinch and he's like covered in blood. Do you know, because like Winnie the Pooh is in the public domain, so they're turning like Winnie the Pooh is now a horror movie that is coming out.
Oh, yeah, like a serial
Yeah,
killer Winnie
I
the
think-
Pooh. That'd be great.
Yeah, I think it might be the same with the Grinch.
Like Winnie the Pooh.
At least
You
we know what
gotta
all
do
the
that, like,
anthologies are
child.
going to be next year.
Yeah, right?
Or just as Christmas movies. Did anyone seen the trailer for what's your man David Harbour's new one? Was it Violent Night or something
Violent
like that?
Christmas.
I've not seen the
Well,
trailer,
yeah.
but the photo or the poster looks awesome.
Yeah.
There's one line in the trailer that makes me want to see the movie so badly, where it's just like, it's time for Christmas beatings. I'm like, you are replacing Die Hard on my Christmas list.
That's awesome.
Two.
Cool. So I guess thanks for doing Artist Alley, the both of you.
Oh, thanks.
Thanks so
a lot
much for
for
having us. Yeah,
Definitely.
at least
Um,
one
Hey,
of the two artists
know what?
actually did artwork.
It's nice to kick you guys out.
It feels good.
Yeah, it's writer's
Feel-
time
feel-
now.
Feel
That's
right,
right.
Brian.
Take care,
Greg,
guys.
have a good one.
See,
Also, Greg, do you need to kick me out? You can kick me out.
No, I think you're good. I think you can stay around. I think you can.
I'm not going to be helpful for the writing process.
Kick him out, Greg. Kick him out.
Yeah, kick me out. No,
Hold
wait,
on.
stop, don't.
Bye.
Writing's not that hard, Dylan, is what I would like to say, but
So Greg, if you dip out, what happens if things go badly?
I'm only leaving for like 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay,
'cause
cool.
She doesn't.
15 minutes.
Yeah, a lot
a
of
lot
things.
can happen in 10 to 15 minutes.
Did you hear that, Tier? We have 15 minutes to destroy the world.
Oh, man.
Just scorch earth it.
Ed, 15 minutes
For
to
real?
destroy the world.
Hey,
Sounds good to
only
me.
30 seconds. I got one thing controversial, which I said enough that has gotten removed from certain groups.
Uh-oh.
Aaron already knows because we've talked about it multiple times.
He's like, pumpkin pie isn't good. Oh, God. Pineapple belongs on pizza. Oh, no.
You know what? Pumpkin is overrated, though.
It is.
I think it's overrated, but it is a good pie. I like it, but it's
It's
not.
a good pie, but like sweet potato is there forever.
Never had
Or pecan pie.
No, sweet potatoes, the North Carolina coming out in you right there.
Yeah,
No, pecan pie is fantastic. I never even realized that. I'm always like, it's like a nut pie.
Yeah, but chocolate pecan pie will change your outlook on
Never
life.
had that.
Honestly, just what my wife did, we got like little pecan pie tarts, so they're like little smaller ones, and we put whipped cream on them, so you can just pop one in with the whipped cream on it. Oh my gosh,
Yep,
that's so delicious.
I'm sweating over here. What's happening?
I know what's happening.
Yeah.
It's getting hot.
If you ever run across pecan pie tarts, the little tiny ones, just get that, a can of Cool Whip, and you can eat your sorrows away. I promise. I promise.
Hallelujah.
It's like, I don't know if you can, but I'm certainly going to try.
Yeah, that's right. Might be crying by the end of it, but my goodness.
Yeah, for real.
All right, so Greg's going to be leaving us for 10 to 15 minutes, which means I can't put comments on the screen. If someone loses connection, I can't add them back in.
It's so stupid. I'm an admin on this, but I can't do any of that stuff either. Like, I don't know why.
Dylan just go. You can't do that.
No, I can't because it would lock you out and it would end the stream. That's why it's so dumb. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no reason to add me as an admin because I can't do anything.
Now, Greg, make sure your computer doesn't time out.
Oh yeah, no. Like, seriously, make sure like the lock screen, like what's it called? When you don't move the mouse.
We're good.
He says
He's
that.
like, yeah, I know, right? You guys are gonna be chatting, having a good time, and
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes.
maybe.
All right.
So is this going to be
Thank
the
God.
biggest panel?
This is the biggest panel because
Ah,
everybody loves you so much.
How many more people are there?
Yeah.
27.
No, actually, how many more people?
27 people on this panel.
2 or 3 more?
No, I think there's like 3 more.
All right. Yeah. By the way, Greg, I probably would remove that. See how like small we all are. Imagine adding 3 more people. It's gonna get like I would probably keep it like that.
Oh,
And
come
there's
on, 2
Corey.
more, and we're the Brady Bunch.
What's going
Let's
on?
do it.
There's Brad and Jeff, and I think that's it.
Jeff Fafa?
Oh no, and then there's Joe Vasquez. I can't say his last name.
Nice.
Vasquez.
You know,
Yeah,
Vasquez.
You did it. You just didn't commit.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I nailed it, but then it didn't stick the landing.
We can't all be named Greg.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be named Greg.
Greg, before you go, I want to show you your favorite comic.
Mhm.
Ooh,
You remember that one? You know that one.
Fancy.
The one that made everybody cry. I think even Greg was mad at me on that one.
I got comics in the mail today.
Did you? What'd you get?
Yeah, Black Jackets 4 and 5.
Ooh.
Let's go. Some Mike Tina.
That's what I'm talking about.
Is it good?
Oh yeah, Black Jackets is one of my favorite indie titles.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
gotta
that's
check
probably
it
my
out.
favorite from Bad Bug is Black
Yeah,
Jackets.
for sure.
Pretty dope.
Absolutely.
Very cool.
Apparently, she's walking home from work, so I guess I might not have to leave.
Oh well, that's sad. That
Yeah,
just
'cause you're
gonna
a
let
writer,
her-
huh?
That you're just going to let her walk home from work.
It's not that far away.
What a disgusting.
In the middle of the night.
Yeah, in the pitch black of night.
Down dark alleyways only.
Aren't you in New York?
Where are you at now?
He's not in the
Yeah, but
city.
he's in like, Schenectady. He's
No,
not.
no,
in
not on this podcast.
New
Not
York,
on this
New
show.
York.
He's in New York. He's letting
New
his
York.
girlfriend walk home.
Actually, real quick, you want to say Schenectady because Schenectady is also a very dangerous place.
That's what I heard. I heard
Well,
Schenectady.
technically, I'm in Scotia, which is like
Oh,
old
yeah.
people like hit you with canes, like nothing.
Like, get off my lawn. It's like,
Hey,
this isn't even your
that's
lawn.
dangerous too.
That's
For
right.
real. Especially if they're driving. Like,
All right. Who are we
sorry.
missing?
What's up, fellas?
Oh,
The
no
Brady
one. We're
Bunch.
missing no one?
what's going on?
Brady Bunch.
Yeah, this is officially a
Feels
Brady
like Hollywood
Bunch.
Squares.
We did it, guys. We Brady bunched.
You gotta
Hey,
do
I
everyone.
gotta get a picture. I gotta get a picture. Everybody smile. One
Start
second. Let's
looking.
get this. Hey, everybody wave. Hey, you're all
I'm not
awesome. He's like, I'm not doing that shit.
Greg, is this everybody?
I'm gonna tell them my age by saying Hollywood Squares. Y'all remember that
Might be,
show? It's kind of what it feels
Yeah.
like to me.
No, but I don't know
Absolutely.
what it is, so, yeah.
Okay.
I just realized this maxes out at 10. That's such a weird number. Like, it's going to look weird with a 10
Streamer
person.
does that too.
I wonder
kinda
what
just
the
wanna see
10th
what
person happens. Yeah,
I'd imagine it just bumps
It
the
just- they
9
just
up and
can't-
puts one
they
guy
just
on the
can't come
bottom.
into the studio.
maybe it separates the
Yeah.
middle four, the middle and
Well,
top.
maybe just 5 and 4. Or, no,
And it
5
does
and
this weird
5.
thing where it puts them 4-4 and then 2, and leaves one spot with a blank, and it usually puts the Restream logo on the corner.
Okay, all
This
And
is
right.
at
my
random,
OCD.
depending on whoever gets to talk, goes up to the primary left, and it always rotates that whole thing. It's weird, man.
Are you
Greg's-
flipping these people around, or are we
Greg's-
just going to
he's
randomly
hitting the
rotate
shuffle button.
throughout the? Oh, okay.
All right. Are we ready? Can we do this?
Yeah, you can do it.
Oh. What's up, everybody? Welcome
Greg's
to
gotta get back
whatever
to
the
the
title of this one
Hey,
is.
Greg, take me out in case you need an extra slot because I'm
Yeah.
useless.
Bye, Dylan.
Ciao.
Love you, Dylan.
Hi,
Love
Dylan.
you.
It's good talking to you today,
Thank you for
Dylan.
everything.
All right, now that Dylan's gone, let's talk crap about him. No, I'm just kidding. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the writing process. A whole bunch of people I don't know, and a couple of people I do know. So that's nice. Yesterday's was another couple of people I don't know. So I'm meeting people. Sierra Nova Comics bringing people together.
It's beautiful.
Appreciate you, Craig. Yeah, it's beautiful. For those that don't know me,
Doing
my
good
name is
things.
Aaron Dowan. I am the chief trash picker-upper at Catalyst Comic Studio, as well as a podcast host for Beards and Comics, which is coming back in 2023, of which Ed Davis is one of the first guests with our giant return. So that's fun. You can find me all over the internet. I do other stuff. I don't know. I said last night, Google me. That's probably just the easiest thing to say. So want to make sure that everybody introduces themselves for people that don't know you. Take a couple minutes. We'll just start at the top row. Go ahead, Ed.
So I'm Ed Davis. I am the creator of the indie series Immortal Era and Finish Line Comics. And that story is currently on its 7th issue and releasing its first trade. And then I have a few new series coming out next year as well, working with Aaron on one of them. So yeah, that's what I've been up to all year.
Go to your go.
Awesome. All right. I'm Terry, owner of Sovereign Comics. How do we do this? I'm trying to be. I'm yeah. Four titles out right now. Each one has 2 books under it. One of them, the second book, is getting finished. Those titles are Cypher Team Alpha, which is our flagship, Yamo Stigmata, which is our space opera, Stars, which is about an all-girl rock band that doubles as superheroes, and Temple High, which is about the future of the Silvers, literally the future of the Silvers, because it's an interconnected universe. So the students that you see in Temple High are going to be the new heroes and villains as time goes on. I've been publishing it since 2016. Been writing this universe since 2007. I'm a slow starter, as you can tell. And yeah, that's about it.
All right, next row, Brad. Kick us off.
Brad Linder, Firestorm Comics. Been in the industry since, I was a teenager, so late 90s, 97, 98, and done random stuff throughout the years. Started my own publishing company in 2013. Put out the first books in 2015, and due to a stroke a couple years ago now, had a micro stroke due to diabetic issues. Uh, I put up everything on hold, took a time off to recover, and I'm back now, thank goodness. And in
Awesome.
January 2023, we get to tear it up. So I went from 8 Amazon and Comixology bestsellers, and in the same 3 months, and then went to nothing for 2 years. So I was like, ouch. But yeah, I like to draw pictures. Hey, Greg found me on a corner and gave me a lift home. Said he'd buy me dinner one day, and then never called. And it's history from there.
That sounds about right.
That sounds like Greg.
All right, I guess it's me next.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Jeff Weber. I am the creator of 2 comic series that have come out so far. The first is called The Scientists. It's kind of a sci-fi Goonies. And then the more recent one is called Bug Hunt, sort of a action adventure fighting robot spiders. And also contributor to various comic anthologies with my newest one, True Tales from Childhood, True Tales of Reckless Youth. It's called Stupid Kids. It's launching December 1st.
Nice.
Awesome. My name is Alex. I am from Lucky 33 Comics. My partner Corey down there and I started about 2 years ago making some books, and we started with a series that we had been, fuddling around in our brains for as long as Tier up there has. So we know what it's like, and it's been good. We have that series, issues 1 and 2 so far, and then we did a side project called Max Axel and the Wild Circuit, which is not out yet, but almost finished. And it's a racing comic. It's like, in the lines of Speed Racer and Mario Kart, that kind of stuff. But I'll let Corey introduce himself and take on the rest of it.
Yeah, so I'm Corey. I'm also of Lucky 33. Again, we're the babies of the bunch, it seems. Just started a couple years ago. It's been a blast. Max Axel is coming to Kickstarter hopefully next few months. We'll see how that turns out. And New Luminaries 1 and 2 out now. Third one in the works. Greg?
Yeah, Greg. Who are you?
Greg.
Tell the audience. They don't
Nailed
know.
it.
I have a bunch of different titles that I've written. Ink, Scales, Seer Chronicles, The Mittens. I can't believe I forgot that one. And a bunch of other stuff going on. Got a whole platform of other people's comics on there. Yeah. That's me.
Greg is the man.
Yeah, Greg's
the man with the overarching plan.
All right, let's get into this. First question, we're going to start it off light. What's the deal with artists, right? Right? Greg, what's the deal with artists?
I know, right?
I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm a jack of all trades, dude. I did the same thing. I'll tell you, in 2005, when Firestorm was starting it off, I got together and spent a fortune. I thought my family was going to kill me because I took a bunch of money out of our personal savings and said, I'm going to invest in buying this business and I'm going to quit my day job officially after working in law enforcement. And I was like, that's a heck of a switch to give up that pension. And I did it. And I was like, I'm going full time. I'm tired of doing it freelance. I want to go full time on my own company. And I hired 30 different people. We had 9 titles going and we were going to publish them over a year, systematic. Bam, everybody but me disappears. I'm like, I'm drawing my book. Where's the rest of them? I don't know, man. That's a number one flake. Everybody wants to be the next Jim Lee, and they don't pay attention, and writers suffer for that. And, it's getting even worse now, unfortunately, due to the fact of we having things like we have problems like these AI apps drawing stuff now. I mean,
That's
any
a whole
writer
different
can
can
go
of
along
worms
now
there.
and fill in their own book for their own promo work and say, I want it this style, and type it in their description of what it wants to do, and it'll kick it out. And it's like artists need to get their heads out of their butts, and I'm constantly preaching that.
I will say-
started it off as a joke. I wasn't sure if anybody was actually going to take me up on it.
Oh, yeah.
I had a horror
I'll say
art
real
stories
quick,
too.
though.
Artist story.
I'll say real quick though on the AI art front, as someone who also writes prose and short stories, I use the heck out of AI generated stuff just so that I can visualize things. If there's something specific I want to see, helps me with descriptions, and it's a lot of fun. So anyway, who else wants to cause problems?
I actually think that the artists are pretty. I mean, I have very limited experience. I've only worked with like a handful of them so far, but it's been really good. I mean, a couple of them are obviously a lot more driven and hardworking, and that shows in their ability to adapt. But I mean, we throw some pretty crazy things. You know, that's the thing that I think about as a writer is like I have no talent in terms of art. So when I realized that you could pay talented people to make your ideas and you just had to find the right one who would speak the language that you speak, I mean, that's probably the hardest thing. We got really lucky early on. That's part of why the name is Lucky 33. We got lucky with the whole situation. And the artist that we're working with for the most part is the guy who drew Mittens for Greg, who we were introduced to Greg through. And he's a fantastic dude, JR, and he really works hard. And I'm sure that we've gone down the road and introduced ourselves to a couple other artists, and particularly one has tried as hard as he can, but he's got a million things going on. So that's the thing, is like they're in demand, and they command the price they pay.
I think for artists, one of the things that makes them what they are, and you got to take any neurosis or idiosyncrasy that writers have, and multiply it several times to get an artist. So it's a special kind of person that even attempts to do that kind of thing. So they're already dealing with some stuff, their own personal stuff that
it looks really hard.
That makes just getting through a day challenging. So making a comic is really hard, and a lot of work and a lot of time. So you add on just all their mental and personal struggles on top of the fact that it's just really hard work, and finding one that can turn that out at a reliable pace and manage their time efficiently and manage their mental health efficiently. I think that's those are your unicorns.
Well, then,
For me, like I think I've only had like a couple art issues with artists. The biggest one I had, because the Temple High that's on the market now is the second drawing of that, which I brought in my lead art team to redo it. There was an original one that I did that actually got to completion. The first artist disappeared after I bonused them. Like I paid him more upfront and paid him for the rest of the book and bonused him, and he disappeared. So there was a falling out with that. Like we've talked since then, so I've forgiven him, but I just haven't hired him for anything else. And then the second team that took over, it just seemed like they didn't care. And at that time I was kind of young into things too. So I was just like, I wasn't really used to telling people what it was that I wanted and needed, which I will say as a publisher, editor, writer, make sure you get that together, because if you do not, the artist will take advantage of you.
Don't be afraid to be specific.
Yeah, exactly. Because that happened with me. And then when I got the book, I was like, this is garbage. And I showed it to my lead team and they were like, this is garbage. We will redraw it for you. So they redrew it. The second time, because after this, I kind of like bolstered up a little bit more confidence. And I had to remember myself, even though I've been writing and editing this stuff, I'm like, bro, dude, you're an artist too yourself. You've drawn all of these characters. You designed them all. I was going to do the comics myself, but I have too many ideas and they're always coming. So I was like, if I draw these comics myself, they will never get done. So now I just concentrate on inking. So like with Stars issue 2, I'm the inker on that. So I do have some ink pages and stuff on my Instagram. Like if anybody ever wants to check that out. But on issue 1, I dealt with the colorist who is actually funny what he said. And he was like, one of the characters, she was kind of like she's my complexion, And when she got into the sunlight, all of a sudden she was a lot of shades lighter than what she should have been. And so I'm looking at her and stuff, and I'm like, this isn't right. He's like, well, yeah, it is. She stepped in the sun. And I was like, okay. I was like, look, I'm gonna tell you something.
That's
I'm
how it
like,
works.
yeah, right. I was like, that's not how that works. And I was like, as a black man telling you, when I step in the sun, I do not get lighter. Quite literally, it's the opposite, depending on how long I stay in the sun. So I was like, that's not right. And he was like, well, with color theory, I was like, okay, I'm gonna stop you again. And because I actually have an associate's in media arts animation. And I'm like, I've gone through color theory class, and you're incredibly wrong. That is not how color theory works either. And he still went through with it, and I changed it, to send it back. And I was like, this is what it should look like. And I think I kind of pissed him off, but I'm like, bro, like that's not how that works. Like I said, then I had geared up and got a little bit more. I had to remind myself that I was an artist as well. Talking to these artists, which is funny because now is like the artists that I do bring on, and actually I've people come to me and ask me if I have any books and things like that, and now I just look at it and I see how their artwork is, and if it's not that good, I'll give them pointers like, hey, you should get better at this, and this, and then come back. And with other ones, if they are good enough, I'll pick a book for them to match their art style to that book theme. But like I said, those were the only two real bad problems I had. Like, other than that, I've been like lucky 33, been fairly lucky. Some really good artists coming through. I think though, it probably, now that I approach them as an artist, they're like, oh shit, he knows how to draw. So I'm not gonna pull the wool over his eyes. So, but
Ed, what about you? You lucky or?
I've been somewhat lucky. This is the series that I'm writing. This is actually the second artist that I've had on it, because the first one, I was working with him a lot, and he actually worked with me at the school I teach at as well. And he just could not get anything done. And then he sent his work to, and I think he sent it to IDW. He went to one of the cons, and IDW didn't like some of the stuff he did. So he's like, that's it, I'm starting over. And it had already been 2 years to get 6 pages. And then he had he was very against violence. And if you've looked at my comic series, it's loaded up with blood and violence.
Yes.
And he's like, I can't draw the blood. So the whole description is his arm explodes. And he's like, oh, I'm just going to, we'll have it explode off panel. So not being able to do blood and trying to do my comic didn't work very well. Now, the first question I asked my artist, like, all right, what is your thought on blood and gore? And he's like, oh, I'm fine with it. I'm like, all right, good, because this book's graphic and I don't want someone else to make it all off panel. I'm not trying to make the PG version of my book. I'm trying to make the R-rated, gross out the person who loves Saw version. So
right, the
that
one in
was
your
my
head.
biggest problem. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Awesome. Corey, anything to add before we move it on?
I mean, copy and paste. Josh is the best. We have the best person that we deal with. And any, it's going to come to a point soon where we start branching off, finding other artists for other stories. And I'm just a sponge soaking all of this stuff up and getting ready for that next stage.
Awesome. For all the writers, let's see. Well, we'll start with Alex. What is your biggest source of stall out or procrastination?
Oh, geez.
And how do you overcome it?
Yeah, that's a great question. And perfect. I mean, honestly, I am the king of procrastination. Corey will tell you. Like, if I can find something else to do besides what I'm supposed to be doing, that's what I'm going to do. And honestly, that's how our friendship started, and that's how this comic series and everything we've ever done came about. I was procrastinating doing what I was supposed to be doing and making up stories with Corey in class. So, I think the hardest part for us was we went through a phase where we were in our young 20s and we were very excited about making stories, and we were ready to, tell comic books or movies, or I was going to school for film and yada, yada. And, life got in the way, things got difficult, and we got very discouraged. And for me personally, that was a writer's block. Corey kept writing and would send me stuff over the years and, all these different ideas. And I just felt so frozen. And honestly, I was hanging on to this one idea that was, grandiose and complicated and intense. And I don't remember what happened, but one day we started working. I think it was like a little bit before the pandemic. We came back to the book and we started working on it from a different angle, and it just felt fresh and new. And ever since then, I have never stopped. And, I think it's really, for me personally, I need someone to write with. I'm always better, at holding myself accountable when I want someone to show my stuff to and they're receptive to it. It's really hard. I'm sure you all know when you show someone you're writing and you're a writer and you show your family or your friends who aren't writers and they read it and they're like, that was cool. I like it. But that's the extent of it. When I send Corey something, he'll send it back with notes and edits and words and changes and ideas, and we'll go back and forth. And that's what's most necessary to me to overcome the fear and the constructive criticism of myself and the bad vibes. So I think it's really just having a good partner, whether it's an editor or an artist or a friend.
I think when you're accountable to somebody other than yourself,
Yeah.
that really helps. I on my most recent one, I worked with an artist who was like, he was very fast, and I had a script that wasn't really like in a format that was ready to give to an artist, so I was kind of like formatting it page by page and giving it to him in little chunks, and he would draw his pages faster than I could format them. So him being ready and hungry for more pages was like pushing me to work faster. So anytime you feel like you're holding somebody else up, it kind of lights that fire on you, under you.
Yeah. That feels like my artist Mark. That's how he was. Because like we were working on a book, and I just like, hey, here's the first like 5 pages, and like the end of that week, here's the sketches. And I'm like, are you gonna like what comes next? He was like, I'm going straight to inks, and I'm like, well, shit. Let me go ahead and get this script finished. But yeah, that's the same thing with me. Like my lead art team, they light a fire under me. But also, I think I have some cool writing friends in my corner, like Aaron, and then my other friend Scorpio, my friend SJ, Greg. That they're always doing something. Where it's like, okay, you need to write. Like Aaron's sending me all of his prose, and I'm like, you still got that script to finish, and here he is written 7 prose. So it lights that fire. It's like that. Because a lot of people look at, I guess, competition as being a bad thing, but I guess it's a bad thing if you treat it like a bad thing, or if you act like a bad thing towards the person that you're, in competition with. But for me, I take it as a good thing, especially like with like I said, that writer group that I have, because when I see them destroying things and like doing what they love, is like, okay, get on the ball. And like for me, at one point, it was like my full-time gig was getting in the way. I was working in IT, so sometimes I will do a regular 8-hour day, and then sometimes servers will go down and I'll be there later. So that was getting in the way. But as of recently, it hasn't been, because now I'm really at the point now I'm doing comics full time. So that's really cool. And so I've just been able to just write and come up with ideas and do a lot of things I wasn't able to do before. So
that's
one of my favorite things to do to tier is on a random week. I don't do it every week, but just on a random week, on a Monday, I'll shoot him a message and be like, all right, what's on your schedule for the week, comic book wise?
Yeah.
And I can just hear him in my mind as he reads it go, oh, crap.
Yep.
I mean,
you gotta have that, though. You gotta have it. It keeps you on your toes.
Yeah, every time Corey sends me something, because he's always writing, he's always coming up with new ideas and sending me stuff. And every time he sends me something, I'm just like, man, how's he do it? Just cranks it out, and then he's just like, I want. What do you think about this entire different universe? I'm like, yeah, I like it, but like, okay, let's go in this direction. It's cool. It's really cool seeing what other people come up with. I mean, personally, my favorite thing about this process of the last 2 years has been meeting other writers and artists and reading their books and buying them and getting them sent to I have a stack of all the books of people that I know, and that's the best feeling. Just be looking through these books and being like, I know the person who wrote this. I've talked to them. I know their vibe, and I can feel them through these books. And it's just like, you can't you can't buy that feeling. You can't get that feeling from going into a store and going to the Marvel section or the DC section unless you have famous friends. And like, I don't.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah,
It's
it
coming.
happens.
It's
It
coming.
naturally happens. Yeah. Who else? Anybody?
Well, I'll jump in with it. But I have a systematic way of writing because I just set up a family plan with all of my family, my entire extended family. Nobody's allowed to call me when I'm in the office because I have set office hours. And the only people I talk to are fellow creators, just like you guys are talking about. I've got an inner circle. You can ask Greg. I bug the crap out of him all the time. It's like, hey, dude, I got this new book coming. I've got the script done. What do you think? And he's like, I'm at work right now. Can I check it out tomorrow?
And never checks it out.
Because it's like 2 a.m. when I send it to him because I get up at like between 2 and 4 in the morning and work 16, 18 hours a day. But that's because as a writer, I sit at the table, I sit down with the keyboard, I have my stuff outlined, and I go, okay, I'm going to write these plots, and I do them in story arcs. So I'm basically kicking out a season of a TV show in the way I'm doing it. I'll do anywhere from 18 to 24 books in a week because I'll sit down and write them systematically, a couple of episodes every day, and then I'm going to hit the art table, of course, because I'm a multitasker for art. And that time frame, I look at it like this: to keep from getting overwhelmed and out of control. I'm a very habitual person, so I'll get into procrastination like that and go off on tangents, watching Netflix streaming, whatever. And I'm high strung, as you can tell as well. But what I do is I sit down and I write out the arcs during my time frame, and I tell the family, this is the thing. Anything we want to do that you want to do, for my kids or my wife or my parents, whatever, give it to me. Let me put it on the calendar. Let's make a date for that. And that's what I put on my schedule as locked time things that are dedicated. And then everything else, man, other than those appointments and sleep, I'm always there for my family. I'm always there for when they need me. And then I'm always there for my dedicated 5 hours of sleep. And then the rest of the time, that I have no free time. I'm working, I'm sketching, I'm drawing, I'm writing, I'm doing something constantly because I've got so many things going on and I work on multiple titles a month. So, one of the best things I got to do before he passed away was talk to George Romero, and I got his blessing on my Night of the Living Dead Relapse comic, which just before my stroke, that was the last thing I did right before my stroke, unfortunately. And I got one issue of it out. I got the 0 issue, and I'm about to bring it back in 2023. That's one of my big projects coming up, and he approved that, and it went off of the 60s, the 68 movie. So I was just high as you could get with that. But he was part of the reason that I did that because when he wrote, he said, I go into my cave, I knock it out like it's a serial or it's a legacy line of books. And then I go back and I have all those scripts to pull from. So when I'm ready to draw, it's just that way. And then when as an artist, I kick over in the process like a Kirby process. I go from my thumbnails, do the entire book one time, go back and edit those thumbnails, and then I hit the pages. That's the reason I can draw 3 to 5 pages a day. And I do penciling, inking, coloring, and primarily toning, and then lettering. And I'll do those in processes. I hit all the pencils, the inks, and categorize it. And I've got various books in various standards and sections. But as far as that goes, I don't really get blocked because I've got so much going on in the system. I don't have time. So if I trip, somebody's not going to get their book.
I would say if I could draw my own ideas as well, I would probably have less block. I think part of the reason is because it's, really hard to visualize the characters. And once I see them, I get really excited. And the art really does it for me because I'm a visual guy. And like colors are really important. And if you can give me the character and I can live in that world, that's like our biggest thing now is the second we get an idea, we're like, all right, scrounge up some money. Let's pay somebody to draw it so we can start writing it because it really comes a lot quicker. And it must be such a blessing to be able to just do that yourself. And a curse.
Like, I know,
and a curse.
I know I was reading the same thing. Like Stephen King does something similar where he just locks himself away in the attic for like 24 to 48 hours.
Oh man, I read his
writing.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
read his like
You know,
on
his
writing
on
book,
writing.
and it's so
Yeah.
good. Oh
Yeah,
man, that
I
changed
haven't
my
Yeah,
read
life.
2,000 words a day.
Yeah.
Minimum. No
Yeah.
exceptions.
Minimum.
Yeah, that did
Yeah.
not last
Which is cool. Is
long for
like,
me.
because like for me, which for me is like I don't have a block problem. Like my two issues for me, procrastination, just like you mentioned, Brad, and that's what I'm trying to like reel that in with myself because sometimes I'll do it like I'll be with the kids or something, and like we'll get caught up watching something or I get caught up doing something with them, and then I'll switch off and be in that zone, and then I'll be in that zone and look at my watch like, oh shit, it's 3 hours later. Yeah, so there's that, and then usually wrangling in my ideas, which I figured out the best way to do that works for me is because like I can literally get an idea from anything, and when that happens, it's a gift and a curse because a lot of people say, I wish I can get ideas like that. I'm like, no, you don't, because you'll never get anything done. So now I've learned is like an idea pops up, and then I'm like, okay, yep, like either that, like I have a bullet journal now that I use, or I'll pull out my phone and I'll use notes, and I just go in notes and just type out the idea, and now it's there, is waiting, and then I'll revisit these ideas. I'll come back later, just like I haven't, like, which is funny, like where Aaron was sending me his prose, and I'm just sitting there like, because I have all these anthology, like it's because I have a sci-fi anthology I want to do, but as a prose rather than a comic, and I have like 10 to 12 ideas and just story ideas that I've come up with, and Aaron's doing what he was doing. I was like, might be time for you to go ahead and do that. So I'm planning on starting that into 2023 too, while I'm working on the scripts for everything else. But
if I could go back in just a sec, man, T, I'm going to tell you something, man. Get on it, just start it. Don't wait, don't wait. Just knock it out. Take a minute, start something, and do a section or a chapter of it. Get it going, man. Just get it out there, because if you don't, the idea is going to eat you up in the back of your head, messing with you so long. Sitting idle.
I do the same thing where no matter what the thought is, if there's more behind just the initial thought, I'm going to go ahead and write down whatever the thoughts are, almost like a brainstorming page. Then I can put it aside and keep working on whatever it is that I'm working on. But I can't just write down a bullet point of a plot point or something and not just lose my mind thinking about it. So I try to get all that done first. And then, I mean, I have stacks of notebooks of different stories that maybe someday I'll put out, maybe I won't. I'm approaching things in a little different way now, so maybe we'll see some more of them. But for the most part, I try to get everything out of my brain that I can at once, and then I can put them aside.
There's so many times where Corey, I'll either text him an idea or we're on the phone and I start just rambling, coming up with stuff, and he's just like, "You need to write it down. You need to write it down because you're gonna forget it right now." And I won't. He's right. I don't. And then like 3 months later, someone will ask us a question about it when we're in the process, and I'll be like, "Remember that conversation we had?" He's like, "Yeah, but I don't remember what we ended up deciding because I told you to write it down."
I have a real bad
kicked myself a couple of times.
I have a real bad tendency to go down rabbit holes. So if something catches my eye, it's really hard for me to resist the urge to just go after that. And next thing I know, I've lost, a week to that. And I've gotten to the point now where I've never even had a dedicated brainstorming effort where I'm trying to come up with ideas, because I have them just coming to me unwanted, and I have such a backlog. I have enough ideas to create content for the rest of my life.
I want to throw it to Ed, because Ed's put out 7 issues so far of a singular series, and as far as indie comics goes, that's incredibly impressive. So, but I also know now you're working on another story. So, Ed, you just seem like you're a little more focused than the rest of us.
I feel like listening to you, I feel completely unfocused. But what I generally do is I have something to write my ideas down anywhere I might be. So I have one in my car, I have one in my classroom, I have one upstairs, one downstairs. So wherever an idea is going to strike me, I need to be able to kind of just do a mental dump of that idea. And one of the ideas that I'm doing right now, I've almost finished the script for it, came from a song that I was playing for my students in the morning. And I just visualized this whole story in my head. And I was like as soon as the break came up, I'm like, all right, guys, get out of the classroom, get out. I got this big idea and I got 20 minutes to get it all mapped out. And sure enough, I got it mapped out, and now it's almost done. It'll be a little 6-page story, but you have to be prepared for anywhere an idea is going to strike. And if it strikes me while driving, I'll just dictate it into my phone so that there's always a way to get it out. And for me, the main story is kind of the easy one because I mapped that out years ago. When you talk about procrastinating, I started writing my story Immortal Era back in 1998. So it's had years that it kind of sat there and almost died. But the fact that I had written so many notes, just, a high stack of notes for that story made it to where it never really died, even though it just kept kind of getting shoved aside year after year. All those notes made it easy to go back and approach it years later, even though, it had been 1998. And then I started really scripting it into a series in probably like 2017. So all those years between, having those notes made it easy to go back and make the story still happen.
That's awesome. All right, we have a choice at this junction. We can either do a real quick flash section of a lighthearted question, or we can just keep going with more not light questions.
I mean, I am all for lighthearted. That's like kind of our motto. Our whole deal is like fun and lighthearted. So if you're going to ask me that question, I'll say yes.
All right. Well, since you spoke up, you have to go first. 3 books or comics that you would take with you as the world is coming to an end.
Oh man. All right. I hope this doesn't get into like a further discussion because I've read other people's opinions about it and I didn't know that this was an opinion, but Civil War from Marvel was the first like book that I read that made me want to write comics. Up until that point, I liked superheroes. I thought it was really cool. That book just felt really real to me. And up until that point, it didn't. Like superheroes were very like, superheroes. They're like stories to me. And I was like, wait, you can make comics and make them feel like that. And my only other experiences were with outside of regular traditional heroes were like Watchmen and Mouse, which was like super heavy. So like I was like, I want to tell superhero stories, but I don't want to tell The Boys and I don't want to do Invincible. So, Civil War came out at the right time. I had gone into a comic shop and bought like a bunch of old books from the 80s for like 25 cents each. And I was reading through them. And then that was right when Civil War came out. And I was like, hey, this has everybody and it feels like real whole. And, my friends would get, Corey was into Daredevil. He got the Daredevil run. I was in the Moon Knight. I got the Moon Knight. And it was like everything felt connected. And that was really cool. And I know they had done that previously, over the years, but it was my first experience with it when I was really getting into comics. So I was like, man, that book rules. So Civil War, Black Hole. Do you know that book? It's a really big one. My dad got me that book from the library when I was like maybe 16 or 17. And he was like, you like comics, read this. And I was like, this is so weird and gross and awful and made me feel so many different ways. I was like, I could never write like that. That's the thing. It's like my writing style is very different than all the stuff that really hits me. But I love it so much. And then, I mean, I would have to say, I guess, like Scott Pilgrim. Like, I love those books. I think they're so sweet. And, there's a lot of weird stuff because they're from a very particular time. But those books made me like, oh, you can just combine stuff. You could just throw genres together and you can like take ideas from your past and all your nostalgia and the things that you like. And like a lot of people compare our stuff to that initially. And that's, on purpose, I guess.
All right, Brad, go for it.
Oh man, that's gonna be easy. It's Golden Age Superman, the Starhawks, and then you got to kick up with Rip Kirby over here on the shelf. I've got the entire collection. I love those things. Alex Raymond was an absolute influence on me since I was a kid because I learned about him through Flash Gordon, and then I found out about it later. I don't know, about 10 years ago, I discovered Rip Kirby, and I just instantly, I was like paying whatever they offered for every volume that came out. I was just like right there. But yeah, that's my 3 solid.
Nice. All right, Jeff?
Sure. My 3, I guess I'd go back to 3 of my all-time favorites. What they have in common, they're all large black and white comics by the singular vision of a singular creator. Tales, well, now it's just called Bean World, Larry Marder's Bean World. Scud the Disposable Assassin by Rob Straub, and Stray Bullets by David Lapham.
Excellent. All right. Let's go, Corey.
So I'm gonna go V for Vendetta, because when I read that, it was just that story where, as a person who loves revenge stories, I was like, well, they did it. That's great. Great. Burn the government down. Everything I love about everything in one story. So V for Vendetta, I'd have to say Saga, because you, in this theoretical question, you can bring the whole run with you, right?
It's if it fits in a book.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah.
So Saga, just
compendium,
bright, disturbing, fun, all of those things on top of each other. And then I'm going to cheat and say the manga of Nausicaa and the Valley of the Wind, because I would want a Hayao Miyazaki movie with me, and that's the closest. Just a 2,000-page version of a Miyazaki movie. It's great.
All right.
So if we ever got stranded, Corey and I, I'm going to interrupt. Corey and I would be running along just armfuls of books. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you bring
All
anything?
right.
Nope. We got something to read.
Let's jump to you.
So I think I would start with an early volume of Spider-Man, because that was the first graphic novel I ever discovered. When I was probably about 6 or so, I got one of those trades, and it was just, I think, like the first 12 issues of Spider-Man, and I was just so hooked, and that's what initially brought my love for comic books around. So I'd have to bring that as one of my volumes. The second thing I'd have to bring is the Sandman, because that was what brought me back into comics when I was in high school. And I remember I traded a Superman 75 for a Sandman #1, and I was like, ooh, I still think that's one of the best trades ever. And then
It's a good trade, damn.
Yeah, and at the time it looked uneven on his side, because everybody wanted them, and I bought a stack full of them and sold them to all the jocks who thought they were going to retire on them. But made my last year of high school good. I was cashing in, but that Sandman trade is still the one that sticks, and I ended up getting that one signed by Neil Gaiman, so it's even better now.
That's awesome.
Awesome. Wow.
And then as for the third series, got to go still with Vertigo, and that's with Preacher, because Garth Ennis and Neil Gaiman are what kind of shaped my whole writing mind, because I realized, okay, you can do comic books in a different way. You have a story to tell, you tell it, and it's done. It's not tell it, reset, start over, change character, start again. It's like, no, your story has a beginning, middle, and end.
Right.
And you can write that in comic form, and it still feels as cinematic and as much like a novel as anything else.
Such a good book.
Excellent. All right, Greg.
Oh, not two.
He's gonna be last. I like to close that on a high note, Greg.
Last. I'm gonna be last.
Tilt.
Oh,
I like indie comics. I don't really give two shits about Marvel and DC or anything like that. So, so Tilt, Temple High, and I would say Ed's but like I haven't read it all, so I can't really say that. Midnight Highway, I guess, would be the third one.
All right, Tier.
So,
also thank you, Greg.
Yeah, and thank you, Greg. I really appreciate it. With the Temple High nod, thank you. So I'm kind of in the same boat. Like, it's been a while since I've read anything mainstream, so it's really just been indie. And so I was gonna jokingly be like, I'm just gonna take all of mine so I can keep the story going. But I think that if I were to pick, yeah, right. I think if I were to pick, if I go from indie, I will pick some mainstream ones too, because I was looking around because I have comics like on my bookshelf over there. Behind
They don't
me.
have to be comics; they can be books as well.
They could be books as well. Oh, see, now you're
Oh,
really
the
widening
game
the pot
changer.
because I got
We're all over here
so many
thinking.
Stephen
I
King,
said it. I said it.
like Christine Firestarter, freaking Dark. Like we can keep going. Like there's a lot of books. But honestly, if I from indie, I will say definitely Tilt. No, hold on, because it's between Tilt and it's freaking with the monsters. Why am I freaking forgetting the name right now? Because it's the one that I want you to get. Welcome to Everville. Yes, yes. Because I want you to get the next one done, and I haven't asked in a while. And that book, I don't know if y'all read it, but that book is crazy.
Working on it.
But yeah, I will say that one. Welcome to Everville. I will say that one.
Thanks, man.
I will say Ink because I do like Ink. That's probably one of my favorite books out of Sierra Nova. And then if I had to pick someone else other than mine, Black Jackets as far as
I
indie.
knew it.
So it'd
I
probably be
knew
those
it.
three as far as indie. Yeah, those three as far as indie because those are ones that I can keep rereading. Even though Tilt is another one, which I'm waiting because I know that it's the end and I got all 4 books and I'm like, not yet, because not yet. We gotta wait for the perfect. Not yet. I've already read like the first 3 issues, but I'm like just waiting to read the 4th. And if I were to go Marvel DC, I would say Blackest Night mainly because I've always been a huge Green Lantern fan, and so when they did that whole Blackest Night run and started introducing all of these other Lantern Corps, I was like, yo, what is going on here?
Mm.
And then it was like the Black Lantern Corps, and I was like, how are they going to beat that? How are they going to beat that? Like, you got a black hand out here touching people and bringing people back from the dead. Like, how are you going to beat that? You know, so that's one of the books that I really enjoyed. X-Men's The End, which I know y'all probably know that because I was like slightly after the whole No More Mutants still, and then everything went to shit. So, so that one, and what else? What's another one from Maine? Watchmen, because I do have that over there, and Watchmen is
Gotta
something I
say
read
it.
once a year.
Someone's got to say
I
it.
read it once a year. Yeah,
It won't be a
And
comic
that's one.
panel if somebody doesn't say it.
Yeah,
it has to
exactly.
come
And
up
that's
at some
even
point.
one that like, yeah. And my wife, she's not even really into comics. Like she'll read my comics and stuff to look them over, but Watchmen is the one comic where she'll pick up and sit down and read it. So if anything, if I'm not reading it, I know she will be. So, yep.
Awesome. Mine would be the Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman because Neil Gaiman's one that absolutely changed the way I look at writing. But I actually like the graphic novel representation of it. And then for those that don't know me, my name on here anytime I did a stream used to always be The Count of Monte Cristo. Because that is my all-time favorite book and story, and then Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy because that's my second
great pick.
favorite. Yeah. But if I had to pick comics, it would be Graveyard Book, Blackest Night, and I wouldn't know what to do for the third one. I would have to throw an indie and do Black Jackets as well. So that would be that. Well, it's good answer. Look, not a lot of people overlapped, and that's fantastic.
Yeah,
that's really cool. It just goes to show just how even in that how diverse the tastes and the favorites are of comic creators and stuff like that. Which kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, like in the other panel, how you can have like 4 different writers writing for the same character and it'll all come out 4 different tastes.
That's right. It's all about the voice. How much do you think about the artists who are going to have to interpret your work? And does that change the way you write for them? We could start with Brad since he's the artist. How do you write for yourself? And how do you interpret yourself?
I write with a very cinematic approach because I know what I'm going to be able to do. So it's like writing it for a TV script or a film. It's very visual in my head. So I don't take the open Marvel approach, and I don't take the DC script every word approach. It's a custom kind of thing. I write out the panel. I put the page number, the caption for the panel, and then the description, and I block it out right at the top and say what we're going to do in that panel, and it's like an active scene. And then I put in the dialogue underneath that, and I go that route. So, I mean, it's more like an animation script or a screenplay for me. If I'm writing for someone else, I'll do it more traditional, where I'll go in and put a more description in there, same format, but I put in more notes for description and give them, hey, these are the key details you have to have, A, B, C, and D. And then from there, you can have what you creatively want from there. But I leave plenty of open room for them to interpret. But I write those scenes depending whether it's for me or them. That's the way I handle it. I just go at it and say, okay, we've got this perspective for me. I'm going to go in, knock it out. and it's done because I know what I want to do. And then I have the visual set up, and I'll lay it out to where they can do those details in writing. I try not to give them thumbnails because I don't want to lay out for. I have done that before, laid out for other artists because they're just green and they just don't get storytelling yet. And I'm trying to teach them how to do that, like I did with Lone Rider. Jorge was working on it, and he was a great finishing the artist, but he didn't. It was his first major comic, and he didn't have the skill yet to do the storytelling. So I had to do the thumbnails for him. Like Jack Kirby stepped in with John Romita a couple of times back in the day. They would help each other out, but. Scripts, hands down, I do them just like everybody else. Put a description in there, lay out the dialogue I want, leave me some room to put in the bubbles. We're good to go.
All right. Anybody? This is an open discussion, so anybody.
So,
if you have
so like with me, I because I do kind of do the same thing Brad does, because like I taught myself how to write movies, not really movie scripts, but taught myself how to write scripts. Like y'all remember, like when you're going through literature in middle school and stuff, how you have Romeo and Juliet in the script format in there.
Yep.
So like I used that and saw that and I was like, oh, I'm gonna write my own story and use that kind of basis. So like coming into comics, I tried to use that same thing, but as I learned more, I realized things were a little different. So now the way that I kind of do it is like I have each page and I don't really like I just page number it and I'll say whether okay, this is a splash page, this is 2-panel, 3-panel, 4-panel, however many panels are going to be on that page, and then within each panel I'll do a description. If there's any notes that need to be had, they'll either go up in the artist notes way at the top, where I kind of give them the vibe of the book and the characters that are going to be like the cast line, the characters that's going to be in the book and everything like that, so they'll have it. But I'll also parenthesize it within the panel, so it's like if I put something there like this is what it needs to be, I'll put in there, okay, if you can do this from Worm's Eye or whichever one you feel. I also let like one thing I do with my artists, which is kind of cool, mainly with my lead art team and one of the penciler for Stars, because I've worked with them long enough, so I trust them and I give them a little bit of more artistic leeway. So it's like if I send them something and they're reading the panels and they're like, hey, I don't think this is going to work in this panel, and they'll give me their vibe back or they'll sketch it out and send it back. And I'm like, okay, we'll go with that. Like for instance, the artist with Stars, there was something that I put in 2 panels. And they had a better idea because I guess they really liked the 2-panel scene and how it matched up. So they was like, hey, what if I show the sequence of this going in through like 7 smaller panels of this happening and then the last panel. So he sketched it up and sent it to me. And I'm like, all right. And what it ended up doing it took a scene that I wrote that was going to be in the last panel of that page and actually moved that over to a splash to where it made way more sense because it was something that was impactful. And I was like, yeah, okay, that's dope. So that's the way that I usually go through it, is like I'll write the script out, and then the artist that I have been working with for a while, and if I work with that artist for long or I build a trust with them, I give them more artistic leeway to where they can give me their advice as an artist. And since they are actually putting, pencil to paper and everything, or digital pencil to digital paper, whichever, because both of them do. One draws digitally, the other one draws traditionally. They can see it as it comes out, and that's been incredibly helpful for me, because they even be throwing in their own Easter eggs because they learn the lore in the world. And so they'll throw in their own stuff, and when I see it, I'm like, dude, I didn't even tell you to do that, and you did it. Thank you. You snatched it out of my head. So it's a mixture of both. I do script writing, but then I also have a relationship with the artist to make sure that it goes as smooth as possible.
For what I do, and this is a little bit different than Brad. I don't really view thumbnails as something that you have to provide because they're inexperienced. To me, I think it's more about like just what relationship you've worked out with your artist that works for you. So for me, I do like to provide, these are my thumbnails that I provide. And that's kind of just, to me, I do almost half the writing in the thumbnail. Like my script is basically just the dialogue and not much more. And then everything else is in the thumbnail and I send it to them. But it's with the caveat that they don't have to, follow the thumbnail like it's a blueprint. It's right. Just like a rough guide for them. And and I always will defer to my artist to inject their own ideas and creativity into it. But that's just what worked for us. You try to a few different ways, and we saw what got the best results.
Yeah. That's really, I think, the best way to do it is, I think the best part about being indie creators is that you're working with other people who are hopefully on the same level on the artist side. So it's a lot of cooperation. Every group has their own, workarounds and way that they come up with ideas. And I think that's what's special about it, is that when you meet these people and you work with them, you're not just making your art, you're making our art. And it feels really like, when you complete it and everyone's proud of it and it came out better because of these people who were involved, not because of their talent, but because of their ideas. And that's what's really special about it. I will say we're doing the next panel. So if you guys want to stay, we would love all y'all to hang out. We could just continue this conversation if that's cool with you. You're welcome to chill.
That's up to Greg. He's the event organizer.
Otherwise, it's just me and Corey, and the last thing you guys need
that would be
an
hilarious.
hour of us just going back and forth. We do this enough on our own.
Maybe that's what the world needs.
I will try to be
Maybe that's what the world needs.
I want to be cognizant of everyone's time. If you guys have prior other commitments,
and if you do, for sure,
yeah, for sure. Let's get this knocked out real quick. Just go around the circle. No explanation. Name your top writing inspiration, and we'll just go around the block. So Ed,
Stephen King.
Tier.
Stephen King and Edgar Allan Poe.
Hey, you cheated. Brad.
Will
Say it again. I missed it.
Will Eisner.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Jeff.
Steven Spielberg.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Alex.
Yeah.
Oh man, either Joe Dante or Edgar Wright.
Okay. Corey.
Hayao Miyazaki.
All right. Greg.
Stephen King.
All right. Look at that. Some common consensus. I think my top two would be Neil Gaiman and Alexander Dumas. So I was going to get into industry talk because I told Greg I wanted to be controversial. But I do want to be cognizant of everyone's time, so we can at least act like we're ending the show. And if somebody needs to go, they can go. So I hope that everyone enjoyed listening or taking part in the writing process panel. I had a great time. I like meeting a bunch of new people, hear what everybody thinks. I'm just going to take the liberty because I know Greg's going to do it anyway. Make sure we'll go around the block again and tell everybody where they can find your work and maybe drop a hint at what's coming next. So Ed.
So all of my work is under Finish Line Comics on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. I know there's new platforms coming around. I haven't touched those yet. It's enough to keep up with the three other ones that now are becoming faux pas. But yeah, everything under Finish Line Comics. Immortal Era 7 is just got sent to the printer yesterday using that 25% off coupon that Comics Wellspring threw out at us. So just put that into print, and next year you can look forward to more issues of Immortal Era and the new series coming out, Corruptor, and then something that I'll be working on, a couple different anthologies as well. So yeah, should see my name out there a lot of ways.
Tier.
You can find me on Twitter, IG, or Instagram. Yeah, I'm still over there. Facebook, and I'm also on Hive, but you can find me on all those under Sovereign Comics. Just look for the orange lion head on the purple field. That's where you'll find me. I also have a Patreon, which is under Chimera Kingdom. So it's Chimera Kingdom Patreon, and that is, you can find my work there too. As far as what's coming new, I've actually been doing some restructuring of things, figuring out how I'm gonna do my books for next year. The next book to come out, though, as far as print, will be Stars issue 2. So Stars Song 2 is going to be the next one that comes out. Temple High issue 2 for print is going to be the next one that comes out, even though that book is actually finished. The digitals are already for sale. And then I have Cypher Team issue 3, which at one point was going to be a 2-parter, but the new way that I'm doing things, it may just be the entirety of the Cypher Team Alpha arc trade. So it's going to be that whole story. So and I'll just, as far as like thickness for what people can expect, is she gonna be thick? 2 C's thick. But issue 3 on its by itself was gonna be, I was gonna split it into 2 parts. It was gonna be 60 pages, so well over 60 pages was gonna be issue 3. So you can expect the story arc to be well over 140 pages once it's done. So
Gorgeous.
and I'm excited to get that out for y'all.
All right, Brad.
You can find me at Firestorm Comics. You can find me under Google pretty much everywhere for Brad Linder Comics. If you put in those 3 words, it will pop me up, guarantee it. I've got a new book coming up in 2023 that's going to be digital first as a webcomic, and it's going to go out daily, and it's got a big project behind it. It's called Wrath of Redemption, Black and Blue. You guys can check that out. I'm going to have a blog going on that to show a personal challenge about rebuilding it since my stroke recovery and the daily process of that at onepanelaway.com. And other than that, I'm just not going to tell you yet. There's secrets to be held back. You know, a girl's got to keep her secrets. So.
All right, Victoria. All right, Jeff.
You can find me. The URL is right there in my little name tag on the screen here, scientistscomic.com.
Dang, that's how you keep it short right there.
That's the website for all things that I'm doing comics, and the newest one is going to be launching December 1st. That's Stupid Kids, True Tales of Reckless Youth.
Oh,
excellent.
That sounds interesting.
I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that one. I heard that, and that sounds great. You can find us at lucky33comics.com. Our next book that will be coming out January, February timeframe is Max Axel and the Wild Circuit. And then after that, we have a couple books planned for 2023. We have Astronaut High Schooler #2, which should be coming out. And then we also have the new Luminaries #3. And then Corey and his partner will be releasing.
Yeah, so lucky33comics.com. Me and my cuz Pat O'Dwyer, who can be found at The Art of Patrick O'Dwyer on Facebook, are coming out with this weird punky comic called All the Danger. Part 1 should be surfacing soon, which will help kickstart part 2.
Nice. Greg, I don't know if it's even, this is your thing. If they don't know who you are, if they
Plug
have a
it.
bigger problem.
What you got
Go ahead,
going
plug
on?
something. Plug.
Greg,
just say something.
Greg, you make comics?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I dabble.
Sierra Nova Comics, right?
Yeah, Sierra Nova Comics.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
I will.
I've heard of
I will be working on the color flats for issue 2 of Mittens diligently and fervently for the next couple of months. So that should be fun. I'm really looking forward to it. I can't wait. When I got those pages the first time around, it was a blast. I cut my teeth on really getting, familiar and into color flatting, and it has changed my entire life. It's all I ever want to do now. So I can't wait for that. I'm excited for Mittens too, personally.
All right. And for me, Beards and Comics podcast coming back in January, first week. Ed will be guest #2. Guest #1 is Rob Guillory, who wrote Farmhand and Chew, and has a new book coming out called Mosley. These are all through Image. I think Mosley's through Image. Anyway, so we have a good set of line up there. We got Ed after that, and then we have Doug Wagner after that. But for other stuff, catalystcomicstudio.com. Just to go ahead and put it out there for tier. For next year, what we have slated is not a lot because Matt and I Matt is co-owner of Catalyst, spent the year restructuring our lives. So we are still working on other stuff. I'm doing a lot of short story and prose writing over on aarondown.substack.com. But for Catalyst, we're looking forward to hopefully One Last Job 3 and 4, as well as Invasion of Everville, which is Everville, the second issue in the saga. So there's that. And then I am working on something with some people that's not Catalyst related. That'll be an announcement at some point. And that's all I have. I'm retiring as the host now. Greg, it's back to you. Oh, if anybody needs to leave, I guess that's the point.
Hey, Greg, We got to talk about getting Mittens to meet Mittens. If you remember from a Yamo Stigmata issue too.
Dual mittens.
But definitely we got to do a Mittens and Tuskegee crossover.
You got to do a
only so he can-
mittens pointing at mittens picture.
because
Someone's got to do a
there's a
Spider-Man mittens point.
because her real name is Morale, the character, and she's a Felonian. Her and her brother, but Tuskegee being from Earth, he's like, you remind me of my cat named Mittens, so he calls her Mittens on purpose. Like, so we got to get them to meet. We got to find a black hole or something that Mittens accidentally goes through, or maybe Tuskegee and the crowd go through it, end up in Mittens' world or something. I think that'd be funny.
Yeah.
I'm not speaking now.
So whoever wants to leave, you can leave. If you want to stick around and listen to world building for almost an hour, you can do that.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone here has lots to say about world building.
Jeff's leave. Jeff said, "Forget this crap."
Good to meet
I gotta
you,
go,
Jeff.
but it was nice hanging out with you guys.
Nice to meet you, Jeff.
Good to meet you.
Ed, you passing out? You're leaving, or are you staying?
I can stay for a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna hang on for a little bit.
All right, Brad, what you got?
I'll keep annoying you guys for a little bit longer.
All right, yeah.
Great.
I'll give it a few minutes as well. I don't want to be the top block anymore because I'm no longer hosting though. Thank you.
Nice.
Dylan can come back if he's even there. I don't even know if he's there.
Oh,
There he is.
Oh, hey, Dylan.
It's world building. This is an amazing conversation. This is gonna be.
This is the fun stuff.
Oh yeah.
Down there. There you go. World building. How do you build your world?
So I didn't come with questions prepared. However, during the hour, I did think of some. So I'll throw them out. We'll go around, see what everyone thinks. My first question is, when you are building a world, do you do it all on the front end? Do you do it as you go? Or do you not even think about it at all? Let's start with Brad.
It's a methodology that I call legacy blind. That's anybody that I teach on this stuff. I've spoken about it a number of times, and the thing is, I call it a legacy line. You start with the concept, and you do all of the above. You start with the forefront of what you have in the moment. You work it as far as it'll go, and then you let it simmer for a little bit and build on it, because each thing that you finish as a chapter or an issue in that title or whatever you're working on, you know what it's going to do. It's either going to end right there and say, okay, it's got a finale to it, or it's going to go into a sequel, and that sequel is going to build on that world, and you're going to have to develop that new sprig. So you got to look at it like a tree of life and build out whatever veins off of it.
I like that. That's a really
I
good
like
answer. Tier, what do you think?
So for me, world building. To me, that's the fun. I love it so much. So I do a little bit of both. In a sense, similar to what Brad said. Like I do the whole building things out. So my universe is interconnected. So that's one of the main things I had to keep in mind. So on every title, some type of way it connects to each other. One of my biggest things I wanted to do in that world building, I was like in the real world, I'm in Colorado. When we have a wildfire here, typically everybody in America hears about it. I know everybody, like when Australia was on, everybody hears about it. But I noticed in some comics, they're like, oh, we're interconnected. But you'll have Galactus come to New York and all the other heroes are still in California. Like nobody goes and helps. And it's like, what are you doing? So it's like, it's weird. So that was one of the things in my world building that I wanted to make sure I fixed. But in the steps of doing it, my world came along differently, because it's everything that people are reading now is the past. Because I started writing the stories that took place in the future first. So everything that everybody's reading now is the past. I did that mainly because time travel is a tricky bug. You can really mess up if you don't do it right. So I figured if I did it this way, I can make sure I do it right. But like I said, that's the approach that I took to it. But even in the stories now, like I said, with the like Brad said, with what he calls his legacy building, that's kind of how I did with that. But now, as the stories are going on, I don't build it as I'm going, but I will revert back to my OneNote to say, okay, what did I put here? And I'll put that in there. But then also I might throw in some other events, that I may not have thought about that actually makes sense at that time, to continue building that world out. But I do try to stick to the timeline that I have, because at the end of this, it is gonna do some craziness, some Loki finale crap at the end. So,
Trying to
so
build towards a
I was
big
like,
end.
oh yeah, I was like, all you thieves when I saw that. But
Can I ask you a question about that too?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Do you do the like the Stephen King's shocker end, like the M. Night Shyamalan thing, or do you look for that shock factor or that oddity, or do
Mhm.
you do it because you're just looking for the fractured alternate ending on that?
Well, when I built this one, because like I do research too. That's another thing I do in my world building. I research a lot. I don't know if y'all have heard. I'm guessing y'all have. All of you are writers. You probably heard of Michio Kaku, the
Right.
theoretical physicist, right? So I have his book about parallel worlds, and one of the things that I learned in there is that one of the ideas of parallel worlds and how they're created are based off of choices that the individual makes. So you get to that fork in the road, yes, no. You choose yes, no has to live on. Get to another fork, yes, no. You choose no, yes has to live on. So the way that I did it, and my whole reasoning behind it was things are going to happen to where it's going to kind of those individuals in the future. Well, I could say this because it's not really spoiling who they are, but these individuals in the future are going to travel to the past to try to stop what was going on, and in them doing it, you get a yes, no, that fork in the road. So after they do what they do, it alters things, and so you still have their future, but then you have the timeline that I've been writing the whole
So
time.
you're doing the butterfly effect type
Yeah,
of scenario where
exactly.
quantum
Yep.
mechanics are kicking in for alternative fractures. Gotcha.
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
cool,
Yep.
man. That's
Thank
what I
you.
do with Firestorm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think it's a fun approach to go that way, because it's like it's kind of hard to, like, if you go off the theories, it's kind of hard to mess up a time travel story if you do it in that way. I
Mhm.
think, because then you don't have to, because people are always going to ask, well, if they went back to the future, why are things the same if they changed, or why, because you can really jack it up, and we've seen it in
You just have to avoid the grandfather
stories.
paradox of looping yourself back in. I mean,
Exactly.
that's the main factor that you have
How
to
about
avoid
y'all
with
just
time
write your
travel.
own darn stories?
That too, right? Yeah.
Well, not to eat up all the time on this, but with Firestone Comics, when I did the origin, the reason the Phoenix is the logo for the company is
Mhm.
because what I did was I'm a hard practitioner for using whatever characters you want with a legacy,
Mhm.
especially public domain characters. And I used a timeline story in an 8-pager that I put out for free, and you guys can go on Amazon and pretty much everywhere and find it. And the thing is, it's Origins. It's Firestone Origins. And in that 8 pages, I took a mercenary from from the modern day future of 3200 something. I don't even
Mhm.
remember anymore. It's 3200 something. I wrote him back, and he was a disposable character. I had a time cop chase him back into the 1960s, where he stole nuclear weapons of the time, and then took them back even further and took them back into the nuclear crisis that actually started in the 40s, where the mobsters were trying to take over the world, and the
Mhm.
Dr. Evil $1 million thing.
Yeah.
And he screwed up the timeline, and he planted them throughout time. Well, he ended up blowing up the earth. So the spirit of redemption had to step in and say, okay, we're going to give you back the innocence of the world, reset it. So now all of those public domain characters are reset with their original timeline and their original story plot of their origin and all of their legacy. But I took them in and said, this is a flashback ghost timeline now, because today you've got what I'm giving you in Catman Evolution, which is actually the
Mhm.
Hollyoaks Catman from 1950s. It's his grandson as that first character. And Lone Rider Frontier Galaxy, that book is based off of the 1950s Western comic book, but I rewrote it in Firestorm as an original origin as a futuristic sci-fi comic in hundreds of years in the future on an alternate planet named New Kansas and New Texas that it deals with. And not to spoil the storyline, or preach on forever, but I took the time cop in the same scenario and interlaced them like Tyr was saying, where all my books interlace, where all the characters have different scenarios where they're passing each other. You may see a fight in a warehouse across the bay, but it'll be through the window of another warehouse that the current characters you're reading in are fighting in that window in the background. but you see them fighting from issue over here, and they're fighting in the current story over here, and it's just passing interlocked. And you got to twist it up. Like I said, you just got to be careful of that granddad paradox, so you don't lock it up and tie it. Where you go, it's a tight little bow. It's like, here, you're screwed. But
exactly, because that was my, honestly, when I was writing that was my biggest part of the world building, because as I was writing those stories, I was like, because the girls, the main characters, they travel back because of their parents, because they had heard all these stories like your parents were the greatest heroes, blah blah blah, all this, and they're like, well, if they're the greatest heroes, why is the world like this? Why is this villain running everything? Because that's how my future is, which I kind of stole for one of my other stories I wrote in high school where the villains won. So that's how the future is, and they're like, what happened? And so they go back, and I'm like, okay, now I got to build the past. So it made it easier to build the past, because I'm like, oh, so their parents, were they individual heroes? Were they part of their team? Blah blah blah. And that's how Cypher Team was born. And then was there a school for people with powers? And Temple High was born. Like, did they have their own music? And I didn't want to get sued by any musicians. Like, I don't want Jay-Z and Beyonce coming after me because I used their songs in my comics. So I created my own with stars, and I was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if they were heroes? And I went from there and just started building the world. But it's all the past. And it's like, eventually when we get to that point where you are gonna see these characters' future, because like I said, I can't put that story out now. And it's 40 some odd stories I've already written for that. So that's already ready. But I can't put it out now, because if I put it out now, it's gonna spoil everything that you're reading right now. So that's like the only problem that I have with it. Say again.
How about you take one shot and build that timeline out?
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like, I've been thinking about how I was gonna do. Like, if I do put it out early, like, how can I? But I figured something out, because there's the beginning of the story we don't know. Yeah, there's that too.
Gotta write it. Just gotta get it out. Yeah.
I'm going to jump in real quick just to answer so that I can go play with my kids. I don't have a long-winded answer. I ask myself questions. It's, what is the world? Who's in the world? And why? Those are my big questions for world building. So, what is the world? What is the major thing going on? Who are the people that are in the world? And then why? Like, what are these people here for? And that's how I build out each of my characters. I do the interlocking thing too, where it's a lot of fun, specifically in the superhero universe that we kind of put on pause for now. But we had a short story named Silhouette Shadow Games that came out back in like 2016. It was a prose story. The company was just starting. I just wanted to tell a story, published it, put it on Amazon, and people won't even see it because we put the superhero universe on pause. But issue 2 of Paradigm has a moment when there's an explosion in a building, but that same explosion is the piece of the story in Silhouette Shadow Games that she was approaching the building at the time of the explosion. But I mean, nobody's going to know that. We're so many years later after that short story came out. So just sitting down, brainstorming, filling out papers is one of my favorite things to do. I just love to write, brainstorm. I said it on one of the shows earlier. Tilt, he's like our fan favorite for whatever reason. It wasn't completely intentional, but Tilt was just a bunch of leftover notes I had when I created Paradigm, which is actually our first character. I had a whole bunch of notes left over, and I was like, oh man, this could make like a fun character. And we did it, and people just love Tilt. And so we went ahead and got the first 4 done, and that'll be coming out in a trade next year as well. So I don't know. That's my answer. But I'm going to go play with
It's a fun character.
Good to see you, Aaron. Thanks for hosting the last one, and thanks for sticking around.
Absolutely. Nice to meet everybody. I hope you all have fun.
Take it easy, Aaron.
Dylan,
how about you, Ed?
Eat great.
So for me, the way I'm writing it right now is I have a huge universe that I created. It's 200 years in the future, and the whole premise of my story is that everyone in the world becomes immortal. So everyone stops dying. So when I started writing the story, I actually built the world before I created the characters. I needed to think, what's going to happen in a world 200 years from now? If we haven't had a death for 200 years. So I had to kind of discover on my own, what would the world look like? So I actually started writing all of these different things that occurred. Okay, what did the government do? What were all of the ramifications of this, immortality? So I had to create, the rules and regulations that everyone has to live by now, even though they're barely hinted at. Maybe we get a small panel that says one of the little things, but I had to write out the entire 200 years that occurred and all of the different rules that are now in place, and also how you're not just going to be able to stop humans from breeding. In this world, people still have children. Well, what happens to those ones that were born illegally? And we get a secondary system that was built underground in a subway system. So we have the world where people are legally born and where they can live freely, and then the world where everybody has to kind of fight for their daily existence. And I had to create both of those worlds before I even decided what characters were going to live in them. So for me, it was a huge amount of world building before I even started inhabiting characters inside those worlds.
Corey's over here salivating because that's like very much what he does.
Well,
Corey's
yeah,
big
it's
on-
funny in the previous discussion, one of the two things that holds me back and gives me the worst block is names and the society. Like,
oh my gosh, names are my worst. I'm right there with you.
I'll sit down and go to write, and then 4 hours will go by, and like, cool, you pick 3 names that all mean what you want them to mean, and the society is influenced by all the societies that you wanted, but you didn't write a single thing. So
Now,
that's
are
what.
those names of characters, Corey?
Yeah.
Oh,
Names
wow.
of characters, names of cities, names of armies, names of vehicles, names of companies. Like, names kill me.
What I do with
And so-
characters myself in Corey, I don't know if you've done this before, but it may help. If you go to like those baby name websites, I found some really cool names from that.
I go to type in B, and my browser goes behindthenames.com. Oh, do you want behindthenames.com? I think you want behindthenames.com because of how many times you've used. I mean, what I've learned is just pick a name. If it's a stand-in, if it's whatever, just move on, right? And what I love now about building worlds is just move with the story. And when you come to like a scene, like what are they eating? How are they eating it? Make decisions in the moment that you can kind of build out and like, oh, cool, that's how this world experiences this mundane thing. But when I started writing, when I started to put ideas on paper, I would get to the crossroads of naming anything and being well, I guess I have to go down a wormhole. I guess I have to spend 12 days on Wikipedia to find out like what's the perfect name for this character.
I think that's something that used to take Greg and I a while, but we started getting a lot faster at it. Like recently, we needed car brands, and I'm not going to try to overthink it and really complicate it because no matter what car our artist draws, it's going to end up looking like a car of today. So why not just resemble that? So like one of the things we did was like, all right, Suzuki, what does that mean, right? And then we look up what that means, and we're like, okay, let's find a word that means something close to what we want it to mean, and use the same ethnic background or national background. And then the same thing, like Ford was another big one, but that's just a name. Okay, well, let's look up what that is. I think it's like Old English or something, and then we look up the meaning behind it. We're like, oh, that's interesting, and then we just do that again. And then I even make the logos look similar enough to real day logos so that I don't have to worry about trying to like come up with a whole new thing.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, like it's a cursive FORD, like let's make it a cursive MORT or whatever it was. Like it was something like
Don't
that.
call it the car idea.
Yeah.
You know, it could fall apart.
Yeah. I think I have a writer friend who is very unique in his ability. His name's Sam Moore. He's very unique in his ability to skip over inconsequential details. He has this line that's like my favorite line in comics. Is somebody goes to a store to get something, and the thing is important. The store is not important, and the person on the other at the register says that will be several dollars. And it's like, it doesn't matter how much money it is. It doesn't, that this is the transaction is just part of the story. You just need to get to the next. And like, that made me laugh so hard the first time I read it. And I was like, that's how you got to think. Like, sometimes you just don't have to.
Well,
and
what's
that's
so
cool.
funny about us technically hosting this panel is I habitually world build to a fault, and Alex doesn't world build at all. He just goes for it.
Yeah.
And it's been so great to learn from. I mean, the comic we have out now, New Luminaries, benefits directly from Marvel movies, DC movies, from the fact that culture has been so inundated with superhero culture that we don't have to do a lot of setup with what a world full of superheroes is like. Most people know what it's like. So just being able to do that is awesome.
Yeah. So literally, yeah. Like I think this took us maybe.
That's awesome.
I think maybe like 20 minutes to get this, and then
Car
Masaki.
companies. You look at them, you say car company. That one's really solid. I mean,
No, this one I nailed. This one, that one I found like a symbol that looked like that, and I was like, oh man, let's just go with that. And and Masaki means something.
That's great.
Yeah, and like the whole thing is like the reason why I think about it this way was the thing I didn't like about DC's world building is that they'll make up a made up city, but then it's on real Earth, and then because of that, there's a lot of stuff that breaks down from that. Where in Marvel, it's our Earth, right, and there just happens to be superheroes, and that's the rule. And so it was an interesting thing, and I like that, but we didn't want to be, first off, we can't be drawing Ford cars in our thing and potentially not get sued. So instead. We made up our own Earth, our own planet, and we keep certain rules. Like we have five major continents to make up for the areas of our Earth that we need to be making up. We're obviously going to have vehicles. So if a car is drawn, hey, that kind of looks like a Suzuki, so we'll make a Masaki, right? Like it's like whatever. Like we just try to cover the part that we know someone's going to see and worry about the world building. Like we're not going to go make a car manufacturer in our city unless maybe a fight scene's going to happen there, right? So like that's kind of the thing. It's like we we map out certain areas of our world as it happens, and we try to do as much as is necessary to avoid ever having plot holes or like not plot holes, but like just errors in our world. And then we'll even go as far as like one of our main scenes in one of our new comics happens in a diner, right? And I really wanted to know like how is this scene gonna play out? I don't need to know how the whole block looks like, right? I just need to know the stuff in here. But in here, I do need a lot of depth because our main character is supposed to be sitting at a booth. Which booth? He's supposed to overhear the TV, but he can't see the TV, so we need the TV facing away from him. So he's got to be in this booth, right? He's reclusive. He's not going to be near anybody. It makes the most sense to put him in the corner, right? So there's things like that that I like to think about. But like for example, this is a diner, and it looks like a diner in the 50s of the normal Earth, right? So the whole idea is like I'm not going to reinvent the diner. And now that we've made it, now we know that this is what diners ended up looking like.
Well, that's a good point to bring that up because as an artist, as a side note for building worlds and things like that, I'm able to map that stuff out like that. So I understand exactly what you guys are taking with that approach because it's like when Kirby or Romita or any of the old guard from Marvel would draw out like the Fantastic Four, towers and all that stuff and the X-Men mansion, and they would have all of those things. But I read in the Golden Age, I can't remember the name of the book. It's over in the library room. It's a classic Golden Age book of the Golden Age history of DC. And the reason they did those cities like that were because of the fact that they wanted it to be a parody of the 5 boroughs originally in New York, and they didn't want to get sued by the cities because back then they were hardcore about that stuff. And it stems a little bit from the bootleg era of the mafia and things like that, because when they were coming in, they were trying to take over territories and rename them for their racially generated regions or their old countries, their original homeland countries. And it was weird for a little while there. And DC was just like, nope, fictional cities, period. We're not dealing with it, And then you had in the 30s and 40s, you had all the competition with the cars, because of Dodge and Ford having to fight for their their right to use the word automobile over copyright and trademark, because the Audio Association owned the word automobile and you can't use it, and they had to take it to the Supreme Court to get that stuff handled. That works perfectly in a conversation of world building. Do whatever works for you best, but as far as the alternate reality, they wanted a Manhattan and Jersey and New York and all these suburbs to be on that lake. That's why if you look at the DC world map, it's always all these little island suburbs.
Yeah.
But even though it's supposed to be part of the United States and it's got many stories crossing over into the general country, if you ever noticed, anytime you get the map, it never shows the full country. It always chops off at the back end of the mainland continents. It
And if
never
you also
goes.
notice, but you also notice Metropolis and Gotham are always just the river or whatever that breaks them
Gotham is
apart.
technically in Jersey.
Yeah,
Represent.
yeah, exactly. It is,
Represent.
it is.
And listen, makes a lot of sense. I will tell you, it makes a lot of sense. Batman would be a rich dude from New
In Jersey.
Jersey. For
That
sure.
makes sense. It does. It really does. Yeah.
It's cool though.
That's
All those
funny.
that was another thing I forgot to mention. Like even in my Earth, and I get where y'all were talking about, Dylan, how y'all decided to make an alternate universe, because that was something I was thinking about too. I was like, should I do it in real Earth? And then I looked at Marvel and DC, and I looked at Marvel. I'm like, Marvel kind of has that real world, but we have superheroes type of vibe. You know, I was like, DC has their renamed cities, and I didn't know that full story, Brad, but now I know. Thank you for that. But it also
that's
makes
awesome.
things make so much more sense now. I'm like, oh, that's the reason why they're across. That's technically the bridge that you see that leads Metropolis to Gotham is the tunnel that you could take to go from Jersey to New York. So so I'm like, okay, so that makes sense now. But also in my world, one thing I did, I was like, I'm gonna make this take place in 2050, and that was like one of the things too. Like people ask, like, why do you have so many girl characters? I'm like, well, if you listen to what scientists say, they say we're gonna be outnumbered by women heavily when it hits 2050.
Yeah.
Heavily.
Like
So I
15
was
to
like,
1, they're saying something like that. 15 to 1, isn't it? Something like that.
exactly,
Really
yeah, because
crazy.
it's already like 5 or 6 to 1 or something like
It's
that.
crazy.
So they say about 2050 is going to be double digits to 1. So that's another reason why in my universe there's so many female characters, because it takes place in 2050. But in the same vein with that too, like I had to do my own alternate universe type of deal, like how y'all did, because there's a country called a mandala, which is a country for individuals with powers, but it's an island that goes around the freaking world, so it's not in the same spot. So it's constantly going around.
Like a raft.
What's the
Yeah.
thing you're referencing? What was the thing you're referencing? I was like looking up the Marvel and DC founding dates. I was just curious, and then I missed that. I heard the ratio of men to women. What were you saying about that?
Oh, yeah, they said by 2050 it's supposed to be, I think, roughly either 10 to 15 to 1, but right now it's already 5 to 6 to 1 as far as like women and men on the planet. So that's the reason why my comics also they reflect that. So
Really?
it takes place in 2050. Yeah.
That seems strange because literally, like, what is it? Like biologically, it's like it's like a 50.6% chance that it's a boy, and it's mostly because like men go off to war, so you need to have more men. So like
that's something that you got to think about when you're world building. Is like if you had a war and like that's
why I was curious. I'd never heard that one about the female to male. I'd never heard that number.
I don't have like the brain power.
Two colleges have put out studies on it, and it's. I mean, he's right. It's dead on. They're saying that they're going to not only outlive us by 2050 or so. They're not only going to outlive us by 15 to 20 years more than they already do now, but then they're talking about the populace being that much of a degree.
Yep.
And when
It's
you
one
do
of the
world
major.
building, statistics like that are great, man.
Yep, it's one of the main reasons too why China only allows one female birth to a household. And the same thing, I think India
I think they got rid of that, but I was just looking that up. Like worldwide, it's 101 to 100.
Yeah, due to the population decreasing over there, they did ban that for a little while. They discontinued it for the time being.
Yeah, I was just looking that up. Like the ratio is 101 men to 100 women. Like there are more men just because, like I said, like because we typically end up dying in war and things like that. Just the way that we've evolved, it's made it so that men are more likely to be born.
Maybe they're calculating for far more wars where far more.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, there got to be a lot of wars.
Throw them in the meat grinder.
Yeah, that was scenario about jumping into the future like that. What are your plans as far as that goes? Because I deal with a lot of sliding scale time travel, and I work on the quantum continuum chain of being past, present, and future all at one shot. I mean, I've got time to, like Lone Rider is in the future, and it's got stories going along with my Time Clock character called Quantum Jack, and then it's got the same thing going on for today with the modern characters like Catman Evolution. So the Catman character, and they're dealing in the same exact timeline with events that are butterflying effect today, tomorrow, and way back then. So how are you dealing with that quantum effect in your timeline of setting it in 2050?
So with me setting in 2050, one of the things, like again, I went further back in the past because I had to figure out with these powers, figure out, okay, how did these people get their powers? So I had to figure that part out, and I actually pulled some stuff from actual facts. Like I remember the solar flare that happened in 1800. It was like the late 1800s when the biggest solar flares knocked out all the energy. So I used that, and I'm like, because what ended up happening in my universe is that one of the first individuals who had their phenogene, because I call them phenosapiens, because DC and Marvel don't like it if you use mutants and metahumans. So I ended up calling them phenosapiens. So every human has this, at least from that standpoint, and this was like way back, like way back before Jesus, like way back. So every human pretty much born from the bloodlines of the individuals who were blessed by this god, which is a zodiac god. They all have this phenogene in them. And so as bringing that forward, I was like, okay, that's how I want to do. That's how I brought that forward. So it kind of stabilizes everything. And I was like, I don't want really anybody with powers back then, save from the first Phenosapien, which in a sense, he plays off of Dracula. So he's gone through time, having different names. He also does blood magic. It's like not blood magic, but blood. His powers are he control blood and stuff like that. So that's where the whole Dracula idea came from in the lore. So that builds into the lore, into the world. Like I have Gorgons and everything like that. Like Atlantis was once upon a time around, but a lot of the Gorgons weren't there when it disappeared because it disappears off the world.
Yeah, that's a
So
way to play on it, man. That's good.
so like I bring all of that into the future, but in the future I keep everybody there. Like they're there.
Okay, well,
And
I got one to jump on real quick. Since we talked about, since Dylan brought up the DC thing, I'm gonna go back to that DC Marvel and scratch that sore a little bit. The irony of it is they wouldn't use brands in DC. They don't use brand name things. But the thing that cracks me up the most is Superman is the most iconic and subsidized brand on borrowed items and borrowed content and borrowed media in history. Seriously, it is the number one affiliated brand with everything merchandise wise, and they had it on everything. They had it over 70,000 items. They had this character from 1951 to 1973. They had him on over 70,000 items. And we're talking anything, man. They even had him. Let's go. They even had him on bed sheets, and I'm not talking on the pictures. I'm talking on the logo of the company. They had Superman repping your bed in super safety and comfort. And I'm serious. There's ads you can look up on this crap, and it's Superman.
That's probably why DC's still around. All their new movies, not doing so well, but all that licensing they got back in the day.
The staying power of those very few characters is unbelievable. The early DC characters and even some of the early Marvel characters. Like Corey and I were sitting around when 2006 to 2009 comic books were not doing so well. It was like right before Iron Man came out. It was this was a pipe dream. The idea that there would be a Moon Knight TV show, that there would be multiple Avengers movies, was something that we made jokes about. The fact that we can make comics with other human beings who also make comics, and there are more than 4 of us in outside of Marvel DC, is so cool, and something that I definitely didn't see coming. And it's really like, I think it's the best part about comic books today is that everybody is able to one up each other. Like the bar is so high now for independent and Marvel and DC that they have to pump out new stuff to keep up.
And Image,
Well,
always bring up Image.
That's one of the reasons why I try to enjoy it. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I try to enjoy it all.
Yep.
Because what I remember when I was young is like you had the cartoons, and then you had some movies that came out, like of course like the original Batmans and stuff like that. The Supermans from the 70s and 80s and stuff, and then we got Blade, and you're like, okay, well this is different, and so yeah, and I was like, okay, what's about to happen, and I remember going to school, and Blade came, and I was like, yo, this is a comic book movie. They're like, that's not a comic book movie. I'm like, yes, it is. This is a comic book character.
The one that shocked me was in '93 whenever the original Crow came out.
Oh
And the underground scene got slapped right in the
Yeah.
face. Because you got to remember, I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember, but I definitely am. It might be close enough. but the Toxic Avenger came out
Yeah.
in the
I remember
late
that.
80s. When that Toxic Avenger costume, when they came out with the latex mask that they did for him, and everything matched up, and then right after that, DC did Swamp Thing with Warner Brothers, and it came out so beautiful. At least the first one did. The first one was
Yeah.
great.
Don't
The
worry. Don't
sequel
mention the
looked
sequel.
better. Yeah, the
please
sequel looked better, but the movie script was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was
Terrible.
it went way cheesy with it. Like it would
But the
just went.
costume was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And then that TV series, they had a problem with it where they went with the kids thing and made it juvenile, and it went weird. But that landmark, there's always been little tweaks along the way. You know, like Dolph Lundgren's Punisher.
True.
Oh, that was
True.
just such a missed opportunity. Such a
What
missed
about that?
opportunity.
What about that Captain America movie that came out?
The 1970s one or whatever.
No, there was one that came out in the 90s too.
I like
If I'm
Reb.
not
I
mistaken.
know him. I like Reb. He's a nice guy. I know him over the internet. I haven't met him in person, but we talked a few times. He's a really nice guy. But the big number one problem with that was it was and it's perfect for world building. It's a problem with the franchise and licensing. They made those Captain America movies to keep the licenses from going bankrupt because that was right
Really?
at the time they were negotiating their bankruptcy, and they were looking at losing those properties as subsidiaries to the ones they'd already sold off to Sony
That's interesting. I didn't know
and
that.
to Fox.
So
That's
you're
the
just
reason
you're a
they put
wealth
those
of
movies
information,
out,
sir.
because they were trying to keep them on. They were trying to save it and make money with it to reboot it so that they could do the next level of comics and keep the business going and not lose those businesses licenses. Because if Fox didn't come along, or if Sony didn't come along and make those movies and give up those licenses, and Marvel didn't make a movie within so many years as a buyout option, because Sony gave them so much money and Fox gave them so much money for Spider-Man and the X-Men and Fantastic Four, if they didn't make a movie to keep themselves in loop, they lost that privilege too, and it reverted to Sony and Fox and the other companies as a bonus. That's the
That's why
reason
I'm
we
not.
got. That's the reason we got those crappy movies. So when
Yeah.
you're doing your world building in comics to stay on the topic with an association, make sure your business platform stays well in grounds and bounds of what you're doing, because you could sell yourself right out of your own business and not even know it.
Yeah.
And I
That's
mean,
why I like.
that's my field. That's exactly what I do in comics.
Yeah.
I do comics and business branding to help people show themselves not only how to be a creative, but step in and say, you got to run your own business and your brand. You got to quit screwing around with trying to work with Marvel and DC, and even love them to death. Those guys are great for the industry, but even Image, that's another company. If you're going to put it out, there's too many ways to go out and put a book out today and save your property.
Yeah.
Do it yourself and do it right.
I see a lot of
I'm
people.
sorry.
I see a lot of people on the internet posting like, how come I can't send my script to Marvel? I want to work for DC and yada yada. It's like, dude, of all the times in history that you don't have to do that, today is that time.
Today is the day.
Yeah, don't compromise your vision. You don't have to anymore.
Yeah.
And you know what's even crazier? And you know what's even crazier with that too? Because like so many people want to run the movie deals. Like I hear so many people saying that too. Oh, I got option for a movie. And like Brad, like I studied the business of it. Like I decided to stop going for my art degree, and I decided to get my bachelor's in business development and get my master's in marketing. So like I understand how all of that stuff works. So every time I see somebody doing that, I'm just like, you're about to not to be allowed to make comics anymore.
Yeah, you're selling
They'll
your
disappear, and they can't make it anymore.
Production right, and you can't.
Because they'll stop you.
I think the worst thing too is like if it ends up bombing and destroying, it doesn't matter. It's kind of like in the music industry where they might sign an artist who kind of sounds like one of their better artists, and then they'll shelf them. Like I have a friend who signed to a major record label, and basically he worked on a song with my brother, and he wasn't allowed to release it because it wasn't on brand, but yet he's required to produce 5 full albums for this company. And he can only release one a year, which means the contract immediately becomes a minimum of a 5-year contract. But the record label can approve every single song and deny them. And so he worked on a song, it's great, and all of a sudden it's like, But
Yeah,
nope,
do
we
it.
won't accept that one. So yeah, it's
Like my brother.
If you guys had to deal with any of this, think about it like this. The same thing with what Dylan was saying is you lock yourself out into contracts and things. And you got to be careful with that. And it does relate back to the topic of world building as we're holding this. But because you have to think about what you're doing in advance of what you want to do and what you want to take your business and your comic to, especially in our case, because you'll write yourself right into a loophole and trap yourself. I mean, think about it when Todd McFarlane as example, he put it out there that when he was making the toys and stuff, he had all these companies, Mattel and all these guys were coming to him and saying, hey, little man, we've been doing this for years. We're gonna put these toys out. Well, no, you're not. You're not gonna put my toys out against Disney in Walmart and Kmart and Toys R Us, and then give it back to me because it won't sell because they don't get the horror theme that I've got going on with Spawn. They don't get that. And you're not going to put that next to Little Mermaid and expect it to sell to these same kids. You're going to screw me. And then I'm going to get it back because the contract breaches and reverts back to me. Then you give me back my brand and it's broken, and then everybody's afraid of it.
Yep.
Okay?
And that's one of the things what I admire about Todd McFarlane. I feel like as far as like a business mindset, like when he stepped out, and it seems like
He made a lot of
everybody
smart
did.
decisions.
Yeah, he did.
Still
He
a
made a
hard
lot of
knocks,
smart
man.
decisions to
Still a
keep it
hard
going.
knocks. He made it through trial and error.
He's a
But as far as
hardworking
comics
dude.
go, you guys dealt with it. And you guys, I don't want to slam them because I know they've changed their approach, especially since the pandemic. COVID was a real huge slap in the face for Diamond and previews. They had to remodel themselves because the independents went online, and everybody's like, "Hey, we're buying stuff online, we're selling stuff online, and we're selling it in print because it's always." As a side note, a caveat: digital and print. Not It's another medium and it's another format to your product. Walk away from that crap of I gotta hold it in my hand and it's got to be a book. We all do. We all do.
Well, it's like some people who like ebooks versus like physical books. Like you don't want to only sell to the people who buy physical books if there's an entire duplicate of that audience and size in the digital asset, right? For example, I read a ton of. I mentioned this in a different podcast. I read a bunch of comics as kids, but I don't own very many comics because most of them were like from a barber I used to go to as a kid, and I would read all those comics, but I wouldn't store a whole shelf of comics. Right, because I'll read the comic once. I'm like, that was cool. Like, I don't need to hold on to it. I'm not a collector.
How many times do we go to the bookstore every single day? Here's the thing, man. How many times do we watch a TV show? We don't own that TV show until we can buy it on DVD or streaming. What do? We pay for the streaming. We watch it on TV. We watch the commercials in between. We watch the streaming service. We pay for the streaming service to watch it again. Then we buy it on DVD or digital collection so we can have it on our portable devices and watch it on them whenever we want it, right? On demand. And then you do the same thing in comics. You buy the trade, you buy the PDF or the ebook version, and then you buy the big collected trade, and then you get you got the monthly, you got the big digital version for transport, and then you got the big trade. Let's look at this real quick. Example: I've got this in there on my library shelf, but look what I bought today at Ollie's.
It's awesome.
I bought it for $8, $50 book. What? Granted, hey, plug for Ollie's. But the thing is, I bought that series 3 times now. I bought the original 5 books when it came out in 2017. One of the only books that I bought from the mainstream in the last 10 years, and then turned around and bought the collected version as a paperback trade, and now I got the hardback over here. You buy multiple things, so people get ridiculous about that. But what I was going to say was about the Diamond thing. The old way to review a Diamond book as an independent, this is something everybody needs to get into their head real quick. When Diamond used to do reviews for submissions, they had it locked out to where you were going to die instantly on the vine. I don't know if you guys know this. Dylan and I talked about it once or twice, so he knows he has a good insight of it. But think about this: when you submitted to Diamond, you had to have 500 stores across the country, United States, Mexico, and Canada, that would guarantee to carry your book. They had to know your book and they would carry it. Plain. If they solicited it and the store didn't say they knew you or wanted your book, they wouldn't carry it. Then, to get approved, you had to submit your book And they had to look at it as a panel of the comic book peers in the industry. Do you know what that means? That Marvel and DC and Dark Horse and Image editors were looking at your book and going, nope, we're exclusive with you. We're doing something similar. It said so in the fine print. If that panel of peers found something that was coming out on the market, they didn't like it, or it wasn't professional enough, or if it wasn't at the level of something they were already doing.
Or semi-competitive, yeah.
Exactly. Because they're creating their own competition. So what do? They give the exclusive groups of Marvel, DC, and etc. back when they were with them, and their editors would come in and say, nope, we got a book like that, we can't do that. Or, nope, we like that idea, we're going to do it with this character. We're exclusive, you got to give us first right.
Yeah.
And you were gone. Now that doesn't even come to the real legitimate 5 hurdles of business with the comic industry. You had to have a full completed book, 3 to 5 issues completed, ready, not just completed, but printed.
Yeah.
At 5,000 copies or more was the minimum requirement. And this is 1998 when they did this. They just recently changed it to 1,000 copies when they redid it for the independent market that they just redid after COVID.
Yep.
1,000 minimum issue. And guess what? They take 80% of that. 80%. You get a minimum of 12% up to 30% maximum because they have to give the discount to the retailers. And that's if they'll carry you. And you haven't even sold one book yet, and you're already giving up 80%. Now you hit the second tier, you got to be approved by the panel of their editors. Now this is a distributor. It has a hired in-house set of editors, not professional, and not the same group that I was talking about at the panel of peers, but I'm talking a distributor having editors, quality control editors in-house to say if they like your comic or not. So it's completely up to their opinion. It's never seen by the fan base, so you'll never get known and never see if your book's going to sell or not because you don't even get a chance. And that's only the second peer. Now the third one, plain and simple, you have to be able to show a monetized history. What?
Yeah.
You haven't even sold a book before yet, but yet they're expecting you to show financial proof that book's making money.
It's like basically you gotta show that you can already sell your book before they'll even distribute it. At that point, if you can do it, like why are you trying to work with them?
Why would you even go to them?
Yeah.
In America, you are a 16-year-old
500
kid.
stores saying they would take my book, I wouldn't even go to Diamond. Like, what is the point of
You
going
are,
there?
but exactly.
I'll just give it to them
That's
myself.
only the third tier, though. Okay, that's only the third one. And I'll make this quick, but think about it. At that point, you're already a 16-year-old kid again. You're a 16-year-old kid. You need a job to get a car and a car to get a job. You're screwed. You're isolated right there. Okay, and you haven't even hit the hard part yet, because the next part is you got to have a fan base, especially now since 1995 with the internet going commercial and public. You have to have a fan base pre-built. You have to have a fan base list of 5,000 people before they'll consider your comic book. Now get this. That's a customer base. That's not a fan base. They call it a fan base, but it's 5,000 people that have bought a comic from you previously. Think about that one. Okay? Now these are their standards. That's their submission package. Now when they send it to you, they don't even tell you about the last 2 yet. Now, when they send it to you, they go, yeah, send us the book. We'll look at it. We'll let you know we got it going. We got it there, right? The fourth one, that's the critical one. That was the fan base that I was talking about. That's the fan base, okay? We're going to go back to that one because it's two-pronged. They say fan base, but what they're actually asking for is customer base, okay? But what they're really telling you is, do you have a brand? Are you the next Todd McFarlane? Are you the next Jim Lee? Are you the next Mark Silvestri? Are you the next this? Can you sell 1 million books? Well, of course not. There's not. They don't sell that many books anymore because they burned the comic industry.
Yeah.
Okay, they burnt out their fan base trying to go with fads in whatever you believe politically or emotionally or whatever your stance is, woke, by racism, all of these hot topics, socialism. Everybody deals with it, and it's crap. It's crap. But the thing is, it should not exist in our world because we as people shouldn't let that happen. We should stop it. Period. I'm a mixed, not to go there, but I'm a mixed family member. I'm a mixed family man myself. I'm mixed myself. It sucks. It is what it is. But I deal with that crap on a daily basis.
I think that
But it shouldn't be.
I think that the industry did not understand what the future would hold with technology. And I mean,
Yeah.
like, Corey and I have been trying to tell stories for our entire lives.
Right.
It was always an uphill climb to get to a point where we had a finished product that we could hold in our hands. It was something that would have at minimum cost us $4,000 in 2000. And now it's not. It's something
Right.
that's accessible and that you can actually do over and over again. And like there's an entire group of people who they don't buy Marvel books. They don't go to a comic shop. They've never even set
Right.
foot in one unless it
Right.
was, for fun. And most of the things that they buy, they go on Kickstarter, they look at what's cool, they say, I'm gonna support this guy, I'm gonna give him $10, and then 6 months later, I'm gonna get this book.
That's the current
And they
industry
like
right
the
there.
surprise of six
Yeah.
months later not remembering about the book that they spent $10 on, and then all of a sudden this
Pops
book
up in the
shows up.
mailbox.
Oh, cool!
Yeah.
I have this book now, and like
Right.
that enabled so many people to do so many different things. And just the competition alone is so great. Again, my favorite thing is seeing all the other stuff that people are making, because they can take a risk and make something different and make something that doesn't have to sell 1,000 or 5,000. They could sell 200 and only fit 5 people could like it. I'm one of those 5 people. And then I find that guy and we write something together, and that builds. And like, this opportunity did not exist, and it was such a different, I mean,
Right.
just from the history of what you're telling us, it was such a different experience back
I
then
was
that it was
convinced I was going
prohibitive.
to send my script to Image. Image was going to fucking love it, and then we were
Right.
going to go from there.
Take off from there.
Yeah.
I
It's
think
funny
that was
how
all our
because for me-
first our first delusion for all of the indie writers was like, oh, Image needs
Exactly.
us. They need this story.
Exactly, because for me, it wasn't really Image. It was I don't know if y'all remember this, but remember when DC had Wildstorm and Vertigo and all that, but they also had that other section. I think it was called Vuku. It was some weird name that they had, but they set it up for people who wanted to publish under DC. You could publish under that house if you were an independent creator. So that was the route I was going. I was like, oh, maybe I can get this under that. And then I was in the military at the time, and what made me change my mind is I was at my computer because I was actually off shift at that point, and because I was deployed, and so I'm just sitting there on my laptop typing up the story that I had wrote in my notebook. And my sicko came and looked over my shoulder, and she was standing there for a bit, and I really didn't realize she was there, or really didn't realize she was paying attention to me. And then she just tapped me on the shoulder, and she was like, "Jackson, can I ask you a question?" And I'm like, "Yes, ma'am." She was like, "Why are you here?" I'm like, "In Iraq, ma'am." She's like, "No." She's like, "No. Why are you in the military? Why are you in the army?" I was like, "Oh, I got bills." And then she was like, "Well, I'm reading your story." She was like, "You do not belong here." And when I heard that, I just started thinking, I'm like, it changed everything. I'm like, so if I have a person, and at that time I didn't have my degrees, I'm like, she has a college degree, and she's like, you don't need to be in the military. I'm like, well, do I need to publish with them, or can I do this myself if I figure out how to do it?
Oh, that's
And
awesome.
so from that part, I just started figuring out how to do everything, how to do as much as I could
That's-
myself.
Well, first off, thank you for your service, man. I appreciate it. But that what you and Alex were saying folds into exactly for point 5, which is commercialism. Because think about it. That's why I deal with it. I love dealing with the theory of public domain characters, because of the fact that there's so much legacy already there, and with all the stuff that Disney has done and Warner Brothers has done, let's be realistic. It's Disney and Warner Brothers that control Marvel and DC. You know that. The Mouse and Superman and Spider-Man and so on, right?
Mouse and the Bunny.
Yeah, what's up, Doc?
But you think about this though. If you create a character for any publishing company, you have to face the rival standing of who has something that's going to be similar, influenced, or derivative of the character that you're working on. And you're going to have an uphill battle, because you're going to have an instant fan-based comparison instantly that's going to screw you. Then you've got the corporate guys going, yep, we got enough fans scrapping about this that we can sue him for it or her for it and take that property. That's how you think about this. Shazam was originally Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel's in public domain. But do you know, and I have a book based on Captain Marvel. I've got one coming out in 2023. I had to wait to 2023 because I had to fight DC for it. Can you believe that crap? I had to go to court and face out because I had to get a trademark and copyright infringement attorney to sign up the documentation and the paperwork so that I could publish a book, because I have a book that is not called Captain Marvel nor Shazam, but it is based off the public domain original concept and evolved into my new timeline for Firestorm Comics, and that title's coming out with my own version of Captain Marvel. But I had to fight that because as soon as I announced that I was going to do that, they slapped me with a cease and desist letter.
Oh shit!
I got it 10 days later after talking about it on my Comic Kickstarter podcast.
Oh man!
10
you know
days to the day. Now
you know what's interesting?
Corporate comics, commercial comics, they are not ever going to let you own your own property ever. And it does not matter whether you create it on your own book in your own company and brand versus creating it for them by publishing with them. So if you're going to have that fight either way and you're not going to get to claim your character, at least you can copyright it and trademark it and own it and put up the good fight in your own stuff. So put it out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The cool part about that, well, not the cool part, but the wild part about that too is like that's pretty much how DC got Captain Marvel in the first place. Was something similar because they went to a fight. I forget the name of the publisher, but they went to a fight with that publisher and said that their character was. Charlton Comics, I think. Yep. And they said that that character was too much like Superman. I think at that point.
Yeah. And then ended up buying him and making him magic and making him a competitor to Superman in their own titles. Yeah. They took him over in the 50s. Yeah. and got that in the 70s.
Once you get to the top, man.
Thank God for the indie comic scene, because you don't have to deal with that shit. No one's gonna.
No.
Marvel's never coming and knocking on my door. DC's never coming and knocking on my door, and thank God for that, because that means that I don't have to deal with it. I can make my own comics the way I want. Y'all can too, and it's dude. The best thing about all this is just there are so many people that I've seen throughout this entire panel over the last few days who I'm now gonna go look up their comics and buy a bunch of them because they're really different than stuff that I'm making, and it sounds a lot of fun. So like, I'm excited. I'm gonna buy all your guys' stuff too, because like, this is great.
And I will say this: if DC and Marvel do come knocking, Cool Believe is probably going to be right after you announce the new story, and they're gonna like, we're gonna have to stop that.
they're not gonna tell me to knock it off, is what they're doing.
Right.
Thank you so much for having all of us, Greg.
Yeah.
Thank you all for sticking around for this panel. It was really great. I appreciate
man, we're
all
right
the
on the
knowledge.
coattails anyway.
I love how this panel went from like world building to like
the business
distribution and then the corporate
corporate
comics
would go
and
there anyway. So
yeah,
we're all gonna end up there anyway.
Yeah, we could have been talking about puppies and kittens, and then the damn distribution
and what to name those puppies and kittens.
If you think about it, Dylan, we've talked about it before, man. It falls right into the same wheelhouse because world building. You got to make sure you cover your butt, because if not, DC and Marvel are going to run up behind you and yank your pants down.
That's how it all got brought up to begin with. As I said, that's how this got brought up to begin with, was the idea of making sure to cover your bases. Like, hey, your car's probably going to look like another car. Make a made up name at least. Don't be stupid enough to put a nice Ford sticker right there.
Don't steal adjacent is what we're trying to say.
No, Maria, great artist or good artist copy, great artist steal. Pablo
I'm a
Picasso.
fervent believer of that.
Man,
Thank you all so much.
Man. I just say run up and trip them and run off with it.
Just pie him in the face.
They can't stop you. You're running faster.
Good night, y'all. Have a good
night.
one.
Ciao. Nice.
Morning, everybody.
It's funny because Tier was like, "Be right back," because like everybody's hopping off. He's gonna come back. He's like, "Where'd everybody go?"
All right, thanks again for having me.
Definitely is awesome having you.
Sticking around.
Yeah, man. Sorry, I hope I didn't take it too far off.
No,
the world building stuff is critical for that. It's the whole branding thing. It's got to be, we got to step up on that reality too, because it's true, man. But
You should write an article for our site about distribution and like why not to use diamond distribution. Because it's like not just diamond, but like in general, like
distribution things you can use now. So
yeah, and that's the thing too. Is like there's competitors. I found out there's like a gold distribution, and there's another one that's like another metal. I don't remember what it was. Might have been like silver distribution.
Maverick, I think that's still one. It's by
well,
some joke.
to me, I look at all of it as distribution anyway. Anybody that posts my book is a distributor for me anyway. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah,
but they're all because I've switched my focus of distribution to retailers. I look at it like this, Amazon's a retailer, Barnes and Noble's a retailer, Diamond even is a retailer. I don't care if they're taking those books and they're giving me money. That's it, man. I got them over a barrel. So I'll leave you some comics and run away like the Easter Bunny, like the Tooth Fairy. I'll trade a tooth for some money, sure. Gotta
yeah.
do what you gotta do, man. But
as long as it's only the teeth that fell out and they're not coming for the other ones.
Well, sometimes you gotta shock people and just knock them out. But hey, I'm a capitalist, so whatever works.
I think I found Lucky 33. I think this is them. That was a good conversation though. Talking about all of that stuff because a lot of it's true. Like I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yeah. Now, because when we started getting on the legal stuff, I just started thinking about a lot of things, like even with the how they can get you on infringement and how they can take your stuff. Like a lot of people be like, oh, like that's my biggest thing. That's why, like even now, like I have a friend who went to school to learn how to be a cinematographer and stuff like that. So eventually, I'm gonna get to the point where I make my own movies. Like I know how to write movie scripts, and as far as directing and stuff, I'm just gonna get to the point where I do my own. Like I'm about to stand up my company for that, like the entertainment side. Because
I was just thinking
the biggest thing too is like.
I was just gonna say, there's somebody, Demetrius, is that his name, Greg?
Witherspoon?
Yeah, Witherspoon. Yeah, there's somebody that we've chatted with before. I actually met him when he stopped by Nashville before, but he's somebody that into comics first, and I'm pretty sure he's creating his own films.
Yeah,
pretty sure that's how he's doing that.
Yeah, because one, it'd be you have full creative control, so you don't got to worry about them changing or doing or anything to fit their agenda. And then two, I think the scariest part of that, which a lot of people aren't realizing, and this is when I really started doing the research on it, because I was like, this is crazy. But I know y'all probably remember when CW, like when DC first said when they really started laying down the foundation for their movies, and that was like right after Man of Steel, and then of course you already had the CW stuff going, right? So they wanted to use certain characters, like they wanted to use Harley Quinn in one of the episodes of Arrow for because they introduced Task Force X, and they were like, no, you can't use Harley Quinn. We're using Harley Quinn in the movie.
Yeah,
so I'm looking, right, so I'm looking at that stuff, and I'm like, if they can do that with their own crap, tell someone cease and desist, you cannot use this, or stop making comics for this, or whatever. Like, do these individuals not understand that if you get signed by these movie companies, if they want to, they can say, hey, you're no longer, you can't make a comic anymore until we make this movie. And then you'll be stuck.
Marvel had the same problem with Fox, over the Fantastic Four.
Because they had to stop.
And
Sony and Spider-Man. Yeah, it's like
exactly, So it's like, and that's why, like, when everybody's like, "Oh, I just want to get them," I'm like, dude, I'm guessing maybe they're individuals who are only doing the comics because of the popularity in the movies. So that's all they want from it. But I'm just like, if you love it, don't worry about the movies yet. Like that's probably going to come
to the point that we can have our own like movie production studio or something.
It's almost like the dude with The Walking Dead. The reason why they couldn't stop him was because his fan base was entirely too large and he had too much.
Are you talking about Kirkman?
Yeah, Kirkman. He had too much intellectual property. Like he had so many books out already that they really couldn't. What were they going to say? Hey, stop making comics. Like they would have lost everything. They would have lost the fan base, because the fan base is what went and watched the TV show, and then everybody else went and watched it. So
there's an artist, a rapper who actually talks about the fact that his name's Russ. I don't know if you've heard of him, but he basically talks about before he even approached a record label, he put out so much music that if they tried to, if basically he could be like, yeah, I'll sign the deal, but I get to keep that. If you try to touch that, I won't sign the deal. And basically they're like, well, crap, like we we need you. You clearly have this huge fan base, but if the option is you don't get to keep your stuff, then we can't sign you. It's like, I guess we have to, oblige, because there's nothing else we could do. If we want your music, we're gonna have to let you
Kirkman
keep
talked
that.
about that same thing for a while, like you were saying. He talked about it. Kirkman came to that approach because of the fact that he had seen the issues with Rob Liefeld's Extreme Studio stuff, where he just lost Youngblood at the same time that Walking Dead was coming out. And he watched Eric Larson and watched Todd McFarlane and watched Rob Liefeld go through those scenarios where, Rob had the Youngblood scenario where he lost it due to an investor screwing him on the back end into the licensing because of a sub clause that he didn't pay attention to. Oops. Yeah. And all he had to do was pay him like a $5,000 dividend or something for a royalty on the contract to keep him alive. He didn't realize he screwed himself.
I was saying, one of my favorite books is Sam Walton's Made in America. It's like Walton, like Walmart, Sam Walton, and he talks about the fact that his first company, which was Sam's Five and Dime, the reason he didn't own that company, and the reason why he had to open Walmart was because he didn't read his lease properly when he signed it, and basically the guy had a clause in there that he could just take back the property when he wanted it. And essentially what happened was he grew it to $250,000 a year business back in like the 70s, when that's an insane amount of money. And he basically goes, hey, someone else said they'll pay me more for your lease, and I own the rights to this building now, so goodbye. And he lost it.
He put a sub clause in there too. I've got this book as well. And the thing was, I actually met Sam Walton when I was a kid.
That's awesome.
I'm from Texas originally, so I was right there. And I got to meet him when I was a kid. But it was over a Christmas layaway delivery mishap. But I actually got to meet the man. He was great. But the problem was that lease had a subclause in it to where the guy actually took over the establishment that was inside of it for penalties of interest if you did not accept his first option for renewal for a contracting upgrade.
Yeah, it's insane.
If you don't pay my new lease and pay my new lease fee and your new rent, I get to take it as conflict and absorb the whole property.
Yeah, and
it's almost like we put up collateral for something.
Yep. Yeah, and he just didn't know he was putting. Yeah, and he just didn't know he was putting that up for collateral. He just wasn't aware of it. And obviously, when he first started the business, it wasn't making $250,000 a year. He grew it to that, and then basically the guy was able to take the name, and just give it to someone else who would pay more for the lease, and that's it. And so
that's why you got to be wary when people come like bearing gifts. You always got to kind of look that gift horse in the mouth and what is it? What are you bringing to me?
Here's a big thing they ended on. Do what Kirkman did. Build your body of work up like these guys did. Massive amounts of work. Plan your series, plan your saga, kick it out there, plan your multiple titles, get them going, build your publishing company, and build it with a plan to go in with the expectation of the option of moving it into what Todd McFarlane did. TV, movies, video games, and toys. Have your alternate marketing pillars in place. And if you do that, you're always going to have that plan, and you'll be 10 steps ahead of those companies when they come to you want those properties. Because how do they make their money now? How do all streaming services make their money now? The movie studios don't make their money from that. The streaming services make their money from going to those studios like HBO and all these other companies and go, you're going to pay the stars that you got on payroll. You're going to put your money into it. You're going to make it at movie quality. But yet we're going to pay you to franchise it, and we're going to pay you back nickels on every dollar every month for a year to license those properties to be on our distribution channel. So they're reverse engineering. Instead of you producing a movie at HBO and having to take it to the mainstream media, the distributor is actually the streaming service that's coming to you instead. And I'll tell you something funny. With one email, you can contact Netflix, you can contact Hulu, you can contact Prime Live. You can contact any of these streaming services that have these apps that we pay $30 a month for now. And it will be by the next 2 years. It's going to be as much as cable. It's getting there now. But here's the thing. They're looking for new content on their websites now. Go to the bottom of the website, and it says, submit your new content. Propose your new content.
That's because they got to compete with powerhouses like Disney, right? Like, Netflix, like, basically, this was the interesting thing. I remember watching a video on this. Netflix is the one that should be the most scared because all of the other streaming companies have other sources of income, right? So like Disney has its parks. Disney, in fact, made more money during COVID, even with like the closure of some of their parks, because they just keep increasing the price and people pay it. Right. And then you have Amazon Prime, and it's like, obviously they make most of their money from selling random goods. And then they're like, oh yeah, we'll just throw on video production because why not? And so every one of these companies has that, and Netflix is solely the streaming company. So they are desperate to get as much content as possible because they need that thing that's so juicy that you must have Netflix, even if you've got Disney and even if you've got Hulu and even if you've got the Disney Hulu ESPN package.
And now for them, that was Stranger Things, and then now they got a couple other shows that are coming out that are
Like Squid Games. Squid Games
is
huge. Writing, right? You remember what you said to me when we were talking about the writing, about the grandfather paradox?
Yeah.
Dylan just mentioned it for Netflix. They wrote themselves into a loop, man. They have no way out. They're selling one thing. So don't do that. Leave yourself an option. Build the pillars of your business. Like I said, like McFarlane is a great example of that. Build your pillars of your business with the plan of them being there in place, and then step back and go, okay, these are the pillars that I've got. Now they're coming to me. Then you go over to your file drawer. You're like, hey man, you should really make toys. Mattel's coming to you, and McFarlane Toys are coming to you, and they're screaming at you. You need to make toys out of these things now. We really need to get this merch out there. Well, all it is merchandise. Like we talked about Superman earlier. Like we talked about Mickey Mouse, Peanuts everywhere.
Yeah.
Same thing. It's all merchandise. Look at your comic book and look at the markets and pillars that you can make into merchandise.
Yeah, Stranger Things in particular. I've seen two different companies like Vans or somebody like that like they had merchandise with Stranger Things. Like it was the school uniform and hoodies that they wore in the show, and they sell them at like H&M or something like that. I remember seeing them the other day, and I'm like, dude, that's exactly what they have to do. Like they have to start branding that stuff.
Yeah. And they're probably going to. But it's funny that you say do that with your company, because that's what I started doing. Like, because I looked at it, and we all know that comics, even though comics make money, that's not where DC or Marvel is getting their cheddar from. Like they're getting them from fucking
let me tell you this.
underoos and toys. You know. Oh, sorry.
There's a biography on Disney. Okay, Walt Disney said this. He was asked in 1965. He was asked at a movie conference at a Hollywood opening, and he was interviewed by fans about Disney, and they were talking about all the characters and stuff. And a businessman asked him. He said, "Mr. Disney," he said, "what's your biggest box office smash?" And he said, "What business do you think I'm in, sir?" And he said, "Well, obviously movies." And he said, "No." He said, what business is Disney in?" And he said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "No, flat out, I'm in family tourism."
Yeah.
That's what I said before. Literally, all of his content that he ever created, the sole purpose was to make fanatics that wanted to spend money at his park.
Merchandise the crap out of it and put it as a household experience, man. Word of mouth experience.
That's the reason why, if you notice, like a lot of the stories that they do that everyone fell in love with aren't original stories. They're
public domain, which is part of
public domain stories.
They were old fables and classic tales that already had a history. He put a new spin on them and dressing them up in animals, and then made it a bonding experience that everybody left the movie, had a heart warm, fuzzy feeling, and ran off and told everybody about it. Best advertising in the world. Word of mouth advertising.
Well, that's the reason why their logo isn't just their name. It was always the castle. The castle is Disneyland. Like it is Disney World.
It is a business experience, flat out. Now you think about this. Every Disney movie you've ever seen, even Marvel and all of them, it never changes. What are Disney movies? Think about this. You got one answer at it.
Advertisements.
Bingo. They are commercials that you pay to watch.
Yeah.
They are commercials that you pay to watch. Now, how many other businesses in the world do you think that you can stand up, with the rare exception like this right here? How many times do you ever get the option of a business going in and saying, "Hey, man, I'm wearing an advertisement. I'm wearing a brand."
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? Disney maximized clothing brand. Disney maximized clothing merchandise 25 years before anybody else did.
Yeah.
Because what the hell are you doing? You're carrying the ears on your head. Well, I've been to Disney. Well, I want those. I gotta go get some ears. It's
They go get
freaking
the
just,
ears.
it's a
Yeah,
headband.
That's why, and it's so funny you're saying all this because it's like we talked about it. What was it, last panel, or maybe it was like no, it was when we were talking about
Oh,
it
the
was
fan building?
the fan base, yeah, the fan base panel. When I was saying
6
you
hours
don't
ago.
have to reinvent, yeah, you don't have to, you don't have to reinvent the
We're
wheel,
gonna
you
let
know,
you go soon, Greg. We're gonna
yeah,
let you go.
yeah, and it's like you don't have to reinvent the wheel. So like Disney already has the perfect, in a sense, kind of the perfect
I'm gonna
structure, so
just
you
make
can
Winnie the Pooh
peer
as a
in and watch.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
like,
honestly, that's what I did. Like I did my comics, and now I'm concentrating on merch. So I have like so many. Like if you go to my store, there's so much freaking clothes in my store, and everybody's like, "Why are you doing so many clothes? I thought you had comics." I'm like, "Well, it's building those pillars, like you were mentioning." And the next
Yeah.
thing too, I'm about to step into toys. That's my next step.
Yeah,
And
we
then I have
actually
some other things that I plan on doing too. You know,
we've
so
talked about it, I think, on our podcast and stuff that where you're trying to go
Mhm.
like Chance the Rapper, like like what Dylan said, how Chance the Rapper like sells music.
Oh yeah, it's the same thing with yeah. So we're kind of doing that style where essentially, and I actually learned this just from working in the music industry now, is that when you're managing an artist, the whole goal is to increase their profits, and it turns out there's like 19 to 22 different ways for an artist to really monetize their work, and the top 3 ways to do it are live events, merchandise, and sync, meaning getting basically licensing, right? And so those are the 3 biggest ways. And if you could probably translate that to almost any other form of entertainment, if we're in the comic
And
book
see, in
industry,
comics, it translates that same thing.
live events,
Translates
go
to
to
art.
conventions, right? Comic Cons. You can translate that
No,
to
no, 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 no. You don't look at
merchandise,
comic
art
arts.
panels.
But see, see that's the funny twist, Dylan. When it goes to comic art, because of the industry choking out the way it is right now, you do not want to put live events as your final income, as your
Well,
prime income.
no, so here's the interesting thing. Live events isn't directly how artists make money. It's because they do live events, they sell merchandise. So when you run a
Exactly
live event,
in music,
yes,
in music.
yeah.
But the misnomer is in any other industry other than music, where they actually see the live performer and get the experience of dealing with them. It doesn't work that way for comic books because everybody goes, "You're doing a live event. You're like a live musician." They're getting to meet their idol. They're getting to meet their favorite writer or artist. The problem with that is it is entrapment because it is a dead end for a comic book creator. And I'll tell you why. Because of the fact you're going to fall into one of 2 paths. You're either going to be smart about it and you're going to use it as a presentation, as an aftermarket, like you're talking about, which you should be doing, as a third tier income of making appearances after your body of work comes out.
This is the first tier.
First, okay, your body of work has to be up here. Your appearance rate has to be up here. That's why I don't do comic cons. I do events like this, but I don't do comic cons. Okay, I don't. Period. Because of the fact that if you do comic cons as a creator, you're going to be doing one of 2 things. You're either going to be writing, you're going to either be doing your books and putting them out where the content goes out to your body of work, or you're going to be writing for the next thing to sell at the comic book convention, or the next art print to sell at the next comic convention, or the next prose to print out to have something new to sell as a nickel book at the comic convention. You're screw yourself. You make 5% of your sales as a comic producer, where you can make 1,000%, but literally 1,000% over in volume for mass by putting it out across the web, across the world, across the production.
So,
in the retail
so
store.
the fact that you're talking about the mass is why live events are important. So even with Comic Cons, the difference is you have to see it the same way a concert would be held. A concert isn't just a live performance.
I totally agree.
What else is done? They shoot video there. They shoot photos there. They take those. They turn them into posters. They turn them into advertisements. They turn them into proof that there's fans.
That's social media marketing, though.
Yes, but it all comes from the content you acquire at a live event. You don't just
Right.
sit in your like right now. Like if I'm taking pictures of me in my my bedroom office, but I'm at a live event with a table and I got banners and I got fans
Right.
lined up looking at my stuff, and I take those pictures and then I go to somebody and I go, hey, you want to license my property for making TV shows? Sure, you can license it for this amount, and that's the same thing that an artist does with their music. They're like, hey, I created this
If you look
album
at
and
it
they
that way.
licensed it. Yeah.
But you got to look. But that's the nail in the coffin, though. That's the difference that comic artists and creators like us.
That's
and
perception.
writers
They have to see what the
and
value
writers
in it
got-
is.
Exactly. You got to prioritize it a different way, because if you live your life doing nothing but comic conventions, thinking you're going to get famous, you're going to starve to death and be unknown.
Ironically, that's the same that's true with musical performers, because they typically, like, Ticketmaster, Live Nation, they eat up most of the profits of that. And then if you've
Yeah,
got a
it's
record
great.
deal, the record company eats up another chunk of your profit. So they don't actually make that much money doing that. And some of them, because they don't build their fan base, they're just touring because they think they're supposed to. Many of them make very, very little money, even the
And
ones
how
that
many
are
albums
seen.
do they put
And
out?
then,
Maybe
like
one or
us with the
12 are
cons.
stupid.
Yeah, and then like with us with the cons, I don't know if y'all been looking at a lot of the prices now, because you already know there's inflation, so a lot of prices are going up. But a lot of these cons, like it's like you want to get an artist alley, you're gonna be paying like $900 now for
Which is
tables. And I'm
dumb,
like,
because
what
it's like,
the
I'm
fuck?
surprised they're
Like,
getting
that's
people
crazy.
out to them still at that price. Like, I don't, like, it's just ludicrous.
And here's a tier. Here's the biggest thing about Comic Cons. They're a con where they are a con, as in not a convention but a con.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Now here's the thing: who makes all the money in conventions?
The venue owner.
Yeah.
The venue owner,
The shopping
the
center.
promoter, and the venue owner, because they get paid 3 times. They get paid 3 times. They get paid by the door tickets. They get paid by the contributors, which is us buying tables and getting all the crap out there, and then they get paid by the advertisers that go in to advertise as promotions in that company, because they do the same thing we do. They pay for tables, they pay for their food, they pay for their support, they pay for their rooms, they pay for their presentations. Think about that. Advertisers, these movie studios, have to pay to be able to present their trailer at those Comic Cons. Now, why should it be that way? It shouldn't. The talent should be able to be there. You should be able to be first come, first serve, and be put into a drawing of a convenience. They used to be pool drawings, and they did this up until '96 at WizardCon, and then they stopped it because Wizard screwed us all and flipped it. The brothers that used to own it flipped it all and turned it commercial like this, where you had to pay to seat in. And it used to be a pool. You put your name in, you put your application in, and if they had a slot for you and you got drawn, you got a table. You got a
Makes me
table,
think
you
of
got a
like
hotel
Xbox
room,
Live.
you got
Xbox Live charging for internet twice, and then PlayStation's like, oh yeah, we could do that. Like, I feel like that is exactly what happened.
It's a triple
We
A,
could
yeah,
sell
it's a triple
bottled
A
water.
promo. But the problem is that who's getting the money off of it? Are we making the money off of it? Because we have to pay for our room, we have to pay for our food, we have to pay for our travel, we have to pay for our freaking table, we have to pay for a pass to get in because it's part of the table fee. And then on top of that, you can't leave your table in it because you won't make any damn money. So you think about that. Then you got to produce all the product and stuff that you're bringing in to sell at that table. The banners, the advertisement, the promotion, letting everybody know what's going on, and then the stuff that's on your table.
I think the worst thing that sucks too is, like, specifically the New York City Comic Con I went to, and like Artist Alley is like out of the way. Like, it's not in a convenient spot. There's like the exhibitor platforms,
It is a
there's the
celebrity
panel hallway,
convention,
and
yeah.
then there's Artist Alley, and you're like,
Yeah, it's
I
not
went,
a Comic Con anymore.
yeah.
They put all the
Yeah.
creators in Artist Alley, writers included. So you're there with us, man.
It's weird too. Like, you think they would
Against
use
the
like
back
the
wall.
the grocery store method and do something like putting the artist alley right in the center and surround it with exhibitors and then surround it with panels, and like that way you would have this concentric circle of events that you could go to. But like,
It's the worst store model ever. It is a store model.
It's time for you to- you know what Dylan's job is, right?
What?
What's
that?
Dylan's gonna plan out the floor when it's time for you to go physical.
Yeah, take it. I bless you, man. Run with it. That'll be a show. That will be a show I will attend.
I would do this as a physical con because I would actually not have people charge $800 to like.
Well,
that's insane.
That layout. Think about the comment with Dylan making about comics. The comics artist alley being in the back. Think about it. It's 99% panels. The other 1%, half of that is cosplayers running around.
Yeah.
Okay. It's either panels from shows that they're marketing off of,
or the exhibitors. The other one's the exhibitors,
the
just like the
exhibitors
booths.
go into the Slam Celebrity panels because they're considered panelists. They are actually considered panelists at cons, and then you have the other 0.5%, which is the cosplayers that run around. Okay, and then you have the other. Out of the last 0.5%, you have Artist Alley, which is all the creators against the back wall, And then 3% of that 5%, they only make up 2%. That 0.2%. 0.3% is the actual marketers, the advertisers, the dealers, the guys that go around selling toys and all of these things, the promoters.
Actually, I just
That's
thought
the
of something
promoter
even.
category.
I thought of an even cooler way. It's called Artist Alley. It should literally be like when you enter the convention, the alleyway that
go down the
leads
alley.
you to. It could be multiple. It could be like the roads of the like like if you look at the map, it's like a road. Every one of the streets should all be laid with artists, and then literally
That's the
first
way
come
they
That
first
was
used to be,
serve.
though.
how that comic and toy show was when.
But that's the way it used to be. That's why it was called Artist Alley. Okay,
Yeah,
when they originally did, what they originally did was they would have 3 rows. They would have 3 rows. Okay,
yeah, like,
they would, on the
yeah,
outside
way
of
more
the
now.
on the outside wall, they would have artists and writers down that strip on the outside square, and then it would go around the back of the building and then around the other side, horseshoeing around to the front of the Comic Con. In the Comic Con middle strip, they would always put the promoters. That was your Marvel, DC, big stuff, toy companies, all the new stuff you wanted to see, the hot new items. The hot topic stuff was right
Yeah,
down the
so
middle of that.
smaller conventions still seem to play by those rules, but it definitely seems
Yeah.
like at least again, I haven't been to San Diego Comic Con, but New York Comic Con, they clearly put like the huge exhibitors. Like I remember like Dragon Ball Z, what's Funimation?
Right.
I forgot who the other company that owns them, but basically they had a giant
Toei?
Shenron dragon in the sky with Dragon Balls
Yeah.
hanging from
Right.
the ceiling that was like 40 feet long, right? Like they have these huge exhibits, and then like Artist Alley is just a bunch of tables with like the signs because like that's what an
Right.
artist alley looks like, and so
Yeah.
it is interesting that they don't try to blend them a little better
You know what
together
I was told?
because
I got asked to go to. I got asked to go to New York Comic Con this year, and I absolutely turned it down because the number two promoter at New York Comic Con this year, and I don't even know if he made it himself or not. McFarlane Toys. The number 1 promoter, Disney, for their theater opening. And you know what it's for? It's for that freaking 30 minutes where you have to pay $500 plus an hour to get to sit there and stand in line for 30 minutes and then go in for 30 minutes and stand there and watch a big black screen with Kevin Feige walk up there and go, hey, this is the new crap you get to pay for the next 5 years. It's a preview reel, man. It's a freaking preview reel
That's
that you
pretty
can see
much
on
all.
the website for free.
Yeah, that's pretty much everything. That's all of what San Diego Comic Con is now, from what I've heard from people. It's just movie promotions.
They do not want
That's it.
comic creators there. They don't want the creators there. They don't want the writers and artists there unless you're a top 10 book. They don't want you there. They really don't. That's why they make you pay so much, because they don't want you there.
and it's
I
interesting
guarantee
too.
you.
It's like if people have the money, they'll pay it. But it's the whole idea too is like why would like just business wise, why would I take
Would you
money
do it?
from an artist that's giving me a couple $100 versus Disney that's going to give me a couple $1 million for
But
their
it's the
slot?
same thing with the script. It's the same. And see, it's reverse psychology, though. This is why I say capitalism and commercialism is that number 5 pillar, because of the fact that they screw you over. Because this is what Disney and Marvel and Warner Brothers and DC have set the standard to be to monopolize the industry. Think about that. Because here's the thing: the fan base mindset, they will pay $25 to $150 to get a pass to go to one of these Comic Cons, and they will not buy anything. They will walk around, and then they'll pay $500 to go in and see that 30-minute trailer because they get to see Kevin Feige and be the first to know. Whoopee! I saw the same thing 10 minutes after he released it online for free. But yet,
Quite literally.
here's the conflict. But here's the conflict, though, and this is going to blow your mind when you think about this. I swear it will, because it pissed me off to no end. But here's the thing: when you think about the commercialization of it and all that stuff going on, those guys are willing to drop hundreds and hundreds and thousands of dollars throughout a year to buy the new Pop toy. It's sitting in a box because they won't even take it out. You see my figures; they're out there, man. I'm tearing them suckers open. If I'm paying that much money, I'm playing with them for at least 10 minutes before I put them on the shelf. Guarantee. I danced those damn jokers across my desk. I'm not kidding. So anyway, Craig's cracking up.
I got the Spawn remake back there. He's out of the box.
Exactly. But here's the point, though. Think about this one. They will go off and buy all of that merchandise. Again, shirts, cups, t-shirts, shoes, pants, whatever they got to have, right, to go around their house and show their love on the wall. But yet, when it comes down to the final point of spending $5 for a comic book to pay our bills for the people to do the work and create it, oh no, I can't do that. Oh no, I won't do that.
My
We
favorite
are
line is
the
that's too
least paid.
expensive.
We are the least paid. Yeah, you know what comic books by inflation standards of 1956 to today. You know what comic books should cost right now at a 24-page comic book? Because of the
$50.
artwork production based on art scale,
$50.
they should be $50. You hit it nail on the head.
I was gonna say because they were like, what was it, like somewhere between $1 and $5 for like the longest time, and like they kind of still are sometimes.
And
Like,
because think about it, we get as an artist. I don't get that because I wouldn't work for that because I'm like I said, I'm a capitalist. I'm not doing that. You're paying me. So, but I help people out. I help creators out. I've helped many writers out. You can ask Greg. I've helped many writers out and worked for free because of the fact that I want to. But um, the thing is, though, an artist and a writer should get a page rate, and we only get an average. Tom McFarlane was talking about it being, a 4% ratio back in the 90s. Today, it's even less because he was making $1,800 a page plus on average. That's what those image guys were making because they're professional artists. That's the reason that Neil Adams would make $3,000 a page, and Disney or DC, yes, we'll take you. Because he was a professional graphic artist beforehand, and he said, I'm getting realistic paid page rates, or you're not hiring me. And that's the reason he did it. It was unfounded at the time. But yet, if you flip the script now, the average is $150 to $180 a page, and that's for a writer or an artist. But yet, I won't take more. Anybody grabs at my page rates, I'm not going to go into that because that's business between them. And it is sliding scale. But the thing is, though, I guarantee you, it's not $150. Not happening. But you look at the way capitalism goes into it, and commercialism goes into it, and the way this business is really monopolized from the ground up. It is set for you to fail as an independent because if you don't work for Marvel and DC, you're not there. You're just not.
You'll actually hear it from the creators in Marvel DC. Well, I work for Marvel and DC. What do you do? You even hear them saying stuff like that.
But you think about this one. They're not gonna if they're getting offered those contracts, it's because they go to the conventions and meet with the promoters. They go to do whatever they require contractually. Okay, they hold it up contractually. It's law. So they're going to kiss it off, man. They're going to say, I'm going to do this. I want to be Marvel. I want to be DC. So they're going to choke out and do that. They're going to meet their means. But you think about it, if we did that, they're not going to let you have it. So they're just not going to let you have it, man. But that's what it is. They're going to kowtow to whatever that is. And if Marvel and DC says, hey, I got me in, we're going to work for you, you got to step up and do it. So that's why they say that. You think about Ken Lashley. He was one of the best Black Panther and X-Men artists ever in recent days. And he jumped ship and said, screw Marvel, because they wanted to cut his pay rate. He said, screw that, and went over to DC and did Batman, and then did an issue to a Spawn with Todd McFarlane and got paid his commercial rate. And now they're going, oh, please come back. And now DC's like, we got him. You can't have him. That's what it is. But they were willing to pay the rate because they needed the good artist because because Warner Brothers can't reach South American studios like Marvel and DC can because Disney has all those animation studios down there where they use third world countries. Brazil, they use like Brazil, they use like Korea and places like that where they can pay cents on the dollar. But anyway, I digress.
Yeah, that's all good. That was a fun rant, though. But no, yeah, it was awesome having you guys. Definitely looking forward to tomorrow's show. Hoping you guys will tune in and be there for that. And let's see what
Oh
else.
man,
What
this
am
is
I
my
thinking?
time in the spotlight, dude. I'm done. I got my ticket punched. Haha.
Yeah, I know I was gonna say, but yeah, I just want to give a shout out to our sponsors one more time. Comics Wellsprings, you guys are
You guys are
awesome.
awesome.
Thanks for
They are.
supporting us, and yeah, we definitely look forward to our last day tomorrow, and I'm also looking forward to showing the trailer I made for our next upcoming comic because I'm driving me nuts. I thought I wasn't sure if we were doing it Friday or today, and Greg's like, no, it's Sunday. I'm like, no. So
Yeah. And
I gotta wait.
I haven't seen the final version of it.
Yeah, so he gets to see the final version tomorrow too. So definitely look forward to tuning in with us then for all the people still watching and hanging out with us. I haven't been able to see chats at all, so I don't know if anyone else has been in here.
Nobody has chatted since Travis said, "Look at all these amazing people." So,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
was the last thing. Oh, and then
Trying to scare people off.
I think so.
Yeah.
Nice. But anyways, yeah, great having everybody. We'll see you tomorrow for day 3